Oh, chat. You know what time it is, chat. You know what time it is. I mean, I feel like every time I play this song, it jinxes it, but... you know, I think it's just time to start the day right, you know?
Push start, then I go. Man, this Lambo season. If you're moving too slow, probably wouldn't ever see me. If I told you about everything that I've been through, probably wouldn't believe me. Bounce back from all that shit in a hard way, make it look easy. Sometimes the money get to the pride, other times money don't make it to your side. Get it, then we spend it like it wasn't ours, cause you can't take it home with you when you die. Live fast, die broke, only you decide. Outside lights off, unsupervised. Bad wings when the doors go suicide. I ain't ever been this high, bloodshot.
Mooma! What's up, Mooma?
Floating through space and time, colors coming out of my mind. I ain't ever been this high. Push start, then I go. Man, this Lambo season. If you're moving too slow, probably wouldn't ever see me. If I tell you about everything that I've been through, probably wouldn't believe me. Bounce back from all that shit in a hard way, make it look easy. But still wasn't none of this easy. Let me in the cold, they ain't need me. It's funny cause I ended up freezing. The diamonds all recent. Pastor probably think I need Jesus. I just need a new account of regions. Lambo season. I ain't on my side, I'm anemic. The hard times made me uneasy. Came out the city, but I feel like the city ain't leave me. Till my heart stopped beating. I ain't ever been this high. Bloodshot red in my eyes. Please don't fuck up my vibe. Floating through space and time. Colors coming out of my mind. I ain't ever been this high. Push start, then I go. Man, this Lambo season. If you're moving too slow, probably wouldn't ever see me. If I told you about everything that I've been through, probably wouldn't believe me. Bounce back from all that shit in a hard way, make it look easy.
What's up, chat? What's up, chat? How you guys doing? Kevin stops at 5, Ryan Cohen 4 with the Tetris. 4 is 4 buys. 3, but Bury part 2. Roar Kitty Uno. Maybe Alan Tell does 3. Damn, you're huffing, bro. You're huffing that tin, bro. You're fucking spraying that tin into a cloth and just oh shit. What's up, Unknown? What's up, Unknown? How you doing, bro? How you doing? Started off with the Lambo and tin. Vroom vroom! And Larry Chang. We're starting off with some Larry Chang, bro. You got a Larry Chang live stream going on here in like 2 minutes, supposedly. So that should be fun, I guess. I don't know. Ooh, I can split screen it. We can split screen it. Nice. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. We're rocking the split screen like it's 2000. Playing Halo split screen. I saw Kevin posted another movie, though. We'll watch that before, because I'm sure Larry's going to be late.
Only looking at you. Only looking at you.
Disturbia is a suspenseful, nostalgic thriller that follows Kale and the unsettling things he witnesses because he can't leave his house. Yes! And falls.
You guys see that shit? Did you guys see that shit? It goes from red to green.
Can't leave his house. Yes! And falls captive to
That's funny. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Boredom.
I can't go anywhere. I'm losing it.
He's like a Twinkie. He feels deserted, yet something sweet remains inside, as he is drawn to something alluring. Before his eyes fixate on a serial killer neighbor. You think it's overweight? It's just the beginning. As the killer steps into his world, he is forced to become something stronger. He stands his ground and is rewarded for his courage.
Wait, what did he just eat? A Twinkie. The only thing noticeable I saw in that one, well, a couple things, but the ankle monitor went from red to green. All right, let's hop on to Larry's stream. I asked him a question in the comments. We'll try to
in Stratosphere, and
so
she's
if you guys
queued up
have
and
any
ready to
questions, run it up.
And thank you, Dee, for saying you're going to be on your best behavior because we have a special guest. Thank you for doing that. I don't typically have guests, so we'll see how this all works. So I'm going to bring her on, and we'll see how this goes. Kristen, there you are.
Hello.
Is this the first time Larry's had a guest on?
Fine. How's it going?
Great. Good. Thanks
I think it's
for
the first
having me.
time.
Welcome to the internet.
I know. Fun stuff.
Win Form 4.
Thanks for hanging out. We have a bunch of folks on, and by the way, for everyone that's on, feel free to ask any questions as you go. I don't like conversations when I'm asking all the questions. So, Kristen, I'm gonna pop questions in as you go, as we go here. But first of all, congratulations. We are so excited to be investors. I'm so excited to be on the board, and it's always an honor. So, thank you.
Oh no, well, we're excited to have you on the cap table, and excited to really jump into this next chapter of growth. So, yeah.
Maybe for the benefit of those who
the
are
chat's
on,
not showing on full
I know
screen
all
this
about
time.
Stratosphere,
Kind of weird.
But they don't. So maybe you could just give the high level of what Stratosphere does, and then we could jump in from there.
Hugh G, what's up, Hugh G?
Stratosphere is a platform that helps brands scale micro influencer
production
marketing.
crew.
Our claim to
Varley
fame is that we're the only platform that can help brands get over 1,000 creators posting with less than an hour of setup. And a little bit about my background and how we got here is I actually started my career as a creator myself. So way back in 2010, I started a blog. I grew the blog to the point where brands started paying me to do collaborations and post about them on the blog. Then I moved over to the brand side, started doing running blogger networks, which then quickly turned into, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, saw the whole evolution happen and really created Stratosphere to solve a problem that I saw in the space, both as a creator and as a brand. I just felt like there wasn't a platform really targeting these micro influencers. And I felt like this is really where the puck was heading. And I felt like there's a huge opportunity. So fast forward to today, we've worked with over 500 brands and facilitated over 100,000 creator collabs and 50,000 last year alone. So we're really rolling now.
That's awesome. Maybe you could talk a little bit about the macro influencer to the micro influencer dynamic. I mean, there was a day and age, and I've lived this, where you want to do influencer work, you call like Kylie Jenner or someone, and Kim Kardashian or some, and now it's a different ball game. Can you talk about that dynamic? And we might have some micro influencers. Actually, I know we do. That are watching right now.
I'm sure we do. And
Jeff Jolly.
So our thesis
Jeff
is that,
Jolly.
And I believe this from the beginning, that anyone who can influence a buying decision is an influencer. Now, when it comes to the more nomenclature of micro versus macro influencer, I think it's interesting because a lot of people have different definitions, but being in the industry as long as I have, typically a macro influencer is someone like, Kylie Jenner, Kim Kardashian, all the Kardashian suite up there, or just typically I would say the real macros typically have an agent, you're negotiating with them, you're doing a really big project with them, more keen with a real large celebrity, millions of followers. And then you start to get into mid-tier creators. A lot of people like to look at it from a follower count basis. And I remember when I was running the different blogger networks, which turned into Instagram and TikTok and YouTube, creator networks, that brands would come to me and be like, we don't want to work with creators with less than first it was 1 million followers, then it was like 500,000 followers, then it was like 100,000. I was like, look, I promise you, if we work with these micros at scale, we can still get that same impact.
Follower
right?
count kind of
But
doesn't
for the
mean
micros,
anything,
it's
because
less
most of
about
these
the
people
follower
just
count, in my
inflate their
opinion, and more
fucking
about the
social media
engagement rate.
numbers with
So
bots.
the scoring system
So
that
it's
we
kinda
created
weird.
really looks into a creator's comments, likes, the ratios between that, what the quality of the conversations happening around that as well, and then the overall impressions that their posts are getting, view versus the actual follower count itself. Because now, especially with how the algorithms have changed, when you think what TikTok has done and Reels has done, your followers aren't even the ones always viewing your content anyways. So it's less about follower count, but I would say the old way of viewing it, micro versus macro, was follower count, but I think it's shifting a little bit.
Got it. Give us the very simple use case of like a real customer, and like literally just tell us what happens when they work with you, so that everyone can imagine.
$3,500 a month, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. So
$3,500 a
we work
month.
with a lot of CPG brands, and we even also automate everything from the fulfillment to the creators to like making sure they post and everything like that. So the way it works is creators apply to be in our network. They fill out their profile. They attach all their social accounts. Our system scores them to make sure they meet those minimum thresholds. Checks for brand safety, all of those different pieces. If they get approved into the network, then they fill out a profile about themselves. So we learn all sorts of data points, from whether, it's somebody who likes golfing, to if they have kids, to if they have a Costco membership, or sensitive skin, or curly hair. We ask all these different questions so that brands can target creators based on that. So an example would be, we worked with a bunch of beauty brands. We have like a hair care brand that targets women with curly hair. They come on the platform and they say, I would like 800 women with curly hair who have a Costco membership, because we're launching in Costco, and I want them to promote and post about their experience with our product. So they set up their campaign, which takes less than an hour. They launch the campaign, and then our software automates everything from the matching to the right creators that make sense for them, to the fulfilling of the product.
Jared!
To also
What's
checking
up,
the content
Jared?
to make sure it follows all the requirements.
Hence, a thousand creators talking about your product in less than an hour.
Yes,
of prep.
Exactly.
And you also do a lot of work. Stratosphere is unique, and we've seen a lot of companies where you can work with physical product, and in fact, it's your specialty. A lot of CPG companies are clients. Can you talk about that dynamic?
Yeah, that was one of the key pieces in building the business that I felt was really important, is that so many software platforms are in the influencer marketing space, and they're more like CRMs or databases. But I really wanted to create something that could automate the whole piece end to end. And a key part of that is actually fulfilling the product and getting it to the creators, right? Because if a creator is going to post about a product, they have to have it to be able to post about it.
Yep.
And these large CPG brands, they don't have always the infrastructure to ship to the creators, and shipping to creators is different than actually shipping just your normal direct to consumer as well. So our fulfillment center is fully integrated with our software, and it ships to the creators. It puts the checklist inside the box. It has QR codes that they scan. It gives them all of the information that they need about the product so that they can post about it as well.
Got it. I'm going to pop in a question from Paul. Paul, by the way, considers himself a bit of a micro influencer. Do I need to be on TikTok or Instagram to have a meaningful platform as an influencer?
No, you can be an influencer in a lot of different platforms. I even think
Oh shit, my bad. I fucked up.
Even offline as well, like in even group chats, and in other places as well. That said, on our platform specifically, we do focus on Instagram and TikTok, and YouTube Shorts as well. And so we're always slowly branching out into other platforms too. So from a big picture perspective, you can definitely be an influencer. You can be an influencer on X, on LinkedIn, on all of these different places. But our platform specifically, what we do focus on is Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube Shorts.
Got it. Okay. Hopefully that helps, Paul. Paul asks great questions. And by the way, there are others queuing up. Whoever asked the hardest question to Kristen wins some brownie points. So they're coming. So Kristen, this has not been an overnight success. You've been building this for a number of years. Like, what have you learned along the way in the journey? Like, how is your thought on product or even go to market? Has it changed? Has it evolved? And
I want to ask a question, but I know they won't answer it, so I'm not even going to ask it.
Yeah. It's been interesting to think back of the different phases, and I think we talked about this early on. I think being a founder, I actually relate it a lot to like it's like a video game. So there's like levels, and I think that each level you have like a boss battle at the end where like everybody where there's something really hard that you have to get through, and then you're in a new level, and then everything starts all over again, and the stuff you learned from the last level is somewhat relevant, but honestly not that relevant. You have to learn all new stuff, and that's really how like I see it. So when you ask about the journey, there's just so many different phases of how I had to shift about how I thought about the team, thought about my priorities, even thought about just building in general for sustainability and versus product market fit. But like going back to the beginning, I did start the company bootstrapped out of my apartment, actually out of the room I'm sitting in right now. So I started it
That's where it
as
happened.
that's where it happened. I started it as a side hustle, and I knew that like I feel like there's something here, but I really want to prove it out. Built an MVP, got people using it, and then went out and raised funding. So I also didn't follow the more typical path sometimes too of raising funding and then doing that as well. And that was back in even 2018 really when we started building it. So it's been a while coming, but when you're building also a like marketplace dynamic where you do have to build both sides, I think that's a whole nother piece of the puzzle that was very challenging and exciting to build, because you can't add too many creators but not enough brands, because then your creators will be sad that they don't have opportunities. But then you can't have too many brands and not enough creators. So really growing it in a way that was sustainable. I think we always want it to happen faster, but the reality is it does just take time, I think, to do it right.
Got it. That's great. There's another question. I guess I'll post it. What kind of analytics should micro influencers leverage to maximize engagement style? And maybe I'd ask the question, adding to this, like describe the prototypical micro influencer. Like what does it look like?
Yeah. Yeah. And I think this really matters, or it depends on what category you're in when it comes to influencers. So we actually started really in the beauty and wellness space. We've now expanded beyond that. First of all, because beauty brands had budget for this before anyone else did. And then second, also because you do have to create that order of magnitude of creators to be able to match both sides. But I say this because if you're thinking about like, where do I fit in whenever I talk to somebody who is an influencer, and I should note too, I use the term influencer and creator interchangeably. We find that the creators on our platform typically like to be called creators, but brands still call them influencers. So it's kind of a funny dynamic.
Got it.
So I do use those interchangeably. But going back to the types of creators, so the engagement rate you should look for. So I like if you have an audience that's, let's say you're very influential with lawyers, right? And you have a bunch of lawyers following you. You don't need very many followers to probably have a brand that wants to get in front of lawyers, right? So your engagement metrics are going to look very different than maybe a creator that is creating around the beauty space too. So because they will need a much larger audience to be able to make more impact around that. But I think just engagement, the most important engagement metrics to look at are really that community and like the comments, and also the quality of the conversations happening there as well, because that's where you can really, I think, see the true influence of a creator.
Got it. That makes sense.
That's crazy. There's no quality on fucking Twitter.
Have a lot of
That's crazy.
all the great comments that you have. So.
Can you see the comments, by the way?
I can, but they're happening very quickly. So
They're too happy. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see them though. Yeah, I can see them.
So how specific can campaigns become, I guess? How can you target a campaign as a brand?
Yeah, so we have over 300 data points that the creators fill out in their profile that they can target based on. So some of the ones that I mentioned earlier, like fun ones like, do you have a Costco membership? Because if they want the creators to talk about their experience going to Costco, they need that, right? All the way to, do you have, acne prone skin? Because if it's a product that targets people with acne, then you probably don't want somebody who's not struggling with that to be post about it. It also lends to that authenticity. So we do, like I said, have 300 data points, so it can get pretty granular, and then we always add data points based on making sure the demand and the data point itself is a positive for both the brand and creator, which is really important to me. One of the other pain points I had on the creator side is that I would just get sent so many pitches from brands that didn't even look at my account of what I like to post about. And so I was like a food and baking blogger, and I'd get pitched like mattress companies and things that just like didn't make any sense. My like vegan friends that were vegan bloggers, we get pitched like beef jerky. It's like no one even looked at your account, right? So
Yeah.
that's why the profile to me was key, that not only did we match the brands with the creator and but the creator with the brands, you know, like it goes both ways, and it's more of like a dating app versus just brands just sending out tons of messages to creators.
What is the most esoteric thing you ask a creator in your 300 pieces of data? I wouldn't even think to ask certain things. So what are some random things that you know?
Random things. If they like to take supplements, because some people don't, some people do. So that's very niche, I think.
Okay.
Obviously, some of the pet questions, we ask if they have all sorts of pets, including like a rabbit and some other ones. One of our team members has a rabbit, so it was very important that that was in there too. But we have, we have a lot of different ones. And then on the beauty side, like where they like to shop, but like the skin concerns, like rosacea, like, you know, acne, like very specific. And curl pattern is really big for beauty brands. If you don't know different curls, there's different curl patterns and different products for different curl patterns.
Do I have a curl pattern?
You do, but it's I think more on the A side. So yeah.
Okay, all right. How is Status for utilizing advanced data analytics and machine learning algorithms to enhance influencer brand matchmaking? What type of steps are you taking to stay ahead of the competition and optimizing performance?
Great question. Yeah, so on
this IQ is 282. That's why it's a great question.
That's why it's a good question. Yeah, on the AI side, I mean, every single platform, I feel like now it's like, do you use AI? It's like, do you use the internet? Like it's the same thing, right? So, but I will say with the introduction of how great all of these models have become, it's really allowed us to scale in ways and faster than we ever thought we could before. So one of the big pieces and ways we use this is on the matchmaking side, is like making sure and learning over time. So we actually, brands will rate content and creators as they see them come in, and our system can learn like what the brand likes and dislikes, because every brand is different of like the aesthetic, and some of the pieces you can't always put your finger on. So that's one place we use it. And then the other place is also in the content review as well. When the creator submits the content, having the AI actually watch the content and look for all of the requirements. And this is where a huge time savings happens, because you can imagine a big, large enterprise brand having to have 1,000, pieces of content to have their team review is not a possibility. And that's really where the technology shines, I think.
Great. I'm just curious, you've probably seen a lot about what types of posts actually generate work and generate tons of engagement. And I've heard oftentimes that it's not the type of post that you might think for a particular product. And any stories you can tell on like, wow,
hey,
this
GameStop's
post
breaking
I never
out
thought would have worked,
again.
but it just was awesome for that brand. Anything along those lines?
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing this a long time, and I still, like, our whole team says this. We're like, you still will never guess what actually hits. And I think this is something brands have had to shift their mindset a ton on. They were so used to these like perfectly shot videos that were beautiful. Like, think of your fragrance ads, like, you know, your beautiful TV
Scratch
ads.
that.
And now those type of things, if you put those on social media, won't perform at all because they don't feel natural to the environment.
Yeah.
But I remember there was this one brand, and like the team was talking about how like they were upset because when the creator opened it, they like ripped the box or like something like that. It went like so amazing, but like the went viral, when all this kind of stuff, and they said that they would have probably like rejected that post because she like just tore the box. And I'm like, little things like that you don't think about, but it made it natural because it didn't feel scripted. It felt like she just brought it home and just opened it right away, you know? So yeah. And then one surprising one is cleaning products do incredibly well. People love to watch people clean something. So like we had these giant, one client with these giant wipes that were like, I don't know, this huge, like baby wipes, but like they were, I think, called crocodile wipes. And they do campaigns, and they'll have creators clean their whole car with one wipe, and those do amazing.
Wow. That's amazing. All right, let's go to this one. I think this is a more general question. How do social media platforms sustain creators if they don't pay out anything? Only YouTube is able to do so directly. I don't know if that's true actually, but other platforms are useful for publicity. So
yeah,
your thoughts on how social platforms should be engaging with creators?
Yeah, so they have tried creator funds. I do agree that YouTube's been one of the most successful ones of allowing creators to really make it more of a full-time job and more sustainable. They've had
Yeah.
their bumps, but they really have figured it out more so than others. You now have TikTok, which launched TikTok Shop, and there are creators making meaningful amounts off of TikTok Shop. So they do get a commission off of each thing that they promote that people buy. And Instagram has also tried their versions of creator funds as well. But I will say for the creators that we work with specifically, they are in that micro level. There's some that are really aspiring to be macro and be able to do bigger collabs. And that's really to answer your question, how do they make money, is by doing these collaborations with brands, because they can, I remember how many millions of dollars one Kim Kardashian post was, right? Like, she's not getting paid from Instagram, but she is making a lot of money from the app indirectly.
Got it. Let's see. Is there a high churn rate as creators get larger and move out? Do you accommodate any larger creators that grow with your company? Oh, that's a good question. So it's more like you were talking about micro influencers, but what if one of them becomes the next Kim Kardashian? Yeah. What happens to them? How do you think about that?
Yeah,
maybe that's too extreme.
Yeah, no, I mean, I hope that for all of our creators that aspire for that. And as a creator myself, I want them to have all the opportunities. And if we are a help, like, springboard or jumping off point for them to create a portfolio, that's amazing for them to kind of move up and be able to charge more. I will say we have some creators that have started with us really small and now they are really big, and they'll randomly see something they like on the platform and claim it, and our brands will be like, how did you get her? And I'm like, I don't know, she's just been on the platform and she just saw your product and it resonated with her and she loved it. So we do have that, but at the same time, on the flip side, there's a ton of creators where they're not looking to make it their full-time gig. They want to make extra money and make what they're worth. But this is actually the boat I was in when I was a blogger. I wasn't trying to be full-time. It was my passion project, my creative outlet. And I think that sometimes people also underestimate how many people do view it as like just their fun, creative community outlet, and they just want to make a little money on the side. So we support both of those things with the way that our platform is structured.
There's some comments on, and it's an interesting topic, on the growth of AI creators, AI influencers, and how do you think that plays into actually real human influencers and how that all shakes out?
Yeah, I feel like this has actually been a topic for a lot longer than the AI boom has been around. I remember when there were these like fake influencers that were just generated, or like people were creating art versions of them even back before 2020. Like I feel like this has come up over and over again. And I think that at the end of the day, they're, you can follow them and people will still find value. And I think AI generated content is still going to be, well, first of all, now it's becoming a commodity, like anyone can create it. So I actually think it's going to cause this like backlash effect where human generated content is going to become even more valuable, because you're like, now we watch a video and we're like, is this AI? Right. But if you know it comes from an account you trust that has influence, you're going to trust it a lot more. So if you're shopping for tennis shoes and you're on TikTok or Instagram or X and you see it come from a person that you followed for a while, you're going to trust it a lot more than just maybe an AI generated one for purchasing that. And then secondly, I think especially in a lot of categories, brands have to be careful. And I've been hearing brands talk about how they're a little worried about this. Like, imagine if you're a beauty product promoting, skincare, and you're using an AI generated person. Like, it's like, do you want to really take advice and feedback from somebody who doesn't have skin on how it feels on their skin? Like it bleeds into that like advertising piece. Right. That said, I still think that they could be entertaining to like follow and still have their place. But yeah,
I would totally, as I see more AI content in my feed, this desire for real content is just growing, and you'd almost pay want to be on a platform that's closed out with no AI content. So that totally makes sense to me. All right, let's see. I think this is right. Would you be willing to collaborate with a retailer of some kind and a smaller community behind it? I guess this begs the question of who would you work with on the brand side for a Statosphere, and is there such thing as being too small or too big or wrong vertical or any of that?
Yeah. So right, we started in that beauty lifestyle. Is anyone who wanted to target moms, like, huge sweet spot. We then expanded out. We obviously have a great, like, more traditional male creators. We have a golf company that we work with, like all sorts of different categories within that. So we've gotten into more niche places. But I would say our sweet spot for brands that we like just knock it out of the park with are brands that are CPG brands you'd find in like Ulta, Sephora, Target, Walmart. Like those are the type of brands. And speaking of retailers, which you mentioned here, retail is also another huge piece that we help brands with, is actually like, oh, we just launched in Target. How do we support that? We just launched in Walmart. How do we support that? And sending creators into the store, mentioning availability in those retailers. So I do think as we grow, there's going to be more partnerships on the retailer side and with brands that make sense with that crossover.
That's awesome. Wait, our really smart IQ 282 is back. Let's see, I haven't even read it. An increasingly saturated influencer landscape, how is Status disrupting the status quo to foster authentic brand loyalty and effectively measure ROI? So this gets to the question of like, there's a ton of companies doing influencer marketing, creator economy, et cetera, and the landscape can be very confusing. Actually, we wrestled with this, and probably the Wall Street Journal actually asked me a question after our investment. It was just to fill in the blank. You had me at what slide in the pitch deck, and I filled in the problem statement, because I had seen you're addressing the problem of scale, and I had seen that over and over and over again. It's very hard to drive large scale influencer campaigns. But so let's go to this question: how do you stand out in this space?
Yeah, and I first want to say the reason I created the platform is because I've tried thousands of platforms. I mean,
Yeah, right.
there are, you name it, I've probably tried it. And
Right.
I honestly kept coming back to the fact that it felt like most of these platforms were not created by a creator or by an actual influencer marketer that actually needed to use the platform. And one of the things that always gets me the most excited is when we see the end user and I get to talk with them and see them using our product. They're like, oh, this was built for me. Like this was built by an influencer marketer. We get that feedback a lot. And I think just going into companies in general as an investment thesis in general, I think that that's something so overlooked. And so many people have jumped into this space because it's growing insanely year over year and still no one is owning this category. And that's why I think so many smart people are like, influencer marketing, I'm going to jump in even though I have no experience in it and make some money because there's just so much money to be made, but they're not really thinking about that nuance. So to the question of how we stand out, I do think that there's these pieces that have the 8 years plus of building the company and now my 15 years in the space. Like we've really thought through a lot of the pieces for really automating, and then the proof is really in the pudding. So go back to the ROI. Our brands are seeing insane results, so they typically test the platform and our expansion rate is like, I know when we were going through diligence and stuff, it was almost like unbelievable. It was like 100% of the brands that like tried it expanded, right? And I think that that's a testament to that they see the ROI quickly and they see it either in the time that they're saving because they're already doing influencer marketing and they can't scale it, but then they're also seeing it all the way trickling down to their sales. Like one of the brands saw their top retailer or jumped to be top retailer for one of their products after running a campaign with Statosphere. So the ROI really comes down to what the brand's goals are, but they are able to tie it back because that is the holy grail of all marketing, is like, how do you measure that ROI?
Can you talk about there's a tie between your campaigns and AI and ChatGPT and different and how those companies ingest data. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, that's been one of the most exciting areas of growth. And I think as a marketer myself, I feel like it's a very exciting time to be in marketing because we have this brand new category. It's like when Google came out and we're like, oh my gosh, we have SEO and how do you rank in there? Well, now there's these, there's now GEO and AEO, and then there's
I want to ask a question. I'm going to ask it. Let's see if he'll post it. Probably not.
Human generated content is becoming so important, and this trust factor is becoming so important in influencing these LLMs to be able to surface your product. So, if you are the Swiffer or CoverGirl and you're like, I want to be coming up when people ask what's the best mascara to use, it goes and searches and it looks what people are saying. And one of the categories it looks at is the creators and is the human generated content. So we're finding that there's a correlation and brands are seeing lift in both showing up in the LLMs and then even more so too in social search. So TikTok is now becoming it's like 74% of Gen Z searches TikTok, for when they have a question. And it's like, how do you come up in there, right? How do you come up as best running shoes for marathons, right? If you get enough creators posting that these are the best running shoes for marathons, we actually can see the lift of that brand in the social search as well. So it's a very exciting time. I think marketers are every day trying to figure out what's next, but we're seeing really, really great results and seeing some good case studies around the ties between content, human generated content at scale, and surfacing in the LLMs.
Great. All right, this question, do creators risk becoming inauthentic by incorporating too many basically paid placements, and does it become less genuine?
Yes, that's totally a thing. And I think what's interesting is if a creator sells out too much, then all their engagement goes down because people don't trust them anymore. So that's typically how you can see that. I do think the reason also brands turn to micros more is micros, they're not getting paid $1 million, right? So like the trust that you're trading off, like everyone has a dollar value, but if you're getting paid $100 here, $200 there, you're not going to squash your whole account based on that. Like you really want it to be authentic. And I will say these creators care so much about the communities that they're building, the ones that really understand that the last thing they want to do is lose the trust. But you can, if you put too many ads for things you don't actually believe in, you can lose that for sure.
What about the flip side? I think this is interesting. If the brand has to pay influencers to post, is that like a sign of desperation? Is that inauthentic versus just it naturally being carried in a viral way?
Yeah, I think that there's always a mix when it comes to like when I think of a brand strategy and when you see really successful brands. First of all, creators, if you're asking them to do a lot, like you should compensate them for the work. So if you're asking them to create a video that's like, they need to show the product in the first 10 seconds, they need to show it before and after, they need to make a recipe with the food that you sent them, like they need to do all that, you should pay them for their time. And then you're also getting that content and you can use it in ads, right? Which is a whole nother way to maximize the ROI too. So we want to make sure we're always helping creators get paid the fair amount, but also make sure that brands are also finding the fair amount. And our platform is unique too, where brands set their rate and then creators claim the offer. And if there's not enough people claiming, it tells the brand they're not paying enough or vice versa, so that they can really find that fair market value, which was also a challenge when I was on both the brand and creator side that I wanted to try to solve with Statosphere too.
Great. Aside from AI, what's a shift you're seeing in creator marketing that most people probably won't realize is important until next year? All right, you got to put your forward-thinking cap on.
I'll be curious if he asks my question.
Creator marketing that most people probably won't realize. I think that it still is AI related, but I do think the fact that we're watching a video and being like, is it AI? Like it's really changing how you digest things. Like you never used to think that 2 years ago, even a year ago, you didn't watch a video and be like, is this real? And I feel like now it's every single time you do it. And I think that is a big shift with it. The other thing with creator marketing is that I think it's about the person, not the platform. It's, the creator, not the platform. So it's like, TikTok and Instagram is today, but I do think group chats, I do think like there's so much influence that's happening in other areas. I mean, just even when you see people in person that you can't always track, and finding ways to track and quantify that for brands, just because getting your product in the hands of somebody who I call like a social butterfly or a tastemaker, there's so much value even beyond what you can track online as well. And I see that with my friend groups constantly.
That's great. I'm going to see if I said I'd keep you on for half an hour. I'm just going to see if there's anything left. Okay.
I don't think he's not gonna ask my question. I knew
thanks
it.
For hanging out with everyone.
It's
here.
too serious, bro.
We're
it's
so
too
excited
serious.
to be partnered with you. This is going to be a fun one, and by the way, lots of great engagement from everyone who's watching. So thanks for that. I'm going to hang on with everyone. You're free to go back to your day job.
That's so funny, bro.
With
He's like, I want to see if there's any more questions. He looks at my question. There's no more questions.
I just post all my updates and what I think about in the space.
That's so funny, bro.
Kristen Wiley from Statosphere.
I'm actually dead. That's hilarious.
Thanks, Kristen. Take care. Be well.
I'll tell you what I asked after this.
Yeah, that worked pretty well, I think.
I'll copy and
I don't
paste it in
tend
the
to,
chat.
bring in folks from the outside, but this was great, and I hopefully you guys liked it. Good questions. Everyone was on their best behavior. I appreciate it. All right. Anything else that we should be talking about? If you have questions for me, I am happy to take them. I'm just going to look really quick because I did take some questions for from ask for questions on my post yesterday. Yes, I do think Kristen's a smart one. And she's super nice. I agree with the comments. All right, let's see. What do we have? There were some questions that Paul asked last time that I do not recall what they were, and I did not get to all of them. Paul, if you want to repost some of them, I'm happy to try and take some of them now.
He's lagging.
Interesting times in the world. Lots going on at Davos this past week. Interesting.
Lots going on at
Lots of talk
GameStop.
about globalization, which is interesting. I'm actually curious to get what your guys' thoughts are on globalization and all that's going on that issue. It's been top of mind. I will say this, we tend to invest in probably 3 to 6 new companies a year, or something along those lines. Statosphere is a really interesting one. We've done some work in the creator economy. We have a company called Doing Things. We have a company called Levanta, which is an affiliate, sort of affiliate platform for third-party retail marketplaces. We have a Linkbee, which is kind of a marketplace for PR. We're very bullish. I think when I think about investments, and you want to have a company that grows consistently, the best thing you can have, and that makes that more predictable and likely, is to have a market that's growing consistently. And so I just talked with my team that oftentimes when we look at a business, we're sort of overly focused on whether or how fast the company is growing right now. But the success of the investment is based on not how it's growing right now, but whether it can sustain growth in year 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And so then the question is, then how do you predict stability of growth in the
He's
years
lagging, bro. He's lagging
3, 4, 5,
hard.
6, 7 years out? And I think certainly one of the foundational pieces that's helpful is just to have a market that's growing. And it is really hard, really hard to grow a business over a long-term period if you have headwinds because the market's declining or flat, and that can be really hard. And so that's what I like about some of our creator economy investments, and certainly what I like about Statosphere, is the shift in spend from other ad mediums into the creator economy is very strong. So, and I think that's going to continue to be the case for a long while. Okay, I'm hearing that I'm getting cut out a little bit. Is it cut up? Are we good? Is everyone okay out there? Is my audio a little laggy? Sorry about that. Demoshi, I am not AI, I'm a real human being. Maybe that's why my AI is laggy. But hopefully that makes sense. All right, anything else going on in your minds? That was fun. If you guys like the idea of doing more sort of paired live streams, I'm happy to do them. Sometimes I think it is fun to change it up a little bit. By the way, I think I'm going to try and do a few more live streams in February. So that is my intent. So if you have ideas on what topics you want to discuss, I'd be happy to do it. All right, we're going to call it a day. Thanks to Kristen again.
Boo! Boo
Really
this
appreciate her coming
man!
on. Very excited to be in
Boo
investor in the
this
company.
man!
Thanks to all of you for your great questions, and we'll see you on the flip side. Thanks so much.
Boo this man! Oh, boo this man. So I asked, what did I ask? I asked, from what I read, Statosphere is $3,500 a month. She says that their partner's ROI is high. As a micro mid-tier influencer that actually makes money on YouTube, I don't see how an influencer marketing company could get me to making over $3,500 a month. So where's the ROI coming from? Just from products or actual growth on social platforms? That was the question I asked. I thought that question was fire, and you know, I did ask it at the end, so it's kind of my fault. But I don't think he would have answered that question because, in my eyes, a marketing team charging that much, there's no way they're giving me an ROI. There's zero. I find it extremely hard to believe there's an ROI on that with $3,500 a month. You know, maybe that was a higher tier or something, but I didn't read that much into it. But still, like, I don't see how there's an ROI there for the creator. That doesn't make any sense. Unless they're magically getting me tens of thousands of views on YouTube. Like, that's the only way. And like, I don't see how a marketing agency can do that unless they're just botting your channel. Like, but you're not going to make money from bots. So it doesn't really make any sense. I thought that was a really good question, but of course they're not going to answer it. It's too real. Like, it's too real. They don't want me to expose the business. You know, maybe, I mean, obviously it does work for some businesses, but they're talking about micro influencers. Like, there's no way they're getting me to over $3,500 a month. I really, really find that hard to believe. But, you know, I could be wrong. You know, I could definitely be wrong, but I just don't see it. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense how they could do that. But, yeah. Who knows? Who knows? Well, that was exciting, I guess. That was exciting, I guess. Saw GameStop break out a little bit. Kind of cool. I don't know if Larry will get on an interview with me, bro. I don't think he will. It's okay. I mean, it's not a big deal. Like, I don't really care, but it would be cool. It would be cool. I think it would be, it'd be fun for you guys. Fun for the people who are actually, like, real GameStop investors, not a bunch of bots on Twitter. Like, oh, man. Not a bunch of bots on Twitter. All right. Interesting way to start the stream, I guess. I saw Alan bot. I knew he was going to. He always buys when Ryan buys. But I don't know if he's going to buy again. I mean, we'll see. If the stock sells off and it goes to... What was it? Like 22.56 or something like that, I think it was. Yeah, 22.53. If it keeps bouncing off of that price, I would say he's buying again. I mean, we'll check, because I think it did bounce off that price. You can't... Also, something happened, you know, this weird thing happened again on the chart, so you can't really analyze the chart again, which is really annoying. But, yeah, that happened again. Big old random tail to $3. Don't really know what that's about, but, yeah, if we zoom in here, 22.53. I mean, you did get a bounce off 22.53, like right here. So maybe, you know, maybe he bought. It's definitely possible, but you'll see. We'll see if it sells off and goes back here and then bounces here again. I would say that's more of a confirmation. There's not that many, there's not that much volume on this little upside. It's like a decent amount of volume, but not as much as last time. Like if you go to yesterday, off of 21.55, The volume, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't as high as I thought it was. Maybe I was looking on 5-minute chart. Yeah, I guess that's decent. Maybe he did buy right here. I don't know. Because that's actually decent on the 5-minute chart. And if you go over to yesterday, kind of... There wasn't that much volume today, or yesterday, actually. So maybe he bought this morning. Because there actually is quite a bit of volume on this little upside move, like right in the morning. The first, like, hour or two of the market here. And it's, you know, right off of that price, right off of that 22.53. So maybe. Maybe we'll get another that'd be crazy. Another 13D would be crazy. We'll see, though. We'll see. Damn, the warrants are up 10% today. That's quite a bit. The warrants be ripping. I've been taking profits on my shares like a little bit. I think I've took like maybe like 40, 50 shares of profit so far. And I've been thinking, like, wouldn't it be a better idea to take profit off the warrants? Not only is it more volatile, but like there's no guarantee the warrants are actually going to hit. So I'm kind of like rethinking, like, why am I selling shares when I could just be selling the warrants? You know, because I'm selling, you know, 10 shares is like $200. But, you know, so like, I sold my shares, I sold like 30 at 22-ish, and I've sold like 20 up here in the higher 22s, close to 23. So I probably only made like 50, 60, probably like $50 profit, realistically, maybe 60. I don't actually know. Probably somewhere, maybe 100. I don't know. We'll just say like $50 profit. If I would have just sold 10 warrants instead, I would have just got $30 from the warrants, $40 from the warrants. So instead of selling all my shares, I would have just took the profits out of the warrants instead and got rid of my warrants. So I might start, you know, if it keeps running, instead of selling shares, I might start selling my warrants instead. Because I don't really, you know, I'm just taking profit. I don't really need to, like, sell my shares. You know, I guess it's de-risking. You know, if you're selling your shares, you are de-risking a little bit. But, the only issue with the warrants is you have to pay the full value on the taxes, I believe. So I don't know. I've just been thinking about it. I'm like, it might be better to take profits off the warrants. Because especially if the stock sells off, the warrants are going to lose more value faster than the shares. So it kind of makes more sense to trade like, if I'm going to, you know, take profits at all, it almost makes more sense to take profits off the warrants, not really the shares. But I don't know. It's just something I was thinking about. Like, the 50 shares I've sold already, I could have just sold 50 warrants, and it would have been like, you know, I don't know, we'll just say average of 3.5. 50 times 3.5. You know, that would have been $175. Whereas, you know, I've probably only made like I said, like 50, $60 profit from trading the shares. Maybe, you know, because my buys are, although I did do a lot of buys at like 20, the lower 20s. So I guess it just depends how you look at it. You know, I could have made 100, I could have made 150. Like, I don't know. But still, there's just no guarantee that the warrants are actually going to hit. So in a lot of ways, it could make sense to take profits on the warrants while they have value. But I don't know. I don't know. If the warrants hit, I mean, fuck, that's crazy. Like, there's, you know, that aspect where if the stock does go nuts, the warrants are gonna be crazy. But I don't know. Just been thinking, because, you know, I never really thought I was gonna take profits or anything like that. But obviously, I took, you know, 40, 50 shares off the table, so I've just been thinking a little bit, I guess. You know, if I am going to be taking profits, wouldn't it be smarter to take profits off the more volatile asset? Like, it makes sense. It makes sense. I was thinking of just selling my warrants and buying more shares. I mean, the last time I took profits, before this run, like back here, early January, when I took that, like, I can't remember, like 30, 40 shares off the table, I turned the profits into warrants, but maybe the opposite is the better move. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, the warrants were free. And, you know, like I said, there's no guarantee the warrants are going to hit. And they expire in 9 months. You know, there's no guarantee that the stock's going to run for 9 months. It could happen, you know. We've all seen it. It definitely could happen, but it's just not guaranteed. At least the shares, you know, they don't expire. It's pretty guaranteed with the shares, you know. Oh, it's not guaranteed, but like if the stock continues to trade here at $20, it just might be better to hold the shares over the warrants, but I don't know, you know. I don't know. In a lot of ways, taking profits for me is kind of pointless, but I don't know. It's just thinking, you know, just thinking. Doesn't mean I'm going to do it. Doesn't mean anything. I'm just thinking, you know. Do you not trade in a tax-advantaged account? No. I buy GameStop shares and hold them in a tax-advantaged account. It's technically possible the warrants get extended. I see a lot of people say that, but that's not real. That's not real news. I've read the whole proxy statement of the warrants. There's not a single sentence in that proxy statement that says they can extend the warrants. And so if they could extend the warrants, it would be in the proxy statement. So I don't know where people got that information from, but that's not real. That's not a thing that's going to happen. If that was something that was going to happen, it would be in the proxy statement, but it's not. Teebs trades. You're a weirdo, bro. You're a weirdo, bro, but welcome. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Ryan, what's up, Ryan? How you doing, bro? I mean, if you can point me to where that information is in a place besides Reddit or Twitter, if you can point me to the SEC filing that says that, you know, I'll reconsider my position, but I've read everything there is to read about GameStop, so I know that that's not a real thing. Got to be careful with fake news. Fake news. I'll try to find an example. It doesn't matter with another company. It was in their proxy statement. If another company extended their warrants, it was in their proxy statement. There's nothing in the proxy statement that says GameStop can do that. So they can't just do it out of nowhere. It has to be in the proxy statement. If another company did it, that's great, but it's probably in the proxy statement that they were able to do it. That's all I'm saying. I know you can do it, but it's not. Just because another company did it doesn't mean GameStop can, because it has to be in the proxy statement. That's That's the reality of it. What evidence would you deem acceptable to change your mind? You have to find it in the sec filing where it says that they can do it. But I know I've looked because someone else has said that same exact thing. And I've looked and I know you can extend the warrants, but it has to be in the proxy statement that they'll possibly do that. You can't just randomly extend the warrants if it's not in the proxy statement. They can issue new warrants. You know, if these ones expire worthless, they could issue new warrants and make another proxy statement or whatever, and maybe they could put it into that proxy statement, but that's not a real thing. I'm sorry to say. That's not happening. All right, what's next? Damn, it's early. It's early. I wasn't counting on it or anything interesting though. I'm just saying because someone's brought that in here before, and I looked it up. And yeah, you can extend the warrants, but it has to be in the proxy statement. That's why they release the proxy statement, because that's the rules of certain things happening that I don't really know how to say it, but the proxy statement is just the rules for the warrants, and same with the bonds. The bonds had their own proxy statement. The rules are outlined in the proxy statement, and there's nowhere in the proxy statement that says they can extend the warrants. So, yeah, that's, I've looked it up because, like I said, someone's came in here and said that same exact thing, and I didn't believe them, so I had to look it up, and that's, for my research, that's the reality. If you can prove me wrong, I would love to see it, but it's just I've just read all this stuff, like I'm the biggest GameStop nerd there is. Like, a lot of people are on the Reddit and the tinfoil, but I'm like a real investor. I'm fucking obsessed with this shit. Section 406, subsection 3. Where? In the proxy of the warrants? Where is it? Where's the proxy statement? Where is it? Waiting to punch out, can't stop giggling. Hey, let's go. Let's go. I guess it's this. Is this the proxy statement of it? Where the hell is the proxy statement? Can't find it for some reason. This? No. Where is it? I haven't looked at it in a long time, so I don't know where the hell it is. This is the FAQ. That's not right. Where the fuck is it? That's not the proxy statement. That's the FAQ. But even on the FAQ, there's nowhere that it says they could do that. I don't even remember where to find the proxy statement. I thought it was on there. I don't know where the hell it even is. I read this when it first came out, and yeah, haven't really found it important since then. I don't think it's important, but it's definitely the first time I've heard anyone say that it can't be extended. I mean, how many people do you know that have actually read every piece of literature there is to read about GameStop? A lot of people post about it, but how many people actually read it? I would say it's a very small percentage. But I can't even find the proxy statement, so I can't really I'm open to being wrong too. If you can find evidence that proves me wrong, you know, I'm perfectly okay with that, but most people's opinions come from Reddit and Twitter. They don't come from the actual source. So, you know, that's all. That's all. You know, I can't take opinions from Reddit or Twitter. I can't put any value on opinions from Reddit and Twitter. I put zero value on that. But what I read on this sec filing website, you know, GameStop's news releases, all this shit, you know, I put all the value in the world on that. But I can't even find the proxy statement, so I don't know. It's kind of weird that I can't find it. A random guy on the internet, just like people on Reddit or Twitter. That's fine. That's fine, bro. It's all good, bro. It's not a big deal. You can believe me or not. I have streams, 8-hour long streams of me reading every single fucking word in these sec filings. Nobody else has that. So like, you can believe me, you cannot believe me. I can't even find the proxy statement to show you. But that's on you, bro. I don't really care. I have evidence. I have hundreds, if not thousands of hours of streams. So you can think what you want. Nobody else has that. Everyone else has a post on Reddit that here today, gone tomorrow. So that's fine, bro. If you don't believe me, that's fine. But I'm a real investor. I'm not someone who just posts on fucking social media. So that's fine if you don't believe me. I don't really care. I would love to find the proxy statement to show you, but I can't find it, so it doesn't even matter. It's kind of weird that I can't find it. It doesn't really make sense. Because I thought it was on the website. Oh, it's right here. Wait. Is this right? No, that's the stockholder meeting. I don't think this is the one for the warrants. Why can't I find it? Doesn't really make sense. Like, there was that thing that you could download. Maybe it is just the FAQ. I thought they had a proxy statement with this, but I guess it's just the FAQ. But either way. Either way. There's nowhere on this that it says that they can do that. There's no expiration date, October 30th, 2026. It doesn't say they can extend it, doesn't say anything like that. So I don't know where people get that information from. I know there's a document out there that has more detail than this. I just can't find it. What happens if my warrants do not go above the exercise price? If it does not go exercise your warrants by expiration day, October 30th, 2026, your warrants will expire worthless. To be clear, you may exercise a warrant at the exercise price even if the market price of GME shares does not go above the exercise price, but you may prefer to instead purchase those shares. Nowhere does it say they're extending right there. How will I know if the warrants are about to expire? We recommend that you remember and set reminders for yourself of the expiration date of October 30th, 26 to ensure that you do not miss the opportunity to exercise. GameStop will also issue at least one public press release providing a reminder of the expiration date between 10 and 30 days prior to the scheduled expiration date. We also recommend that you ask your broker what procedures and timeline it will follow regarding exercise, including because your broker may require you to give notice using a particular method and may apply an earlier deadline than the close of business on the expiration date. Doesn't say anywhere anything about extending. So I don't know where people got that from. I don't know where people got that from. I know there's a proxy statement out there, though. I just don't know where it is. But either way, doesn't really matter. Think they can technically, but they would file an amendment to do so. Yeah, it would already be here. I know the popular opinion would be to be like, yeah, they can extend the warrants, but sorry, you're in the wrong stream if you want that. If you want the reality, you know, you're in the right stream, but if you want me to just be your echo chamber and agree with everything you say, you're in the wrong stream. That's all I'm going to say. And we'll leave it at that. Because I can't even find the proxy statement, so maybe it doesn't even exist. I could have sworn they had one, though. It kind of makes no sense that I can't find it. 1007? Yeah, it was this. Project Genesis. This thing, right? The warrant agreement. This might be the proxy statement. See, I knew it. I knew it. You guys think I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about? See, if I type extend. Let's see. Company warrant without consent to the holders may from time to time at any time amend this agreement, or the warrant certificate for one of the company and the warrant agent without the consent of the holders may from time to time and at any time amend this agreement and or warrant certificate for one or more of the following purposes: to cure any ambiguity, omission, defect, or inconsistency, to provide for the assumption by a successor company in the share exchange event if applicable, to extend the expiration date. So maybe they can. Maybe they can. I don't know what does this say? Adjustment to warrant certificate. The form of warrant certificates need not be changed because of any adjustment made pursuant to this Article 4, and warrant certificates issued after such adjustment may state the same warrant exercise rate as are stated in any warrant certificates issued prior to such adjustment. The company, however, may at any time in sole discretion make any change in the form of warrant certificate that it may deem appropriate to give effect to any such adjustment, and that does not affect the substance of the warrant certificate, and any warrant certificate thereafter issued or countersigned, whether in exchange or substitution of any outstanding warrant certificate or otherwise, may be in the form as so changed. For the avoidance of doubt, no change to the warrant certificate or this agreement as a result of any adjustment pursuant to Article 4 shall require the consent of the holders of the warrants or the warrant agent. So maybe they can. I don't know. Maybe they can. Amendments. Company and the warrant without consent of the holders may from time to time, at any time, amend this agreement, the warrant certificate, to extend the expiration date, subject to exchange listing rules and applicable laws to increase the warrant exercise rate, decrease the strike... Subject to exchange listing rules and applicable laws to increase the warrant exercise rate, decrease the strike price, decrease the warrant exercise price, or to add any additional cash, securities, or property or assets to the consideration receivable upon exercise of any warrant. So they can change the exercise rate and decrease the strike price? I don't know about that. That sounds weird. Maybe they can. I would swear when we read this, I don't remember that part. I've even re-looked this up before too, so that's kind of weird. To provide each holder with a right to elect for, at the time of each exercise, alternative settlement mechanics, such a net share settlement. To make any other change to the terms of the warrants agreement that does not adversely affect the right of any holder in material respect. To provide a successor warrant agent. Connection with any share exchange event. Provide the warrant or exercisable unit reference property. Any amendment authorized by the provision of Section 406 may be executed by the company and the warrant agent without consent of the holders of any of the warrants at the time outstanding. Notwithstanding any provisions of 406, the warrant agent shall not unreasonably refuse to execute any such amendment proposed by the company. Reasonably refuse. B, with written consent of the holders of a majority of then outstanding warrants, the company may from time to time amend this agreement and/or the warrant certificate in a manner that may be material adverse effect on the interest of any of the holders. In determining whether the holders of the required number of warrants have concurred in any direction, waiver, or consent, only warrants outstanding at the time shall be considered in such determination, and the warrants known to the warrant agent to be owned by the company or any of its subsidiaries shall be disregarded and deemed not to be outstanding for such purpose. The company or the warrant agent may set a record date for any such direction, waiver, or consent, and only the holders of the record date shall be entitled to make or give such direction, waiver, or consent. No supplement or amendment of this agreement or any warrant certificate pursuant shall be effective unless duly executed by the warrant agent and the company. As a condition precedent to the warrant agent's execution of any amendment, company shall deliver to the warrant agent a certificate from the duly authorized officer. Company that states that the proposed amendment is in compliance with the terms Section 406. Notwithstanding in this agreement to the contrary, the warrant agent may but shall not be obliged to enter into any supplement or amendment that adversely affects the warrant agent's own right, blah, blah, blah. Company shall provide reasonable notice to the holders via press release or Form 8K of any material amendment to this agreement or the warrant certificate pursuant to this Section 406. Of any material adjustment to the strike price, warrant exchange rate, or the warrant exercise price pursuant to Section 401, and in each case, materiality shall be determined by the company using its sole reasonable discretion. The warrant agent shall, as soon as practical after receipt of such notice from the company. Cause a similar notice to be delivered to the depository pursuant to the customary procedures of the depository. Upon the execution of any amendment of this agreement or the warrant certificate pursuant to the provision of this section 406, this agreement and or the warrant certificate shall be and be deemed to be modified and amended in accordance therewith, and the respective rights, limitations of rights, obligations. Under this agreement, the company, the warrant agent, and the holders shall thereafter be determined, exercised, and enforced hereunder, subject in all respects to such modifications and amendments, and all terms and conditions of any such amendment shall be or be deemed to be part of the terms and conditions of this agreement. And the warrant certificate, maybe they can, section 401. Where's section 401? Adjustment. Subject to the provision of this Article 4, the strike price and the warrant exercise rate shall be adjusted from time to time by the company if any of the following events occurs, except that the company shall not make any adjustments to the strike price and the warrant exercise rate if the holders of the warrants participate a share split or share combination or a tender or exchange offer at the same time and upon the same terms as the holders of common stock, and solely as a result of the holding of the warrants in any of the transaction described in this section 401 without having to exercise their warrants as if they held the number of shares of common stock equal to the warrant exercise rate multiplied by the number of warrants held by such holder. If the strike price is adjusted pursuant to the formulas set forth in any of the clauses through A through E of this section 401, then effective is, excluding for the purposes of readjustment pursuant to the text following such formulas, then effective at the same time which such adjustment of the strike price becomes effective, the warrant exercise rate will be adjusted to an amount equal to the product of A, the warrant exercise rate, in effect immediately before such adjustment to the warrant exercise rate, and B, the quotient obtained by dividing X, the strike price, in effect immediately before such adjustment to the strike price, and Y, the strike price, in effect immediately after such adjustment to the strike price, provided, however, the warrant exercise rate will be subject to readjustment to extent set forth in such clauses. If the company exclusively issues shares of the common... Yeah, I remember reading this. I remember reading that. Prior to open a business. These are just formulas. If they do like an at the money or a dividend or some shit. Warrant exercise rate shall be adjusted from time to time by the company if any of the following events occurs, except that the company shall not make any adjustments to the strike price and the warrant exercise rate if the holders of the warrants participate a share split, share combination, or tender or exchange offer. That's clear as mud. And they might be able to extend it. He might be right. You might be right. I think they just might today. I don't know about tomorrow, though. Maybe we hear some barking. Bark, bark. Why extend? To keep them valuable. The closer you get to the exercise price, the less valuable the warrants are going to be. You know, if we're still trading at $23 here in 8 months, those warrants are going to be basically worthless. But if you extend the strike price, they'll hold their $3-4 value. So that would be the benefit of it. If they're about to expire worthless, it can be considered a shareholder-friendly thing to do. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Especially if the stock's not above 32. If the stock's above 32, you know, it's kind of pointless, but... It's just like, you know, it's just like options. The closer you get the strike price, or the closer you get to the expiration date, the less value valuable they'll be. I don't think it helps the company, it affects the shareholders. Well, it does affect the company because the more people that exercise the warrants, the more money that goes to GameStop. So it would help the company if you're still trading below $32. It'd actually be really beneficial to extend the warrant exercise date. Because that's, I forget the exact amount, but isn't it like 52 million or something like that? I can't remember how many warrants got released. I want to say it's like 52 million. I can't remember. I think it's 52 million though. Where the hell is it? 10% of the outstanding? No, I thought they released a certain amount. They released like a certain amount to the bondholders and then a certain amount to the shareholders. Probably be easier to find in this. Or not. I love how difficult they make it to find all this stuff. It makes you know, there's a reason why your average stockholder doesn't pay attention to GameStop, because finding all this shit's kind of a pain in the ass. Where is it? Yeah, right. Wait. That's a fucking earnings report. Son of a bitch. Yeah, right here. So we expect approximately 59 million warrants to be issued, of which approximately 45 million to be distributed to shareholders, approximately 14 million to be distributed to convertible note holders. So if you exercise all of those, 59 million times 32, that's almost 1.9 billion that would go into the company. So it'd be extremely valuable to extend the expiration date, if they're able to, which I guess potentially they are able to. Kind of interesting. This agreement, warrant certificate. Any amendment authorized by provisions of 406 may be executed by the company and the warrant agent without consent to the holders. So yeah, maybe I think they might be able to. They can also change the exercise rate and the strike price. So they might be able to add more warrants out to them. I don't know if that's what that means. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. Yeah, about 10%, I guess. Probably like 12, 13. At 59 million. That's about 12, 13, right? Or you do 59 million divided by 448. Yeah, 13%. What do you think? Intel beat expectations? I have no clue. I have no clue. Maybe to make an AI research tool full of the data only you input would be sick to have. Yeah, that would be nice. Just all the GameStop stuff. A GameStop AI. I found it though. It took a while, but I found it. Some small numbers have actually been Yeah, I exercised two of them on my computer share because I was gonna actually exercise them, but there was like a fee. It was like a pretty high fee. I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was a pretty high fee on computer share to exercise. So I just sold them to fucking back to GameStop. They didn't even give me money for them. I just basically gave my warrants to GameStop and they exercised them. Ron. Ron. What's up, bro? And that's why it's not 4,420 that got exercised in the last earnings report. It's 4,422 because of my 2 shares. But why? Because it was too expensive to actually do anything with them on computer share. I wasn't gonna waste my time with 2 fucking warrants. It was like I don't remember how much it was, but it was quite a bit to exercise 2 warrants. So I just sold them back to GameStop, and I think they exercised them. Not really sure because they're not in my computer share anymore, and I didn't buy shares or get money from the warrants I got rid of. I don't know what happened to them, but according to the last earnings report, they were exercised. Because it doesn't really make sense why there would be 4,422 if my 2 shares didn't get exercised. Just doesn't really make sense. Or 2 warrants, whatever. I don't even remember where it says that. Well, that was fun. I like being proved wrong, so thanks for holding your ground. Most people just get butthurt when I disagree with them. So that was fun. Maybe they can extend the warrants from what I just read. It seems like they likely can, so see? It's great. When, you know, like I said, usually when I disagree with someone, they just get butthurt and leave. So thank you for standing your ground and actually, you know, forcing me to go research it. Because not a lot of people do that. Most people just get butthurt. Yeah, it says 4,422. I'm pretty sure those are my 2 shares, because I think they were trying to meme, probably Roaring Kitty or something, you know, doing 420 shares. Or maybe someone out there exercised 4,000 and someone exercised 420. But I ruined the meme with my 2 warrants. Kind of funny. Kind of funny. It's not like I appreciate you going through the exercise. Well, now we know. That's the beauty of it. Now we actually know. Learning all the time. Yep. That's the beauty of disagreement, because you can tend to learn something in the midst of disagreement. That's usually when I learn the most, is when people disagree. I either learn the truth or I learn that I'm wrong. See the articles on the insider buys? Nah, I don't really look at GameStop articles. GameStop's not moving. It's still holding 23 though. That's pretty sick. I'm curious if another 13D is gonna get dropped today. That should be crazy, bro. Could you imagine? He just starts buying every day. It's the Thanos meme. Fine, I'll do it myself. Like, it's literally the Thanos meme, bro. It's fucking the Thanos meme. Fine, I'll do it myself. Oh shit. Will 100%. I think he'll do it for a while. What's up, Marius? Hope you're doing good, bro. Hope you're doing good. I'm okay. Well, hopefully okay turns into better. I will drop bro at least 4 times. You think he's just gonna buy the rest of this week? He's gonna buy at 22.50 and then 23.50 and then what if he just keeps buying, bro? What if he just keeps buying? Didn't he used to own like 12% of the company? Pretty sure he used to own like 12%. So like, I know I'm pretty sure there's a different like filing you have to do if you own over 10%, maybe. You know, don't quote me on that, but I swear he used to own more. Yeah, those are Form 4s. We need 13. I clicked the wrong thing again. Let's see. Yeah, I think isn't the 13G when you own more than no. 13G is a new one, isn't it? Isn't this the yeah, this is that guy who bought all the bonds and shit. 13D is the continued filing, if I'm not mistaken. I just noticed that. That's interesting. Any confirmation on the third buy? I don't think so. I mean, you had that bounce off of 23 or 22.53 in the morning, and that's where he bought in 2022, I believe. I know we just looked it up, but I forgot. Yeah, he bought it at 22.53 in 2023, so it's possible that he bought in the morning when it bounced off 22.53 here. But yeah, it's definitely not as easily spotted as the last 2 trading days. The last 2 trading days, it was pretty like obvious what was happening. So, yeah. Maybe he bought in the morning, but if he didn't, I don't know. I don't know where else he would be buying. Where is it? That's Hestia. Where the hell's Ryan? Right here. Oh, he owned 9%. But I thought he bought more, and then he owned like 12% or something. Yeah, he owned 9.98 right there. Dude, he was buying like crazy back then. Yeah, 12.9% right there. So he used to own over almost 13% of the company, so he definitely could buy more. Definitely could. Just speculation. Yeah, I mean, I try not to get too excited. I mean, I'm pretty excited. GameStop is definitely the most exciting it's been in a long time, so it's kind of hard not to get excited, but yeah, getting excited probably isn't the best move. Every day pays 10 mil, he gets way more on the upside and shareholders happy. Yeah, sure, that's true. It's very true. And also, if you think about it from like a technical analysis perspective, anyone who was shorting off of that line that we talk about, they don't have anywhere to short. Like that was you know, a line like that, a trend line like that, when it comes to trading, is, you know, a technical analysis line that short people who are shorting see that, and they all short the stock together. And that's really, you know, that's possibly how you get such volatile price action when you're hitting that line throughout the past years. But now that that line isn't in play, the shorts don't have like a position on the chart where they can band together and push the price down. So it's actually like the perfect time to buy as well, because people are going to be shorting, but it's not going to be like, it's not going to be what's the word I'm looking for? Like where they're all doing it at the same time, a collaborative, like I don't know. I don't know the word, but it's not like let's say there's 100 people shorting the stock on that line. Every time it hits that line, now, you know, 5 people might be shorting at 22.50, 10 people might be shorting at 23, you know, 20 people might have shorted at 22. Like, yeah, collaborative. I don't know. Coordinated. Coordinated's the right word. There's not going to be a coordinated selling effort anymore as far as like shorter term traders, because that line isn't in play anymore. So anyone who is shorting that line, if they're still shorting the stock, it's not like coordinated anymore. They're all shorting in different areas, and in the end, you know, if I'm correct, it's going to put them all in a very bad position. And it's going to be like that. It's going to be like that Roaring Kitty meme where they're like shooting each other with the gun. What you say? You know, like they're just going to be fucking each other because they don't have anywhere to short. They don't. Like any trader trading off of those lines, unless, you know, unless they're going to push the stock down and back below 21, 20, whatever, like I would never say that's not a possibility, but as of right now, there's no area for those traders to short the stock together. So pretty interesting if you think about it through like a trading perspective. The timing is very interesting on top of everything else. My question is, do you take the insider buys as a nod to no more dilution on a run? No, definitely not. If there's a run, if it pops to like 40, 50, $60 again, I guarantee they'll do another at the money. Why wouldn't you? You created $4 billion of shareholder value from that at the money. Just because all the traders are butthurt that they didn't make money, from a shareholder perspective, you want them to do that at the money, because that's going to create billions of dollars in shareholder value in the snap of a finger. And sure, you know, the stock might not moon, but the downside risk of the stock is less. If they come, bro, I hope they do another at the money if the stock goes up. Because as a real shareholder, you want that shareholder value. You want that stockholder equity. Ryan Cohen posted a meme in January 23 saying Ryan Cohen buys all the stock. That greedy SOB gonna buy all the stock. Hugh G, can he leverage his other stock positions to buy GameStop, or is he rotating in? Are we going to see him filing that he's moving out of position to go full balls in GME? I don't think so. I don't think he would sell his other positions. Ryan Cohen doesn't strike. He's the Warren Buffett type. Like, he doesn't sell. He doesn't sell. But he has a stock compensation plan saying he can buy, $3.5 billion in shares. Ryan Cohen is a multi-billionaire. Like, I don't think he needs to sell his other investments. He probably has like 4, 5, $10 billion just sitting around that he's just gonna drop on this fucking stock. Ryan Cohen just doesn't strike me as the type of person that would sell his investment, especially like an investment like Apple or Wells Fargo or Alibaba. I just don't see him selling that. Like, those are solid investments. Sure, you know, GameStop's unique and it's solid. It's interesting, potentially way more upside, but Ryan Cohen strikes me as the type of person that doesn't want to pay taxes. And if he sold, you know, billions of dollars of all his other companies that he owns, you know, he has to pay a fuck ton in taxes. He just doesn't strike me as the type of person that would want to pay taxes just to put more into GameStop. He probably has billions of dollars in cash just sitting. Like, he has to. Like, how else would he have that stock compensation plan? Like, it wouldn't make sense for him to have that stock compensation plan if he doesn't already have the billions of dollars to buy. Like, it just, from my perspective, it wouldn't make sense. I'm just playing and dropping meme history, but Ryan Cohen making multiple buys as me giddy. Not anticipating any more Ryan Cohen buys in the short term, but obviously welcome it. Interesting. Ryan Cohen always has some tricks in his pocket. Yeah. And I was thinking about this, like, GameStop is such a unique business on the stock market. Like, how many instead of doing buybacks with the company's money, Ryan Cohen himself is doing buybacks with his own money. If you like really think about it, like, he's not directly taking shares out of the share float. Like, he's not reducing, you know, the shares from 448 to 447, but the shares are going to someone that will most likely never sell. So in a lot of ways, he is doing a buyback. If you like really think about it, he's doing a buyback without doing a buyback. Very interesting. Very interesting. Show me the incentive and I'll show you the outcome. Yeah, it'll be curious. I'll be curious to see if there is another 13D filed. That would be wild, bro. That'd be actually wild. 30-year mortgage rates went down again. Damn, 15-year mortgage rates are down quite a bit. Core PC price index. Solid. It's always possible that Ryan's taking us all for a ride, but damn, he's speaking my language. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm perfectly fine if the stock stays trading at $20. You know, I'm not against that. But it would be interesting if you know, we had another interesting event and the stock goes up a lot and they do another at the money. That would be that'd be something to see. That would be something to see. Piss off some more traders, you know? That'd be a beautiful thing. They haven't added his other buy, but Ryan Cohen's on Whale Wisdom. When was the last time the short interest updated? They used to update this every 2 weeks. Now they're updating it once a month. It's kind of weird. Crypto still flat. Trump's latest tariff U-turn is sparking a global market rally and taco trade talk. Yeah, the market is up a lot today. I'm a simple man. I buy close to 20 and sell close to 32. Nice. I mean, I'm sure, I don't know when, but there's going to be a time when it doesn't come back to 20. For sure. It's just, it's going to be a tough thing to predict. Like if the stock squeezed again and they did another at the money, I would expect the floor to be more like 25, 30 at that point. You know, assuming $20 is the floor now. But I don't know. I just know there's going to be a time when the stock doesn't come back. It's just when what does it look like? That's highly debatable. Highly debatable. I just hold and buy more. The taco trade? What the fuck? Phase refers to the president's history of threatening to leverage intense levies, only to ease, delay, or cancel them. It's coined last year after Trump Liberation Day. Tariffs in April shocked markets, but investors grew skeptical of his follow-through when he eventually backed down. Markets' reactions. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, too. I didn't know they had a name for it. The taco trade. It's a dumb name, but I do agree. Oh, Trump always chickens out. I see. Is GME beating the market year to date? I don't think so. The market's been crushing. FTX fraudster Caroline Ellison set to release from federal custody after serving reduced sentence. I don't think this lady doesn't deserve. Is this the lady I'm thinking of? She doesn't deserve to get out. Isn't that like nerd lady with the glasses? She doesn't deserve to get out of jail. Or prison. Yeah, that bitch doesn't deserve to get out of prison, bro. What the fuck? She should rot in prison. All 21 days of year to date. Oh. I was thinking 1 year. We're too early in the year to. I mean, I'm sure maybe they probably are, but we're way too early into the year. I was thinking like from the year. Japan deploys pepper spray drones as bear attacks hit record levels. That's wild. Oh, I just got spoiled. Fuck off. I just got spoiled on Beast Games. That's annoying. That's annoying. They just spoiled me, bro. They spoiled me. Oh, wait, no, they didn't. I've seen that episode. Never mind. Okay, good. I thought I just got spoiled. I was like, that's annoying. Ubisoft canceled a bunch of games, I guess. I haven't looked at the stock, but supposedly the stock went down quite a bit off of that. Oh wait, that's Unity. What's Ubisoft? Oh, must be a Japanese one or something. It's not on the US market. I was thinking it was Unity for some reason. What now? What now? It's not much news. Not much news today. Snapchat gives more info on who their kids are talking to. Elon Musk trying to take SpaceX public. Yeah, I was thinking about why Barking Puppy was following Elon Musk, and if Barking Puppy is the inverse of Roaring Kitty, you know, maybe it's just like a comparison. Maybe they're trying to compare Ryan to Elon in some sense. I saw what Muma said too, that Tesla earnings are next week, so maybe something with that. But I don't know. Just kind of something. Throwing that out there. There's not much to talk about right now. New Silent Hill movies getting savaged. Return to Silent Hill has gotten a first wave of reviews. Some might have anticipated they aren't great. Critics slamming the film for its mediocre CGI and less than amazing story. Tracks with the original, which had the similar experience with movie connoisseurs, came a cult classic nevertheless. I guess that movie didn't do that good. Yeah, there's Intel earnings, but still got a while for that. Still got a while for that. That should be a big earnings. There should be a lot of people here. If you guys remember, remind me to post the stream when the Intel earnings come out. I didn't do it last time for whatever we streamed last time, Netflix. I didn't do it for Netflix, and I should have, but I just forgot. I always forget that, you know, sharing the stream for the earnings is a good idea on Twitter. Get some Twitter bots in here, you know. You know, Elon will buy GME outright to IPO SpaceX and use cash stack that GME has to fund its rockets. I used AI to build that thesis. That's insane. that just shows how insane AI is. No, I don't see that happening. I don't see Elon doing anything with GameStop unless he's buying it for his personal portfolio. I just don't see it. Elon wants gamers to like him so much. I mean, yeah, that's a good point, but I don't think Elon's gonna buy over 5% of the shares. So, like, I just don't see that. If Elon's not gonna buy over 5% of the shares, then I mean, what's the benefit there? Like, I don't think GameStop, even though potentially GameStop can go up a lot, for a multi-billionaire, only buying like a couple million shares or whatever, that's just not gonna move the needle. So I just don't see it. I just don't see it. Same with like Buffett. Like, it's not gonna move the needle. They can't buy enough shares to move the needle. He bought Doge. Anything's possible. You don't have to file a 13D when you buy crypto. Big difference between buying a crypto coin and GameStop or a business. I mean, like I said, he could buy it for his personal portfolio, sure, but he's not going to buy enough for it to matter. Elon does that, I'm out. Yeah, I wouldn't care if he bought. Wouldn't change anything for me. I just don't see it happening. He had a fake gamer storyline that was funny. I do remember that. Can we go back and watch the Dog Days meme from Roaring Kitty? You think it was June? No, there's music. I got the last stream got clapped because of music. I think Ryan Cohen's trying to reform GameStop's image as a meme stock. I don't. The term meme stock is. I don't understand that term. So. People say Tesla's a meme stock, and it's one of the top 10 companies in the world. I think meme stock's just a stupid term for people who don't understand business or stocks. Personally, I don't. That term means nothing to me. There's good businesses and there's bad businesses. Stock price can go up on bad businesses. Stock price can go down on good businesses. Vice versa. The term meme stock seems irrelevant. But yeah, if people are gonna say Tesla's a meme stock, then I don't think there's any going back from that term. But if people really view GameStop as a meme stock, then it should inspire them to short it, right? So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Meme stock to me just refers to a business that's highly leveraging the greater fool theory of economics. I never looked into Tesla, Elon. I don't care or believe in any of it. Oh, well, Tesla's not going anywhere. Tesla's not going anywhere. Those robots are gonna... There's gonna be a lot of robots. There's gonna be a lot of robots. You think I'm a robot? Reputation for overpromising and underdelivering. I mean, you can say whatever you want about Elon. He still created one of the top 10 businesses in the world. Like him or hate him. Still possibly even top 5. You can't deny that Tesla is one of the greatest businesses in the world. Even if you don't like Elon or don't like Teslas, you just can't deny. The numbers don't lie. The numbers don't lie. Tesla's probably going to be the biggest winner of the AI sphere, but I could be wrong. I just think the database they've built from their cars surveying and collecting data daily. Well, you have Amazon too, though. Amazon's been doing that for possibly longer than Tesla. You know, fuck. I see more Amazon trucks than I see Teslas anymore. There are so many Amazon trucks out there. You know, Tesla's gonna be it's gonna be one of the big winners, but who's the biggest winner? That's highly debatable. They just have that cult following that'll you know, no matter what, support it for the most part, which is pretty unique. I don't think Amazon has like, or you know, Google, I don't think those companies have the same like cult type following that Tesla has, or Elon, however you want to put it. So you know, that is a very unique aspect of it. But I don't know. I feel like Amazon's potentially, but Google too. Like Google's crazy. If there's a cult, it's a little meme-ish. I guess. I just don't view business like that. I think that's just a term that the internet made up and they've stuck with, and they don't want to let it go. But yeah, I mean, you can view it however you want. I just don't view business that way. Even on the stocks that are supposed meme stocks, like, you know, GameStop, the movie theater thing, like that's just a terrible business. It's not a meme stock. Just because a stock price went up doesn't mean anything. Like I don't think the term meme stock was ever a thing before 2020. I don't remember people calling Lucan Coffee a meme stock, you know, my first year or two in the market. Lucan Coffee was probably one of the craziest short squeezes I've ever seen in my life, on top, you know, next to GameStop. But I don't remember anyone calling Lucan Coffee a meme stock. I think that's just a term that got made up during the, you know, 2021. How many companies have huge subreddits devoted to their stock price? I don't know. I don't really pay attention. Like, I kind of got forced into the Reddit world because of GameStop, but never has Reddit or people's opinions on the internet been relevant to like business or stock trading from my perspective. Like it's never been relevant. It just became more, you know, it became more a part of the investment I'm currently in. But before GameStop, I was never on Reddit or Twitter researching companies. All I used Twitter for was live news. That's the only thing I ever used Twitter for before GameStop. Like none of that stuff was relevant to me. Because it's really not relevant in the grand scope of like trading and investing in business. It's not. It's just really not. You know, you could say it's free marketing. That's fair. But it's not good marketing in a lot of cases. In a lot of cases, I feel like the Reddit marketing, whatever you want to call it, memes, whatever, I feel like it's dangerous. I feel like it's bad for your average participant. So it's not good marketing by any means. Tesla, I think, was the first dubbed a meme stock. When did Tesla break out and go on its run? I don't know exactly. Because wasn't it during the same time as all those other things? No, I think Tesla was first. I think you're right. I think Tesla was already ripping prior to COVID. Yeah, Tesla was already kind of ripping before then. I don't remember. The first time I ever heard the term meme stock was 2021, though. I don't remember ever hearing it before then, but I mean, 2019 was like my first year in the market, so who knows? Probably wasn't paying attention that much. Probably was just trying to learn. What stocks are you mainly invested in? Well, there's this little company, it's called Gamestop, and I put every single dollar I have into it, and I don't buy any other stocks. So, stocks, I don't invest in stocks. I invest in one stock. I'll be right back. I'm back. Run the price up. What's up, William? How you doing, William? Tomorrow I'll be asking who let the dogs out. I wonder when Barking Puppy is gonna start posting on X. That'll be interesting. Has your return been decent? Yeah. I've traded it a lot, though. So. If I was, well, I mean, for the most part, I just hold GameStop now, but like in the beginning, I was trading it a lot, so I made a lot of money trading it. Would I have made a lot of money just buying and holding it? That's up for debate, but I've only been holding GameStop for a year and a half now. Like, this is a 5, 10, 20-year play. That's we're pretty early into it. So having an opinion this early into the investment is kind of I don't know. I find it irrelevant, honestly. There's a lot of opinions out there on GameStop, but we're still so early into the investment. I think having an opinion, whether it's good or bad, is still up for debate. It's been good so far, though. You know, my prediction, Cordell, would be hilarious if true. I seen that movie last night. Great flick. Oh, you watched Player One? Ready Player One? That's dope. Yeah, that's a good movie. It's a good movie. A lot of tinfoil in Ready Player One. A lot of tinfoil. What kind of money have you made with trading? Enough? I don't know. I don't really pay attention. Why you pocket watching, bro? Why you pocket watching? Why you pocket watching, bro? I made $43. Just for reference, you're doing a stock stream? Yeah, I mean, I could be faking it like everyone else. There's a lot of people that do stock streams, but most of them don't even have real accounts. Most of them don't even make money. So I could be faking it. I could say whatever I want. I could say I made 100,000. I could say I made 10,000. I could say I made $10. So, you know, I could say anything. But if I'm being honest, I don't pay attention. I literally don't pay attention. I made like 20, 30 grand in 2024. But last year, I don't know how much money I made. I might have lost money last year. Like, I don't pay attention. But 2024 was probably my best year in the stock market, so I don't know how relevant that is. I don't think that's that relevant. That's the life of a real trader. You make money one year and lose money or don't make as much the next. Like, that's the reality of trading. Doesn't matter how much you make. Can you be consistently profitable over a long period of time? Money's just a number, exactly. And we all have different account sizes, so, you know, I probably risked a lot to make that. Most people aren't going to put that much risk up. Update, just lost $43 profit. I'll never recover. I'm saying I'm a profitable trader, and I've made money in the market. How much that is, I don't know. I've been doing this for a long time. I don't sit and keep track. I see the statement every year and then I forget about it because it's a new year. There's more to... You look forward as a trader, not backward. What platform do I use? I use Schwab. But Schwab. What's 2 p.m. Pacific time? An hour? Okay. Wait. That'll be 3? Okay. Wait a second. Behind MST 1 hour. Okay, so yeah, that would be okay. Fuck. Gotta get this Intel thing ready. Even though we got a while. I always put GameStop as the company. Just for the lulz. Holy shit. Man, they got some epic music there for their earnings call. That's some epic music. Epic music for an earnings call. Alright, got that ready. Whatever came of Japanese bonds. I haven't looked. Heavily invested in Intel. Nice. That's dope. That's cool. Intel has bad financials. I don't think so. I think they turned it around, but I haven't looked, honestly. It's probably been a few months. We used to look at Intel when it was trading at like 20-ish, but since it started going up, I'm the opposite of every other person, you know. Like, when a stock starts going up, I usually lose interest. So, I haven't researched Intel in quite a while. What am I doing again? Oh yeah, Japanese bonds. I think they stopped going up. Yeah, they sold off a little bit. I don't think that's gonna... I mean, I don't know. I think the economics are a lot different than last time you saw the bonds go up that high. Or, you know, the bonds crash, I guess, technically. But I don't know. But, yeah, they sold off, basically, since they hit the peak when we were talking about it. But macro shit's slow. Bonds are slow. So, you know, here in like couple weeks, couple months, maybe you'll see more downside or upside on the yields, downside on the bonds. That shit's slow. Bonds are slow. Hopefully they aren't going to bomb again. What do you mean? Intel's done nothing but go, like, crushed. Are we looking at the same thing? Intel's been murdering. I don't know what, What do you mean, bomb? Intel's been absolutely murdering. I haven't looked at their business fundamentals, but I assume those are doing pretty well as well, so I don't... Kind of weird being heavily invested and thinking that they've bombed last earnings. From what I remember, their last earnings was really good. Left the channel. I was comfortable trading it. Go back. I see a promise there. Yeah, it's just up too much. Don't act like I don't know who you are, bro. You're getting timed out. Don't act like I don't know. You gonna attack my stream with bots again? I'll send it members only, bro. It's the same that's the same dude that brought in all those bots that one day, if you remember that. It's probably the same dude who fucking, yeah. Weirdo. Fucking weirdo is who it is. Some stalker. Some weirdo stalker. Is my main income trading? I mean, YouTube. It's probably my main income, but trading's what I make the most on. Or have made the most on, I guess I should say. Like I said, I don't even know if I made profit last year. I didn't pay attention. If you had to find a job, what would it be? I don't know, bro. Tough. Anything? Anything that pays well? If I'm just being brutally honest. Anything that pays well and I could do long hours and make overtime. If it doesn't have those requirements, I'm not interested. I'm not interested in working part-time for terrible pay or full-time with terrible pay. Like I better be able to work as many hours as I want and get paid well. Like that's, but what is that? You know, I don't fucking know. I don't know. What was my last day job? I used to work at this warehouse where I would post stuff on eBay. That was pretty chill. But the issue with that job, though it paid decent, I couldn't get the hours I wanted. You know, I was only working like, if I was lucky, 40 hours a week. If I'm going to commit to a job, I better be able to work like 50, 60, 70 hours a week, like, or else it's not worth my time. Honestly, it's really not. Of course, you know, having the extra money is nice, but if I'm going to commit my time to a job, I better be able to commit as much time as possible and make as much overtime as possible. That's like my biggest issue with jobs is a lot of them don't let you work as much as you want because most people don't want to work as much as I would want to. I don't like if I'm going to go waste 8 hours a day at a job, I'd rather waste 10, 11 hours a day or more. Like there's just no point. Nip Sauce. What's up, Nip Sauce? Hope you're doing good. Ever since trading stock, I find it impossible to hold a job. I just don't get along with people. That's like my biggest thing. Really has nothing to do with trading or anything like that. I just don't get along with people. I like your DoorDash videos. Will you ever make them again? I wish. I wish, brother. I can't even get orders on DoorDash. Shit, if I could still get orders on DoorDash, I would do that shit every day, bro. DoorDash was sick. And making the videos on top of DoorDash was even cooler. I got a bad problem with authority myself. Yeah, you're lucky you got that Amazon job though, because Amazon's pretty solid. Pretty solid. $40 a week, keep stacking those GME shares. You gotta. I mean, yeah. I mean, if that's all you got, of course, run it. Run it. Having a job's great. It's just for me. If I was gonna work, I'd want as many hours as possible. That's really it. And we were talking about this yesterday. Like, I've done so much for other people. It's time, I do something for myself, whether it works or not. And that's what this stream is. I don't put as much effort into the stream as I should. I should, put more effort into making clips and posting clips and all that. But I want to build something for myself. I'm sick of making everyone else rich. Just running packages to doors. It's honestly work out. Some good snacks. Yeah. A lot of people leave snacks out. It's pretty tight. I loved Amazon when I worked there, bro. I loved that job. It was a good job. Especially during the holidays. Like, did you get a lot of bonuses during the holidays? With like the thank my driver thing and stuff? So yeah, I don't know. I hope one day the stream is like sustainable enough to where I could do it for a living, but I don't know if it ever will be. It's honestly a risk that I wasted the whole last year streaming. And though, we have a lot of awesome people here that come into the stream every single day, and I'm very appreciative of that. Like, really appreciative of that. That's why I continue to do this. From a financial perspective, all the time I wasted last year streaming and making videos and, like, it wasn't, from a financial perspective, it wasn't worth my time. But like, this is a unique thing. How many people can just like start up a stream and have a bunch of people come in and just like hang out and listen to what I have to say, when, you know, most of the people in my real life don't give a fuck what I have to say. Like, this is a very unique thing, and you can't put a financial value on what this stream is, bro. You really can't. You really can't. So, you know, if you're putting a financial value on it, sure, I've been wasting a lot of time streaming and trying to build this. But if it works out, you know, 3 to 5 years from now, we have like 50, 100 or more people coming to the stream every single day or whatever, and I'm able to make like even like minimum wage streaming and making videos, God is good, bro. That's a blessing. And I'd rather, even though, like, from a financial perspective, when I had turned like 40 or 50, you know, in a lot of, like, if this doesn't work, I should have definitely spent all that time working and saving more and all of that, for sure, but the risk of trying to create this is more valuable, in my opinion. Hey, thank you, Ruben. Thank you always for always supporting the stream, bro. I appreciate you. Sorry if we offended anyone today. I don't think we offended anyone. I mean, you know, there was the little thing about the extended warrants or whatever, but like, that's not a big deal. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Like, disagreement's good. The reason why, yeah, I didn't know about that. You know, I really don't remember reading that, and I do remember looking it up, but I don't remember seeing it when I looked it up again. But the reason why I try to challenge people is because I want them to prove me wrong. I want to be educated. And if I'm right, you know, I want to educate the other person. Like, you know? Nothing wrong with disagreement. It's just some people get upset by disagreement. But disagreement's good. We all learned something today because me and Mr. Grady disagreed on something. We all learned something today. And if you guys already knew that, I learned something. How old am I? I'm 32. Glad you're pushing yourself to go live, bro. I've seen you kind of evolve. I think when time is right, the views and the money will follow. I've seen you learn and grow. More will come, I'm sure. I hope so. I really hope so. And I've made a lot of mistakes too, you know. In the early days of the stream, I made a lot of mistakes. And I pissed off a lot of people. But right now we're champions. We are the champions, my friend. Wow. And we'll keep on fighting till the end. Bam, 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 bam. We are the champions. We are the champions. But I do have to thank, like, the people that have donated, the people who are members. Like, without you guys, I don't know if I would be able to do this as much as I've been doing it. Like, straight up. I think I would have been broke a long time ago if there wasn't people, like, donating, and, you know, if I didn't have the memberships. I think I don't think I would be able to sustain this if it wasn't for that. So if you've ever donated or you're a member or something, like, I fucking appreciate the fuck out of you, dude, because I really don't think I'd be able to do this without that. I really don't. You know, maybe in the beginning, because I was making actual, like, okay money on YouTube, and, you know, I had other sources of income. But the past, like, few months, if it wasn't for the members and people donating, I'd be fucked, dude. I seriously probably would be fucked. So thank you guys, for real, bro. Thank you guys. I've seen a lot of generous, great people come through, short or long. Yeah, for sure. There's been a lot of generous people. There's a lot of, I mean, it's the internet, of course. A lot of negative people, of course. But, you know, any support is good. Any publicity is good publicity, right? I'm getting paid to watch your stream. That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. So yeah, I mean, I just appreciate you guys. What we have here is special, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. And hopefully we got some good things coming up, you know? Hopefully some good things. And also, you know, shout out to GameStop, bro. not only GameStop has helped me so much, bro. Outside of the investment, like, even though they don't support what I do at all, as far as, you know, the stream and all that, GameStop has helped me so much, bro. Like, from the Cardsmith currency cards, I made a lot of money on the Cardsmith currency cards. You know, fucking the stock. Like, if it wasn't for the stock, bro, all the trades I've been able to do, fucking all the pre-owned game flips we've done the past little while, like the past month or two, like GameStop and the YouTube channel, like GameStop has helped me in a lot of ways outside of just the stock. So, you know, I gotta give a shout out to GameStop because, you know, on top of you guys who, like, have donated and are the members, if it wasn't for GameStop, the business, not even just the stock, I also, the past few months, wouldn't be able to stream as much as I've been streaming. Like, being able to find good deals on GameStop and turn around and flip them, like the retro, like the buy two, get one retro games and shit like that. Such a blessing, bro. Such a blessing. And the haters, we good? Yeah, some of the haters. Some of them. Some of the haters suck. You know, they say to love your haters, but I say fuck the haters. I say fuck the haters. Volume? 9.1 million. I think that's some of the highest volume you've had in a while. I think that's some of the highest volume you've had in a while. I came to cry with you today. What's up, Moto Mike? Why you crying, bro? Why you crying, bro? Is it your party? It's my party and I'll cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. Intel party, fair. fair fair response. Fair response there. It's my party and I cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. You'd cry too if it happened to you. Burn, 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 burn. Volume's getting momentum. It was under 5 million. I think it was like 6 million yesterday, wasn't it? I know, volume was 8.3 million yesterday. 6.8 on Tuesday. But yeah, before Tuesday, volume was basically under 5 million. I mean, you had January 7th, 10.6 million shares. You have your random, like, large volume days, but for the most part, your volume's been under 5 million. Good observation there. And you're hitting a high on the day. Hitting another high on the day, it looks like. Love to see it, chat. You love to see it, chat. You love to see it. Make a how to short GME guide for haters. Nah. I just need to post more stream clips. Imagine if Roaring Kitty tweets. He's a barking puppy's gonna tweet. Roaring Kitty's gonna tweet on Barking Puppy's account and prove that it's not Roaring Kitty that is moving the stock. Because I disagree. I don't think Roaring Kitty's the reason the stock moved back then. I really don't. I've never thought that. I think Roaring Corey needs to start tweets. I hate Twitter, bro. There was a time when I was pretty close to getting monetized on Twitter, but my mental health was fucking dog shit. Like, getting on Twitter every day and posting and reading everyone's posts and responding. Oh my god, I fucking hate Twitter, bro. I fucking hate Twitter. There is no amount of money that they could pay me to post on Twitter. Like, even though sometimes I do post, like, to post every single day and be like a Twitter creator, there is no amount of money they could pay me to do that. I fucking hate Twitter, bro. Like, I hate Twitter, bro. I hate it. I've had a lot of, like, viral posts on Twitter too, like millions of views and shit, but I refuse. I refuse to post on Twitter. I should probably take some stream clips and maybe post them, but I fucking hate Twitter, bro. I can't stand Twitter, bro. I cannot stand it. I did that whole, 2 months of, 7-8 posts a day with power packs, and it was, nothing, Like, it's just not... If you're not paying for Twitter, it's not worth it. It's really not. From my perspective. I don't if you guys enjoy Twitter, that's fine. I just hate it, bro. Like, what Twitter does to my mental health is not worth my time. Do we know real Cohen Reddit account name? Because I saw a guy named Ryan Cohen 420 made 10 years ago. I don't know if Ryan has a Reddit account. I'm not sure. Kind of interesting though, if that's his account. But I don't know. I don't think so. Just have AI run the tweets. Nah. If I get back into posting stream clips, I'll post the stream clips to Twitter or something. But yeah, I don't see myself posting on Twitter ever. Nice. Nice. The only reason I still have Twitter is, you know, for like Larry Chang live stream. Just every now and then, you know, like being able to see Kevin Gill's videos. Like there's certain things that I want to view on Twitter. That's the only reason I still have it. If it wasn't for that, I would have got Twitter. I would have got rid of Twitter a long time ago. What do you think? What do you think here? You're about to hit the old buy zone. Pretty interesting. I'm just gonna take these random 7 warrants off for. Wait, this account I've never sold warrants on, I don't think. Whatever, it's fine. It's not a big deal. What the fuck? Why didn't it fill? Why didn't it fill? Oh, the warrants haven't broke out yet. The stock broke out, but the warrants haven't broke out. It's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah. We'll just take another 10 off. Bruh, it didn't fill me. Screw you. Why won't it fill me? It's so annoying. It's too volatile. Doesn't want to fill. So annoying. So annoying. So I think that's I don't know how much that is. I think that's like 50 shares taken off the table so far. I don't know why. I just got a weird feeling. I don't know. I'm probably wrong. I feel like my feeling's wrong, but we've been here. I've been in this game for years. I've been in this game for years. So we'll see what happens. We'll see. Did anyone make any crazy plays in here? Nah, no crazy play. Well, I mean, I feel like my play is already pretty crazy. But nothing beyond that. I'm boring. What's up, Unknown? And to think you were upset last week, Unknown. I bet you're smiling ear to ear now. I bet you're smiling ear to ear now. It's funny how that works. It's funny how that works. You should be happy when it's up and down. I got a feeling too. Larry Ching. I think your feeling's wrong this time. Probably is. But that's okay. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with taking profits, bro. Anyone who shames you for taking profits, especially when you have a position as large as mine, that person doesn't understand the stock market, I'm sorry to say. You know, if you're looking out 5, 10, 20 years, taking profits is probably stupid, but that's okay. That's okay. And I'm only taking 10 shares at a time, so like it's not that big of a deal. Last time I was taking like 50 shares a time on the last run up. So I by the time if I remember correctly on the last run up, I had already sold like 200 or 300 shares before the stock even hit $24. So this time around, I'm actually doing a lot better. I've only sold 50 so far. But the amount of shares I bought at 20 is fucking ridiculous. So I don't know. I'm not too worried about it. I would actually like to raise more cash because I think it'd be fun, you know, if GameStop does go up and it's like 25, 30, 40. I think it'd be fun to like try to go find other trades potentially. Just go research other companies and stuff. You know, put like a couple $100 in or something. I think it could be fun, a little addition to the stream. But yeah, so I actually don't mind raising a little bit of cash at this point. But you know, the stock continues to run. Obviously, every share I take off the table, I'm gonna regret it eventually, you know? It's just, depends how you look at it. Depends how you look at it. Nah, no power packs. I actually ended up opening a few power packs after the stream ended. And it was... it was pretty stupid. It was pretty stupid. What I think would be an amazing video series would be if you took like a 1K and tried to make it into 10K or more. That'd be interesting. I just don't think I'd be able, like, I'm sure I'd be able to do it, but how long would it take? You know, that's the biggest issue with the stock market, is if you're not turning 1K into 10K in like a week or like a couple days, nobody gives a fuck. Because everyone's just trying to get rich tomorrow. You know, if it takes me like 2 years to turn 1K into 10K, nobody's gonna watch that. Nobody cares about that. People want that get rich shit. So, you know, it could be a fun series, but nah, I just need to do more stream clips, honestly. Whether they're about, of course, you know, I want the material to be more pointed towards GameStop, but realistically, I should just be posting like any stream clip. Like yesterday when we were reading that OpenAI thing and it said they were going to lose like $44 billion by 2027 or whatever, like, you know, I should have recorded that and posted the clip. Like, realistically, all I need to do is just post more stream clips, because you never know what subject will go viral. Whereas if you're making like a series like that, it's just, there's no, from my perspective, there's no like sure, you might be able to build like people watching it, whatever, but there's no like growth there from my perspective. Whereas like if you're posting news or like hot topics, you know, new topics, there's just more reach is the word I'm looking for. You know, like, sure, you know, trading 1K to 10K, like, there's no reach there. I make a video about GameStop's infinite money glitch, which I should have done, or just a stream clip. That's going to get people who already follow me to watch, and, you know, someone who is just reading that news for the first time and they don't know anything. Well, they probably know what GameStop is, but they haven't looked into GameStop or something. They go to YouTube, type in GameStop infinite money glitch, boom, my video's right there. or something, you know? Like I just feel like there's more reach when you're making videos about like news and topics and stuff. Like making and you also have to realize the amount of time you put into editing videos. Like the amount of time to edit a video. Like I don't even know what I would do as far as editing a video like that, you know, turning 1K to 10K. I couldn't even like picture it in my mind how I would edit a video like that. But if editing a video like that takes like 2 or 3 hours, it's probably not worth my time. It's really probably not. Whereas, you know, I can make 4 or 5 stream clips in like a couple hours or more potentially. I think Corey just turned a few K into a few more K. No, shh. Shh, don't tell him. Don't tell him, Ruben. Shh. Shh. Quiet. Quiet. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone that we just made like 30 grand in 3 days. Shh. Don't tell anyone. Yeah, don't tell anyone. Shh. Quiet. Shh. We got to keep that on the low. Oh shit. Dead ass though. You got to be careful telling people how much money you have. You know, it's funny because I'm like pretty public about it on the internet, but I was actually with my cousin and his girlfriend the other day, and his girlfriend asked me how much money I had in GameStop, and I told her, which I shouldn't have. And then literally the next day, like she was like really nice to me, and well, she asked me for $20 and I kind of got mad at her. But then after that, she was like really nice to me randomly. So I don't think you should tell people how much money you have, honestly. I don't think you should. I think that's a bad idea. It's probably why I have weird stalkers and shit. I look homeless, but that P&L don't. Facts. Facts. Been wearing the same And1 shorts since middle school. How much money do I have? None. I have GME. Perfect. Perfect. Next time someone asks, I'm just gonna tell them how many shares I have, and well, maybe that's not a good idea either. I don't know. Maybe it's better just to stay away from that subject. Funny we haven't heard To the Moon. Oh, we will. I mean, if it keeps running, just wait till it gets closer to 30. This is how it always goes. Like I don't know if you were here during the last run up to 30, but nobody gave a shit, bro. Nobody cared. And then once we hit like 27-ish, 30, then it was like the stream was flooded with people. For some reason, yeah, it'll get interesting if it keeps going up. It'll get more interesting the higher it goes. But for now, people are still ignoring it. Funny we haven't. Let's see. It's crazy to ask how much money someone has. Yeah. I mean, I hang out with them every day though, so it's not like that crazy. Just don't put the helmet on. What? That an ape. 27's the freaks. Freaks are enduring term. You know what's interesting is 24 and 27 are like the highest volume areas on the stock, And 27 is where a lot of the institutional buyers' cost average is. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Freaks are endurance athletes for sure. Grady, how much money do you have? That was funny. Several pesos. Okay, I got the 12 pesos. He said several pesos. He's rich, bro. Sorry, this price action got me feeling crazy. I mean, it's not only the price action, it's the technical fucking market structure you've broken out of, the insider buying, the tinfoil. It's all these things correlating. You know, we've seen the stock price go up before, but it's a little different this time. It's a little different this time. And the tin from Barking Puppy. Yeah, that shit's crazy, bro. The Barking Puppy tin's crazy. That shit's wild. How he's celebrating when Ryan Cohen announces his next buy? I don't know. Maybe we'll drink a beer. I don't fucking know. I don't really drink, and I don't have like. Yeah, so maybe we'll I won't shotgun. I don't like shotgunning, but maybe we'll slam a beer. We'll see. We'll see. I need to go to the bathroom though. I'll be right back. I'm back. It's kind of cold. I need my minky, bro. It's cold. It's cold. I need my minky. Woo. Ugh. Fucking freezing, dude. Fucking freezing. Ugh. Okay. Will it close the day above 10%? I don't know. I don't know. You'll probably close somewhere around here, and then if Ryan Cohen posts another buy, you'll probably go up to 24.20 most likely. I got some steak. I got some steak. I think that. I thought you got a beer. No, I got some steak. I got some steak. Let's give Corey a problem. I hate drinking, bro. I can never be an alcoholic. I hate drinking. You know, give me some blunts. Then we have a problem. You get some blunts in the rotation, then there's a problem. I'm gonna set a PR on deadlifting today if Ryan Cohn files again. Nice. Nice. Put it on prediction market. $405. Damn. That's impressive. I don't think I've ever done a deadlift. I'm kind of scared of that workout. Should be on its way to 24. Does look good, huh? Does look good, huh? Seaweed. I don't have any teriyaki seaweed. Need some teriyaki seaweed, bro. Teriyaki seaweed's so good. The warrants really aren't up that much. For how much the stock's up, I feel like the warrants should be up higher. Like, when was holy shit, look at that candle, bro. Look at that fucking candle. That shit's massive, bro. Look at that candle, dude. Look at that fucking candle, bro. Holy. Yeah, last time you were at these prices, the warrants were trading at like over $4. So the warrants aren't even really going up that much quite yet, which is pretty weird. But you also have a little less time on the warrants, so that could be why. But look at that fucking candle, bro. That candle is crazy. You had decent volume on this upside, too. Oh, dude, what if Ryan Cohen does buy again? What if he does buy again and he bought it, you know, like $22.50 and then he bought it like $23? I don't know. So interesting. So interesting, huh? Weekly candle will be hilarious. What is that gonna look like? Oh yeah, that's a solid weekly candle. You still got another day. The profile looks decent too. Like, not only are, you know, you're not really, you're kind of filling the profile the whole way up. It's pretty interesting. But we got to get on that Intel grind. We got to get on that Intel grind. I'm going to set another thing, another 10 shares for $23.69 if it goes up there. And yeah, we got to be on the Intel. We all know GameStop's exciting. Anyone who's been here for any relevant amount of time, or some of the new people. I'm sure you guys have been watching GameStop for a while, but the earning streams do much better than GameStop streams, so we got to focus on Intel for the next hour or two. If anything interesting happens with GameStop, of course, put it in the chat, but people are going to start showing up for Intel. And if there's hundreds of people in the chat, mention GameStop and see how funny it is. If we get a bunch of people in the chat, just give GameStop a little mention, and you'll get a good kick out of it. I promise. There's some funny takes out there. I know, huh? He is going to drop it. No, he'll drop it before the earnings call. That would be funny, though. Just mid-earnings call, be like, holy shit! Holy shit! The third buy! Oh yeah, I'll set up a poll one sec. I need to go grab a water. I don't have any waters down here. I spilt steak juice all over myself. Anybody do the math on whether the warrants are trading at a premium relative to the calls with the same strike price expiration? There is no options with the same strike price. There's the October 16th ones, but those are, 2 weeks behind the warrant expiration. So I would expect the warrants to I actually made, or I streamed, I talked about that during a stream. I used to have a stream clip of it, but I deleted it. But yeah, there's no October 31st call options. Oh yeah, I'll make the poll. Will INTC, God, I cannot type right now, go up or down on earnings? Question mark. Up, down. I gotta add a flat. There we go. The Intel investors hating will be further signal for more bullish run. Yeah, I bet all those Netflix investors feel pretty stupid. I'm sure those Netflix investors feel pretty dumb at this point. That's okay though. That's okay. It's all good. It's all good. Is it still going up? No, you sold off 23.50. Well, not really sold off, but some resistance at 23.50. I would expect some resistance on the way up. There's still people that want to short the stock, I'm sure. They just don't have anywhere to short it. Really? I mean, you did hit that old buy line, that old buy trend line. So, probably attempting to short off that, maybe. Who knows? How could you not want to short it? I heard they're losing all sorts of money on their crypto play and closing stuff. Yeah, bro, it's trash. Trash! It's trash! Why would you want to long GameStop? It's not like it's been holding $20 for the past year and a half or anything like that. It's not like the CEO is a straight up gangster. It's not like the board's also really gangster. Bitcoin not even moving. Did the markets hit highs again? I guess I should have looked at that. Anyone else gonna get killed by this snowstorm? I think you said you were East Coast, didn't you? So probably not me. Muma, maybe. I don't think it's supposed to snow where I'm at. want to put another 10 on 2420 as well. Because if Ryan does buy, you should expect a random little spike. I meant to do GTC XTO on that. But I want to check the rest of the market here. Let's see. The Russell hit another. Oh, wait, that's a weekly. We need the daily charts. Yeah, the Russell hit another all-time high today. The Dow almost tapped all-time highs. S&P and NASDAQ still lagging. Yeah, gold's ripping, bro. Gold's ripping. Crazy. You got a decent bounce off Meta, off of that buy line. Kind of interesting. I had a feeling that would be a good trade. XLP's flat. The chip ETF hit an all-time high today. Transports hit all-time highs too. Yeah, now GameStop hit that little resistance. So interesting. GameStop hit that old buy line and sold off on it. So interesting. The shorts are just looking for anywhere to short. I guess that's, yeah, honestly. Like, that's the only place you really have. So interesting. It's gonna be so funny if Ryan does another 13D, bro. It's gonna be so funny. Oh, it's gonna be hilarious if he does another one. The shorts have no clue what they're doing right now. They're so fucked if he files another one. Seems out of nowhere, claiming like negative 40 to 50. Damn. Gold reaching 5K. Leverage gold long. In the end, he made 13K. It would be more. Oh, nice. Well, that's chill. At least he didn't get liquidated. Definitely could have got liquidated very easily. Leverage is a scary game. I remember we both said he's crazy. Hey, I'm glad it worked out for him. It's just usually leverage doesn't work out for most people. Usually you get liquidated. Like you may be right on the play, but usually you get liquidated before it works out. So, congrats to him. Gold never dipped 5% from his buy price. You got lucky. Yeah. I mean, 5% is a big move on gold, though. But still. Pretty... leverage is sketch, bro. It's just sketch that you can be right and still lose. Like, it's cool, you know, you can make a bunch of money if it works out, but... still losing while being right, man, that guy would have been kicking himself if he got liquidated and then it hit 5K. Like, that guy would have been kicking his own nuts. And that's, you know, that's usually what happens. Like, I remember 2022, I shorted the market before it crashed. And literally the day it started crashing, I got liquidated, and then the market crashed for like the next like month or two, 20-30% or whatever. I think it was like, I don't remember what it was exactly, but I've been in those shoes with a leverage position on a play I know was gonna hit, and then got liquidated and it hit. Like, it just sucks. It sucks. I've just been there. Ugh, excuse me. What the heck? I'm already signed in though. I should just be able to view this. Got about 30 minutes till the market closes. Will Intel disclose what percentage of the GPU market they have was sub 1%, 24, 1%, 25? Curious if they get more of that market cap. I didn't know that. That's kind of interesting. I think this is my first Intel earnings call. I never had a stream of it. I tried to find a stream to just steal the info from, but I don't think I've ever streamed Intel. I think they usually have, well, Intel's been flat for a long time too, so this is the first time Intel's, you know, over doubled prior to an earnings. So I usually never stream it. For some reason, whoops. What's up, Devin Toops? How you doing, bro? Hope you're doing good, bro. Hope you're crushing it right now on GameStop. Hope you're crushing it. $12K, nice. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Oh yeah. The epic Intel music. There we go. Split screen. Nice. Oh, wait. It's supposed to be Intel. Ah, son of a bitch. I messed that up. There we go. There we go. Got it. What do you think's going to happen with Intel? I have no clue. Earnings is a flip of the coin, my friend. If anyone tries to tell you that they know what's going to happen on earnings, they're probably trying to sell you a course or something. Nobody knows. Earnings is a random event. They could post the best earnings in the world and the stock could still go down. So, having an opinion on earnings is kind of pointless. You either place your bet or you don't. I don't have an opinion. I haven't even looked at Intel's options, so I don't know what the market's pricing in. So I don't have an opinion. We can do that, I guess. We can look at Intel's options. Taking a spread. That might be a good idea. It hasn't gone up a lot already, so who knows? Who knows? Let's see. It's pricing in like $4, $5. Yeah. Maybe 6. So we'll just say 5. Let's price it in like $5. It's already ran up. Yeah, I don't have an opinion on that, bro. That's insane. I don't have no opinion on that. I wouldn't gamble on it. Seems like a terrible gamble for earnings, but good luck to anyone who's doing it. I was gonna do puts if SPY was 670s. Real question is Ryan buying more? I got a feeling he might. I got a feeling he bought in the morning at 23, or because he's already had a insider buy back in 2023 at 22.53 or something like that. And like the first hour of the market, you bounced right off of 22.53 about with decent volume, so potentially he bought again today, but we'll see. We'll see. It would be cool to see for sure. It would be cool to see. screw you. There we go. There we go. Are GME investors in every corner of the market? Well, you are in a GameStop stream. We are streaming about Intel earnings today, but this is a stream primarily about GameStop, so around these parts, yeah, there's a lot of GameStop investors, and they're crushing right now, so you'd be excited too if you had as many GameStop shares as a lot of people here. It'd be weird just to buy 2 and stop. Dude's a billionaire. 20 mil is 20K to middle class. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, why? Yeah, I mean, he has that compensation plan too to buy like 3.5 billion in shares. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he kept buying as well. I've been in GME since 2021. Just coming across your page. Oh, nice. Well, welcome. Welcome. My 10 is he buys for next 2 weeks and tweets come from Barking Puppy. I think so too. I think the Barking Puppy thing is interesting because everyone tries to like relate the price action to Roaring Kitty's tweets. And if the stock starts to go up and Barking Puppy creates the meme movie, I mean, you can't put the blame on Roaring Kitty anymore. Like, you really can't. It just goes to show that it's real price action, and it's most likely a short closing. So that'll be the exciting part about that. Because I hate that people try to relate Roaring Kitty's tweets to the price action. Like, I think that shit's annoying. Because in my world, it's irrelevant. And it'd be cool to see him prove that it's not him moving the stock. But if Ryan Cohen keeps buying, maybe it was. If Ryan Cohen keeps buying, maybe it was Roaring Kitty that moved the stock. Because right now, Ryan Cohen's moving the stock single-handedly, in a way. Bingo card has a filing today, and Barking Puppy starts tomorrow. I hope I got the right bingo card. I would think... I don't know if he would start it on a Friday. You think? I would expect more next week, but... I don't know. Get people all excited for the weekend. Roaring Kitty tweets Sundays and Wednesdays. Where's the tin plug? Oh, I'm all tinned out. I'm all tinned out, bro. We got all that tin yesterday. We smoked so much tin yesterday, I don't even know if I can take any more tin. I don't know if I can take any more tinfoil after yesterday, bro. That was crazy. Nick Shirley. Maybe Barking Puppy tweets other days. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Kevin had a Nightcrawler review that in it said, "I can tell by your tie it's Friday." Oh, really interesting. Intel's an anagram for Latin. 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 That's funny. That's funny. Did we see the Nightcrawler review? I can't remember if we watched or I don't know if I watched the Nightcrawler one. I can't remember, bro. What's up, K Win 10 Van? K Win, what's up, bro? Hope you're doing good. I seen it last night. Went through it all. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, that is I kind of wish I had Instagram for that, but I'm not gonna go make an Instagram. I don't like not a big fan of Meta, and I know too many people on like Facebook and stuff that I don't want to talk to, so I kind of refuse to make a Meta account, whether it be Facebook or Instagram. Make sure you guys hit that like button if you have not. Appreciate everyone here. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're all doing good. Hopefully you're excited for Intel earnings. And if you're not excited for Intel earnings, hopefully you're excited for GameStop. Because GameStop's pretty exciting right now in a lot of ways. Hopefully the excitement doesn't get crushed, though, like it does every time. Hopefully it's not all for nothing. How often does Kevin post movie reviews? Does he post them every night, or is he posting them during the day? When did you have you seen any patterns of like when he posts those? Like midnight every night? Oh, really? Okay. So there's not gonna be a new one until tomorrow, I guess. Because we watched that Disturbia one or whatever. Whoa, look at this tinfoil. I don't know if this is real or not. Tell Roaring Kitty to tweet soon. Kevin Legend respond, barking puppy is taking over from here. I don't know if that's real or not. That's fucking crazy if that's real. That's crazy if that's real. That was back in December. Very interesting. There's some tin for you. There's some tin for you to huff on. Ryan to own 10% of GME, he would have to buy 500K 5 more days and 200K shares one day. Well, he used to almost own 13% of the company. What if he pushes that? What would that be? That would be like that'd be quite a bit of shares, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be like another 9 million shares? It's 5 because you're at 9.3 right now. If you were gonna go back to 12, that'd be 20, 25-ish. So 25 times 500,000. Oh no, that's 12.5 million shares. I think it'd be interesting if he bought another 9,001,000 shares, you know? I think that would be interesting. Just copy and oh wait, I can't copy and paste that because I have the stream copied and pasted. Intel stock. At least there's one use for Twitter. I can post my earnings streams and people might actually see it. Whereas the GameStop things just get flooded by bots and get hidden. Whatever came of the ice cream tweet. Yeah, he deleted that. Wasn't there a Roaring Kitty meme where Luda was rapping about buying 500 a pop? I don't know if it was 500. I know what you're talking about though. I can't watch that one though. It's music. I don't think it's 500 though, is it? Maybe it is. What hours earnings? Earnings is after the market closes. It is 500? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Huh. Huh. $500 and a mention of 10.5. I gotta go find it now. Yeah, let us know. What do I think? Up or down? I don't. I don't think. I don't know how to think. What chair do I use? I don't know what chair this is. I got it from my uncle. It's like some like $500-600 chair. It's pretty nice, but it's old and I broke the last one on stream. I broke the armrest on stream. I don't know if anyone remembers that. That shit was funny. But I don't know what the brand is. It's just some nice office chair. About to give Corey tin poisoning. Next earning in late end of March. Is it? I thought it was next month. Is that what it is? Is March? That makes sense. Because it wasn't last earnings like December something? Early December? So that would make sense. 420? That'd be crazy. That'd be hilarious. That'd be hype. Clip that. Jovial and good vibes. How many times have you done shrooms? Quite a few, but I haven't done mushrooms in years. I don't really like mushrooms. I don't like being high that long. And the mushroom high is intense as fuck. Not a fan. I don't like ruining a day to take mushrooms. I'd rather go to the gym. Personally, I don't think doing drugs makes you like an enlightened person, though. I've never thought that. So, I don't know if saying I am the way I am is because of mushrooms. This is just who I am. I'm doing what I love. I hop on this stream every day, and there's beautiful people here. So, it's kind of hard not to be excited when you're doing what you love to do. But I've never thought like mushrooms made people like enlightened or happy or anything like that. I've never thought that. I think it gives you the perception that it's doing that, but the reality is you're just taking drugs and changing the how you think. When is the vote? March or April. They haven't given a date for it. Expecting 60 plus tomorrow. All right. We'll see. We'll see. Clip the chair breaking, easy content. I don't even remember what stream that was on. That was a long time ago. That was quite a while ago. Curious for the GME. GameStop's interesting. Not just because it's going up right now. GameStop's an interesting investment if you're looking out 5, 10, 20 years. If you're just looking at the daily price action, you know, I don't know how interesting it is, but if you're looking at it, I mean, even the daily price action on GameStop's pretty interesting, but from my perspective, the most interesting part of GameStop is the next 5, 10, 20 years. Build my company because of mushrooms. I got complacent. It made me panic about wasting time. I'd be rich for the 1K of 23 calls to Friday. Assume he buys more. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, mushrooms do make you like think a lot. So I guess, you know, there are some positives to doing things like that. But I've seen way more like negative, you know, I've seen people get the negative end of doing something like that more than the positive end. Most people I know that do drugs aren't doing them to like better their lives. They're doing them to escape, basically. And I don't think doing drugs as an escape is a good idea. Michael Pollan's book on psychedelics, but never tried them. That's good, bro. That's good. I've never done acid. I don't think I'd want to. But I don't like those drugs, bro. I don't like drugs that last for hours. That's why I like smoking weed, because, you know, you smoke a little bit, you feel good, and then it's gone, like, not too long later. Like, doing mushrooms or something, you're committing a day. You're committing a day to doing mushrooms. Like, I can't do that, bro. I can't commit a day to being high. I can't live my life like that. It's changed a lot. Yep. GameStop has changed a lot, but, you know, like I said, 5, 10, 20 years, if you're not... You can trade you can trade any stock on the stock market, but I think 5, 10, 20 years on GameStop is interesting. Intel. What's up, SC? What's up? Tridey Parker. RS. What's up, RS? Therapeutic potential is entirely derived from intentioned use. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I can agree with that. Drugs with no guidance / boundaries is just doing drugs. Yep. What's up, Not So Panda? I like that name. Not So Panda. Hope you're doing good. Many weird catalysts for upside. Yeah, and potentially the downside is extremely limited. And if the business continues to grow and they continue to do well, the downside's only going to get less and less. You know, a lot of people talk about the upside of GameStop, but for me, the most interesting part is the potential downside risk. Like, I don't feel like GameStop has a lot of downside risk. Doesn't mean the stock can't go down, you know, I would never say that. I would never say the stock can't go down, but as time goes on, the downside risk should become less and less. been a while, and Ryan Cohen made a lot of good progress, but these kind of days give me a lot of hype. Let's go. You should be. You should be hyped. You should be hyped. I mean, hype can be bad. I've seen a lot of people get screwed on hype, but it is an interesting time in the stock, that's for sure. That's for sure. What's it at anyway? How's it doing? You know, you're still above 23 a little bit. Doesn't GME go up right before earnings every time? I don't know. $65,500,000 a pop. Hold the phone. 3 years later, stepped out the swap. Filed with all the cat haters. Real lyrics. 10.5 gators. Kind of funny. $65,500,000 a pop. Hold the phone. 3 years later, stepped out the swap filled with all the cat haters. Is he building his position up to 65 million? Wouldn't that be about 12%? 65 million shares divided by 448. That'd be a 14%. I don't know. That'd be crazy. Could you imagine he double his position? That'd be fucking nuts, bro. If he doubles his position. That'd be absolutely insane. Appreciate your candor on this topic. Other streamers are nowhere near as transparent. Yeah, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. I think a lot of streamers out there are trying to be someone who they're not. And I think in the beginning I was in some ways doing that, and a lot of people out there are trying to sell you something. I don't have anything to sell you. I'm just here enjoying my stream with the people I stream with every single day, the people in the chat. So I think it's all about intention, right? So those options made $400 in 5 minutes. Nice. I don't do drugs. I am drugs. I think the Intel stock will go down after earnings call. We'll see. We endured 6 months of can kicking. True. Hey, I mean, I could endure another couple years personally. If it means I can buy more shares at lower 20s, I'm down with some more can kicking. It'd be nice for the stock to go up, I guess, but I would also like to buy more. When Trump talks about Intel, the stock goes up. When their CEO talks, the stock somehow goes down. I think that's just a coincidence. I don't know if that's I think that's just a coincidence. I don't know, though. Sold the spread, made 300 calls. The IV made my puts break even. Got to subtract treasury shares, yeah. I mean, yeah, you could. You could subtract a lot of shares, DRS shares. You could subtract a lot of shares, but, the public float's 448, so that's just what I would go off of. I think the actual float's over 500, isn't it? It's just the public float is 448. No, the public float's actually 405. The shares outstanding is 448, so yeah, you definitely could minus shares off of that, but if they're going off of ownership, they're going off of shares outstanding. They're not going off of the public float. Damn, quite a bit of people here. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Thanks for being here for the Intel earnings. Hope you guys are excited. What trades are you guys doing on Intels? Are you guys betting calls, puts? You buying the shares, shorting the stock? What trades are you guys doing? What do you guys got going on for the Intel earnings? Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. God, I cannot type today, bro. There's the market closed. There's the market closed. Into GMEU? Really interesting. Show me the bell. If you smoke and get high, the stock goes high. Huge volume on GME at close, really? GME close 15 million volume. Nice. Nice. Well, let me know if anything happens. Intel's dropping. Intel's dropping, so let's see. Let's see, what did they already report? That was quick. They reported that quick. I don't even know if they reported yet. I don't even think Intel's reported yet. You're just getting a reaction already. Let's see. Oh, right here. So expected number for EPS is 0.08. Actual is 0.15. Beat by 88%. Revenue was 13.39 billion. Expected, the actual number was 13.674 billion, a beat by 4% or 2%. EPS is up 15% year over year. Revenue down 4% year over year. EPS down 35% quarter over quarter. And revenue up quarter over quarter. Interesting. So it might not be that interesting. Stock's down 4% so far. Let's see if they posted their report on the website here. Yep, right here. Right here, let's see. Intel reports fourth quarter and full year 2025 financial results. Fourth quarter revenue was a 13.7 billion, down 4% year over year. Full year revenue was 52.9 billion, flat year over year. Year over year comparisons have not been adjusted for the deconsolidation of Altera in the third quarter of 2025. Fourth quarter earnings loss per share EPS attributable to Intel was negative 0.12. Non-GAAP EPS attributable to Intel was 0.15. Full year EPS attributable to Intel was negative 0.06. Non-GAAP EPS attributable to Intel was 0.42. Forecasting first quarter 2026 revenue of 11.7 billion to 12.7 billion. Expecting first quarter EPS attributable to Intel of negative 0.21 and non-GAAP EPS attributable to Intel of 0. Intel reported fourth quarter and full year 2025 financial results. Our conviction in the essential role of CPUs in the AI era continues to grow. We delivered a solid finish to the year and made progress on our journey to build a new Intel. The introduction of our first product on Intel 18A, the most advanced process technology developed and manufactured in the United States, marks an important milestone, and we're working aggressively to grow supply to meet strong customer demand. Our priorities are clear: sharpen execution, reinvigorate engineering excellence, and fully capitalize on vast opportunity AI presents across all our business. We exceeded Q4 expectations across revenue, gross margin, and EPS, even as we navigated industry-wide supply shortages. We expect our available supply to be at its lowest level in Q1 before improving in Q2 and beyond. Demand fundamentals across our core market remains healthy as the rapid adoption of AI reinforces the importance of the x86 ecosystem as the world's most widely deployed high-performance compute architecture. All right. It's not. I mean, it's down percentage-wise a decent amount, but I mean, you didn't even move what the option market was pricing in. The option market was pricing in like a $4 or $5 move, so potentially you already had a decent sized run up going into the earnings. And yeah, you didn't really get the full earnings move here. It doesn't seem like, unless, it's going to start to sell off in the earnings call. We'll see. We'll see when the earnings call starts. Stocks can sell off in the earning. I mean, it could go up on the earnings call too. Anything can happen after hours. Wouldn't put too much weight on the after hours. In the fourth quarter, company generated $4.3 billion in cash from operations. For the full year, the company generated $9.7 billion in cash from operations. Business unit summary. In the first quarter of 2025, the company made an organizational change to integrate the network and edge group NEX into CCG and DCAI, and modified Intel's segment reporting to align to this, and certain other business reorganizations. All prior period segment data has been retrospectively adjusted to reflect the way Intel's chief operating decision maker internally receives information and manages and monitors the company's operating segment performance. Effective September 12th, 2025, Altera, previously a wholly owned subsidiary, was deconsolidated from Intel's consolidated financial statements following the closing of the sale of 51% of Altera's issued and outstanding common stock. Altera's financial results of operations were included in Intel's consolidated financial results, and its all other business unit category for all periods presented through September 11th, 2025. There are no changes to Intel's consolidated financial statements for any prior period. Business highlights. Intel unveiled the Intel Core Ultra Series 3 processor family, the company's first AI PC platform built on Intel 18A process technology, designed and manufactured in the United States. Intel Core Ultra Series 3 is expected to power more than 200 designs from leading global original equipment manufacturers, spanning premium to mainstream laptops, gaming handhelds, robotics, and industrial edge devices. Intel Core Ultra Series 3 is expected to be most broadly adopted and globally available AI PC platform Intel has ever delivered. Intel and Cisco announced a collaboration on the integrated platform for distributed AI workloads. Powered by Intel Xeon 6 system on chip, Cisco Unified Edge brings compute, networking, storage, and security closer to where data is generated, enabling real-time AI inferencing and agentic workloads at the edge. Intel also centralized its data center and AI businesses under Kevork Kachishian, Executive Vice President and General Manager of the Data Center Group, ensuring tight coordination across CPUs, GPUs, and platform strategy. Intel 18A ramped to high-volume manufacturing in Arizona and Oregon, reinforcing Intel's position as the only company undertaking research, design, and development of leading-edge and next-generation semiconductor manufacturing technologies, as well as the high-volume manufacturing of logic semiconductors utilizing leading-edge nodes in the U.S. Intel, Foundry, and ASML have demonstrated technical viability of the most advanced lithography scanner available in delivering improved accuracy and productivity that positions high numeric aperture EUV for future high-volume manufacturing. Intel strengthened its leadership team with the appointments of Cindy Stoddard as Senior Vice President and Chief Information Officer Robin Caldwell as Senior Vice President of Government Affairs, and Annie Shea Weckesser as Senior Vice President and Chief Marketing and Communications Officer. The company also announced that Craig H. Barrett, Ph.D., was appointed as an independent member of its board of directors. The sale of $5 billion of Intel's common stock to NVIDIA was completed, further strengthening the company's balance sheet and strategic flexibility. Intel's guidance for the first quarter of 2026 includes both GAAP and non-GAAP estimates as follows. Reconciliations between GAAP and non-GAAP financial measures are included below. Actual results may differ materially from Intel's business outlook as a result of, among other things, the factors described under forward-looking statements. The gross margin and EPS outlooks are based on midpoint of the revenue range. Okay. A lot of random info. I mean, you could look at all the numbers, but I can't really sit and read numbers. It doesn't. If you want to go see the numbers, you're gonna have to look that up yourself. I can only give you the words. The birds. Now it's down over 5%. You're about to be down 6%. Wow, it's going down quite a bit. Quite a bit. Pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. They probably haven't put their 10Q up, or 10K, I imagine. They're usually pretty slow on that. Yeah, just the 8K. It's quiet, too quiet, yeah. For how many people are here right now? It's pretty quiet. Must have been a lot of bullish people or something, I don't know. Did you not get any, no filings or anything? No filings on GameStop? Nothing? Nothing. Nothing? Interesting. Too busy hitting F5? Make sure you guys hit that like button if you have not. Let's see. Fourth quarter revenue was $13.7 billion, down 4% year over year. Full revenue was $52.9 billion, flat year over year. Year over year comparisons have not been adjusted for the deconsolidation of Altera in the third quarter of 2025. Fourth quarter earnings / loss per share EPS attributable to Intel was negative 0.12. Non-GAAP EPS attributable to Intel was 0.15. Full year EPS attributable to Intel was negative 0.06. Non-GAAP EPS attributable to Intel was 0.42. Forecasting first quarter 2026 revenue of $11.7 billion to $12.7 billion. Expecting first quarter EPS attributable to Intel of negative 0.21 and non-GAAP EPS attributable to Intel of 0. Our conviction in the essential role of CPUs in the AI era continues. We delivered solid finish to the year and made progress on our journey to build a new Intel. Introduction of our first product on Intel 18A. Most advanced process technology developed and manufactured in the United States. Marks an important milestone, and we're working aggressively to grow supply to meet strong customer demand. Our priorities are clear: sharpen execution, reinvigorate engineering excellence, and fully capitalize on the vast opportunity AI presents across all the businesses. This is all just the same stuff we just read, it seems like. Yeah, it's all the same stuff we just read. So we just gotta wait for the earnings call now. But in the meantime, I guess let's see what other things had earnings today. Whoopsies. ISRG, Intuitive Surgical, that's up 2%, whatever that is. I think it's not quite all-time highs, but that thing's trading at all-time highs, whatever that thing is. Some financials, CSX, what's that? What's CSX? Railroads? How's that? Wow, that's up quite a bit, up 5%. That's a new all-time high on CSX. That did well. Alcoa is also up 4%. Not a new high on Alcoa, but that thing is crushing. And the rest is banks. I don't really. Well, you got Alaska Air Group. I guess I can look at that. I don't really care about banks though. Alaska Air Group hasn't moved. I don't think they've released their earnings yet. That one looks kind of interesting though. Okay. Wow, Intel's getting crushed right now. Down 6.5%. Intel is getting crushed, son. Someone just messaged me, your average cost is $20. Why are you upset that the stock's down? That's crazy. Someone commented on my Twitter post for the sharing the stream of the Intel chart, and it showed. I'll just show you guys. It's kind of funny because he has 150 shares, and he says, "Ouchie, bro, your average cost is 1983. What? 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 Ouchie, you're tripping, bro. You're tripping." That's crazy. That's crazy. Dude, I don't know why I can't type today, bro. I don't know what is going on. There we go. I thought that was kind of funny. Intel busted. Waiting for a whale. AMD's the way to go. I do like AMD's business more, but I don't know. I wouldn't buy either of them personally. COF? What's that? It's Capital One. Yeah, Capital One's down quite a bit, but isn't that at all-time highs? Yeah, Capital One's was just at all-time highs, so that's not a big deal. Take it on the chin, all right. Well, as long as you're in Intel for the long term, you know, this short-term price action doesn't matter. Joby? What the hell's Joby? Probably not. I've never heard of that. Joby Aviation, isn't that a tiny ass company? Oh, 13 billion. I mean, it's sitting at all-time highs, brand new IPO. I don't have any opinions on that. I'm not interested in stocks that are sitting at all-time highs or you know, stocks that have only been trading on the market for like 3 years. I like more history than that. Still waiting on the earnings call. I don't think it comes out for another like 40 minutes. It's going to be a while for the earnings call. I'm surprised there's not more people here though. I thought Intel would be a more hyped earnings. Like there's still quite a bit of people here, but I thought there would be way more people here. There's more people in here for the Netflix earnings than this. I feel like Intel's been more of a hyped up stock than Netflix, but I don't know. Maybe there's a bunch of other streamers streaming it, copying me. Possible, I guess. It's possible. They like to copy me. I'm long-term Intel bag holder of 2 years. Nice. Nice. First time in here for Intel earnings. Well, welcome, Neotech. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. Still got a little bit for the earnings call, but we're just hanging out. We're just hanging out until then. Better go up or the kids are gonna be hungry tonight. That's fucked up. That's fucked up, bro. That's so funny. You sound like the YouTuber Goblin. Goblin is a drug addict user, or Goblin is a drug addict loser. Don't ever compare me to that guy. That guy's a fucking loser, bro. I'm sorry. Don't ever compare me to that guy. Please. Please don't ever compare me to Goblin. That guy fucking sucks. Alright, that's fine. I'm just talking shit, bro. I'm just talking shit. I don't actually care about that guy. I'm just talking shit. Appreciate you for the live stream. I appreciate you being here, bro. I appreciate you being here. Gonna sub. Thank you, promo. Thank you, promo. Hopefully we'll see you again. I'm reading something about a roaring kitty tweet. What's that all about? I don't know. Is there a roaring kitty tweet? Probably not. Paramount's gonna buy AMC? Probably not. No, I don't do drugs, Diego. I smoke weed sometimes, but I don't do drugs. I don't even drink, bro. I'm not into anime, sorry. Is Peppa by Pepsi? I haven't looked at Pepsi in a long time. Pepsi's a good company though, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have an opinion on Pepsi. I think Pepsi's a good company, but as far as the stock being a good investment, you know, that's highly up for debate. What's my biggest long-term holding? I have every dollar in GameStop. And that's all I invest in. No hobbies, just buy GME. Amen, amen. That's a good life right there. That's a good life right there. Maybe. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Roaring Kitty's not an anime. He's just joking, bro. You need to chill. You need to chill, bro. He's just joking. You're in a GameStop stream right now. We just happen to be live streaming Intel today, but most of the people here are GameStop investors. He's just fucking with you, bro. It's all good. It's all good. I'm an Intel at 1983. This ain't shit. Are you the guy who sent me the tweet? Are you the guy who commented on my Reddit or on my Twitter, bro? Is that you? He had the same exact cost average. That's fucking funny if that's you. You're joking? No, I'm not joking. All in GameStop, baby. All in GameStop. Bro's gonna show his portfolio one time on accident. It's gonna be full of Mag 7. He's just rage baiting. You sure about that? You think I would buy the Mag 7? I think the Mag 7's dog shit. I think, you know, I think the Mag 7 will continue to go up forever because it's the biggest companies, greatest companies in the world, but I don't fucking buy the Mag 7. Fuck that shit. I buy GameStop, bro. GameStop's the only good and only interesting investment on the market. GameStop's literally the only interesting investment on the market. I ain't gonna buy no Mag 7. That's crazy. What do I look like? A boomer? You think I'm a boomer or something, bro? You think I'm just gonna buy the Mag 7? It's me, I just switched over. Oh, hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Well, I mean, congrats on the average cost. That's a nice average cost. Congrats on that. You sure about that? Bro, definitely invest in cannabis stocks? No, I think cannabis stocks are trash, honestly. And I'm not actually joking about that one. Like the Mag 7, you know, Mag 7 will probably always be good investments. But cannabis stocks are actually dog shit. What about Take-Two Interactive? I don't know. I think Grand Theft Auto 6 is interesting, but Take-Two as a business as a whole, I'm not that interested in. I come here for GME chats, not earnings. Hell yeah, well, I mean, you should come in more often. We were talking all tinfoil yesterday. Yesterday was a pretty tinfoil heavy day for GameStop. More like Lag 7. Boomers don't buy the Mag 7. What do they buy then? Pretty sure that's what boomers buy. Code needs to do something drastic and pivot and make GameStop more online. You need to go research the business. I don't know if you know what you're talking about, bro. I don't think you know what you're talking about. Your opinion doesn't line up with the reality of the business. So I don't think you know what you're talking about. GameStop, hell nah, I'm a YOLO into Beyond. Beyond's trash. Beyond's shit. Like, Beyond might be worse than cannabis stocks. If I'm just being honest. Beyond is terrible. Ugh. Beyond? Nah, no, Beyond? Oh, bro, come on. Come on. Beyond is garbage. Had 300 shares at one point, but I sold half at 40. Oh, nice. Nice, bro. Nice. Nothing wrong with taking profits. Nothing wrong with taking profits, bro. Beyond is so trash that it might just 10x. I mean, the stock, any trash company, the stock can go up. I don't care about that. I'm not investing in a chart. I invest in business. There's a lot of stocks that could go up a lot. Doesn't mean I'd ever want to buy them because the businesses are garbage. A stock price going up or down doesn't necessarily correlate with the business. $30 minutes to go. Yes, sir. We're almost there. We're almost to the earnings call. We're on our way. I'm surprised there's not more people here though. I thought Intel would be like a really, really hype stream. But there's still quite a bit of people here, but I really thought there would be a lot more. If you guys haven't, share the stream. Share it on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever social medias you guys have. Share the stream. It's good for you. It's good luck. It's good luck. I'll be back in 30 minutes, 7:30 a.m. here, and I need to get to work. Oh, wow. That's crazy, bro. It's like the middle of the afternoon where I'm at. That's wild. 7:30 a.m.? That is actually wild. Market's already reacted. Probably bad earnings. Looks like Ryan Cohen doesn't want me to hit a PR. He bought 1 million shares. That's nice. That's a lot. What do I think about Nike? I mean, I don't think about Nike, but I think it's interesting that Tim Cook bought a position. I think that's interesting. Nike's at this point is a pretty interesting investment, but you know, I only put my money in GameStop, so like my opinion about other stocks and business is kind of biased. But if GameStop wasn't a thing, I think Nike could be interesting at these prices. I actually haven't looked at it since the earnings. What's it at? 65? Yeah. Still crush. I mean, it's only been going up since Tim Cook bought. But yeah. Nike's somewhat interesting. I think the insider buys on Nike are extremely interesting. More than anything. Wonder if it being down 5% is telling what's in store. Probably not. Probably not. Maybe though. I'm in Nike at 60. Nice. Is it Lulu a better buy? I don't know. Nike seems to have more value. Isn't Lulu at all-time highs? I mean, Lulu might be the better company, but if Lulu's sitting at all-time highs, I wouldn't say it's the better buy. I don't know. Lulu's actually down quite a bit. Damn, I haven't looked at Lulu in a long time. That's down a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I actually haven't looked at Lulu in a long time. I didn't know it was down that much. Last time I looked at Lulu was fucking at all-time highs, basically, so I haven't looked at this in over a year. Bought Nike the same day insiders bought. Hell yeah, hell yeah. That's fire, bro. That's fire. That's fire, bro. I love that. I love that. EB Games in Australia just closed a lot of stores this month. That's a good thing, bro. If the stores were unprofitable, that's a good thing. Cutting costs is valuable. What's the point of having unprofitable stores open? And even if they are profitable, if they're only making like 2, 3, 4% margins, is it really worth having the store open? Probably not. You can make, you can make 3% just holding cash, so if they're unprofitable or making really small margins, there's no point to have those stores open. When do they have the call? It should start here in like 25 minutes about. Have you guys heard of this shit coin called Netflix? No. I've heard of the multi-billion-dollar business called Netflix that we streamed about 2 days ago. Have you heard of this terrible show called Stranger Things? Have you heard of this show that was like really, potentially one of the best shows ever made, and they completely ruined it? Have you heard of that? That's the real reason why Netflix is down. You guys know that, right? It's because Stranger Things was trash. I joke. That has nothing to do with the stock, but it is funny. It is funny. I haven't watched it yet. I mean, the first few seasons are good, but the last season wasn't great. I don't watch shows until all the seasons come out. Well, all the seasons are out. Agree, they ruined it. I wouldn't say they ruined it, but it's definitely not a great ending. Not a great ending. What do I think about Super Micro or APLD? I don't like either of those companies. I think the only reason people talk about APLD is because the stock is up so much. And same with Super Micro. Super Micro's business is okay, from what I remember, but APLD, I don't think APLD's business is good. The only reason people talk about APLD is because of the stock chart. But from what I remember, Super Micro's okay. But I haven't looked at Super Micro in a while. But I don't find APLD interesting. It's already up too much. It's a kid's show? Not really. I wouldn't say it's a kid's show. It's a show about kids. Well, not really. I don't know. Stranger Things is its own beast. It's actually really good. It's actually really good. The Wire, Sopranos, Breaking Bad. I've seen Breaking Bad. I actually just started watching The Sopranos. I'm only like 2 episodes in, though. And I've never heard of The Wire. I've never heard of The Wire. Those Stranger Things shoes were a good investment. Got the Steve Harrington and Phantoms. Wait, what? Stranger Things shoes? What are you talking about? Landman. Some people were talking about Landman the other day in here. There were so many shows that had so much hype and fell off in the last season, and I'm so glad I didn't invest the time. That's fair. That's fair. What about the Peaky fucking Blinders? The Peaky Blinders is fire. Better Call Saul. Better Call Saul's good. 11/22/63 is what I've been slowly watching on Netflix. Wait, what? That's the show's name? What? That's actually the show's name? HBO's 7-10 best shows ever made. That's why they want Warner Brothers. What shows? I've never heard that. What shows? Early seasons of Yellowstone are good. Number wise, Game of Thrones is the best. It's about time travel and stopping JFK from being assassinated. I believe it's a Stephen King book. Oh, interesting. How did the earnings report go? I mean, the stock's down a lot, so probably not that good. I don't know. I don't have an opinion. I don't track Intel enough to really have an opinion on it. Game of Thrones is the most downloaded watch. Interesting. What other shows? You said 7-10. What other shows? I don't know like what shows Warner Brothers has made, but Game of Thrones makes sense. 5 p.m. earnings call. Yeah, in 20 minutes. 19 minutes, I guess. The mining company owned by AMC. AMC's garbage. So, I don't know. I imagine the mining company's not great either. Stock's up quite a bit. Wow, the stock went up 20% today? What the hell? That thing's ripping. Why is that going up so much? That's crazy. That's up a lot. Silver? Ah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Sopranos, Game of Thrones, The Wire, OZ, 6 Feet Under. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to continue to watch The Sopranos. And AMC sold most of it before the run up. Really? That's fucking crazy, bro. That's crazy. That's wild. ICOP? What's that? Copper? Oh, wow. I didn't know there was a copper ETF. That's kind of cool. That thing's been crushing. I mean, any metal thing has been crushing, obviously. But I didn't know there was a copper ETF. I've never looked at that. That's pretty cool. Good to know. Good to know. You know, if metals ever sell off and you're ever able to get in a trade, you know, I'm not buying. I wouldn't buy that shit at all-time highs. Oops, we need Intel chart. When does the Intel call start? Like 15 minutes. Movano up. 6 Feet Under, Metal Band. Watch a few more Sopranos. You remember the year it was made. It's very good for the time until Game of Thrones is considered the best. Yeah, wasn't Sopranos made like 96 or something like that? CO sold majority of gold mine. Then a few weeks after they struck gold and it has 3x'd. That's so funny, bro. God, Adam Aaron's an idiot, huh? Adam Aaron's a fucking idiot. That's crazy, bro. That's actually insane. He probably had to sell it to fund the shitty company that's losing hundreds of millions of dollars. That's wild, though. That's actually wild. Crack that Intel background music. I can't play music on stream. I heard it though. You just can't play music on stream, unfortunately. That shit is... They do have a banger playing though, that's for sure. Move is up 100% after hours. Movano? Holy. 6 million market cap. Yeah, that's not too surprising. That's a tiny company. Pretty interesting though. What's going on with that? Did they release like a new drug or something? Government stakeholder infusion. It's down for this music. That's funny. That was funny. It's down for this music, he says. It's almost good as the Cisco phone hold music. I haven't heard that. Funny part is the apes don't realize if they fall below $1, big problems. If they have to do a fourth reverse split in 4 years. Yeah, I don't really understand AMC investors. But, I mean, I guess I get it because the stock went up fucking insane. So people are just praying that that's going to happen again. But if I don't, like I was saying earlier, a stock price going up doesn't really mean anything. In my eyes, like, I don't think a stock price going up or down really means anything when it comes to investing. So I don't really understand why people invest in AMC as like a business. It's just a lot of people seem to like act like it's like a good business to invest in, but it's not. It's literally just like a lottery ticket. People are just hoping it happens again, and that's fine. But don't sit and act like it's a good business when it's not. Just admit that you're gambling. That's fine. Just admit you're gambling if you're an AMC guy. Don't sit and act like it's a good business. Honest opinion on Japan GameStop. GameStop is potentially the greatest investment in the world, and I don't think the Japanese bond market has anything to do with GameStop, so I don't know why people are putting weight on that. I think GameStop is GameStop. The Japanese bond market crashing is kind of interesting, but from my perspective, it has zero to do with GameStop. Trust me, you've heard it? I don't think so. I don't think I've heard it. AMC has bad fundamentals, yeah. People think the same thing with GameStop went up a lot. That's what it was. Yeah, but GameStop's business is interesting. GameStop's business is interesting, and the shares reflect the fundamental value of the stock. So not only do you have that potential gambling aspect of GameStop, you're also investing in an interesting business that the stock price is reflective of the business, so it's not really the same. AMC investors be like, GameStop CEO bought 1 million shares. That's bullish for AMC. That's funny. Hope you're doing good, Hugh. Hope you're doing good, bro. That's funny. Some really think it's gonna mow ass over 1,000 to 100K a share, and they do not understand less than 100 companies have broke 1,000 a share in history. Yeah, it's because most people aren't like real investors. Most people aren't investing in the stock market because of business. They see the stock chart, or they happened to buy it back then before it happened, and then it happened, and now they're addicted to that stock or whatever. Most people aren't investing in the business. They're investing in the stock chart. Then there's the silver squeeze tinfoil. I don't see the big fuss. Wait, what? I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by that, Mr. Ron. I don't know what you're saying there. Aren't those guys homeless over at AMC? Just got released from prison. Oh, you're talking to Caroline? Yeah, I saw that. She doesn't deserve to get released from prison, but whatever. If you're talking about yourself, congratulations, bro. Glad you're out. Hope you can get back into society. GME's a lone wolf. No other stock is comparable. I agree. No other stock, no other business. It's unique. Very unique. AMC CEO made himself millions and will blunt out soon, laugh all the way to the bank. That's what a lot of CEOs do. A lot of CEOs don't give a fuck about their shareholders. You know, that's a very unique thing in the GameStop world. Is Ryan Cohen is, you know, the only way Ryan Cohen makes money is if we all make money, so it's very unique. Give me the fundamental rundown of GameStop. Go do the research, my friend. I can't give you I can't give you that. I can't do that. I can't give you a 5-minute fucking cliff note of GameStop. I mean, I could, but I think it'd be better if you went and did the research yourself. Maybe you'd learn a thing or two. Me giving you a 5-minute cliff note, you're probably not going to learn much. If you go do the research yourself, I think you'll learn a lot. Watch all of Corey's streams. Fuck. That's a lot of hours of stream. Man, could you imagine? That's a lot of stream. Customer service could use improvements, but comp meals and free rent. Damn. I've never seen anyone I've never seen anyone view prison like that. That's pretty hilarious. I give them truck snacks when I pass them. They got bad customer service in prison. That's funny. That's funny. If I was the AMC CEO, I'd buy a yellow Lambo when I retire. Makes money on other stuff. Jimmy don't matter to him in big picture. It's just a hobby for him. That's debatable. That's debatable. Did Intel Q4 do good? I don't know. I think your definition of good and my definition of good would be very different, so it's a pretty broad question. If I was AMC CEO, I'd be selling all the theaters and yelling in into GME stock. Ah. That's so funny, bro. Intel goes to 40 tomorrow? You think it... Okay. You think Intel's gonna do a 20% move on top of a down 6% move? Okay. Okay. Come back to reality, bro. You're too high. You've been hitting too much galaxy gas, bro. You need to come back down to reality. He can't sell them. They don't own them. The banks do. Fair. Fair. Trying to pick up the 151 Zapdos. Fire. Fire. $8 billion plus in debt. Every theater's leveraged. Yeah, that's crazy. That's a lot of debt, bro. That's a lot of debt. It's a lot of debt and losing hundreds of millions a year. That's pretty wild. What's my opinion about the earnings? I don't have an opinion about the earnings. I'm just here for the earnings call. I don't have an opinion. And that's also a very broad question. I don't know why everyone asks that same question. These broad questions, like, I don't have an opinion on earnings. It's just another day in the market. Did Sancho scuff up your boot? What? I don't know what the hell you're even saying, dude. What's my favorite fruit? Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Probably bananas, though. Bananas are fire. I like bananas. Bananas. Hey, peace out, Moose. Enjoy it. Didn't you say you're going golfing, bro? I think you said you're going golfing. Enjoy. Enjoy, bro. Enjoy. Maybe that was yesterday, but either way, have a good rest of your day, bro. What's up, Jordan? How you doing, bro? How you doing, Jordan? Earnings are fine. Guidance of Q1's the problem. Fair. Pause, bro. What am I pausing for? What's the point of this live stream if you don't have an opinion on the topic? To listen to the earnings call and to read the earnings report when it comes out, which we already did. What's your opinion about Intel? Why don't you bring some value to the chat? You guys are all the Intel investors. I'm not an Intel investor. Why would I have an opinion on Intel? If you're an Intel investor, give your opinion. I'm just here to spread the news. But do I have an opinion on it? No. I don't care about Intel. I'm here for the people that want to listen to the earnings call and listen to the earnings report when it came out. That's crazy. That's crazy. Does the CNBC give you their opinion on Intel, or do they just report? I'm pretty sure the news, you go to any news outlet, they just give you the report of what happened. They don't tell you their opinion. Is this live yet? I know. It's got to be coming up, though. It's got to be coming up, right? God. Dude, I cannot type today. This is crazy. Make sure you guys hit that like button if you have not, and share the stream. Share it on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, Facebook, Instagram, whatever social medias you guys have. Make sure you share the stream. And much love. Appreciate you guys being here. The earnings call should be starting any second now. Why haven't you invested in Intel? Because all my money goes to GameStop. I like investing in GameStop, so why would I invest in anything else?
During this session, you'll need to press star 11 on your telephone. If your question has been answered and you'd like to remove yourself from the queue, simply press star 11 again. As a reminder, today's program is being recorded. And now I'd like to introduce your host for today's program, Mr. John Pitzer, Senior Vice President, Investor Relations. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Jonathan, and good afternoon to everyone joining us today. By now, you should have received a copy of the Q4 earnings release and earnings presentation, both of which are available on our investor website, intc.com. For those joining us online today, the earnings presentation is also available in our webcast window. I am joined today by our CEO, Lip-Bu Tan, and our CFO, David Zinsner. Lip-Bu will open with comments on our fourth quarter results, as well as provide an update on the progress we are making on our strategic priorities. Dave will then discuss our overall financial results, including first quarter guidance, before we transition to answer your questions. Before we begin, please note that today's discussion does contain forward-looking statements based on the environment as we currently see it, and as such are subject to various risks and uncertainties. It also contains references to non-GAAP financial measures that we believe provide useful information to our investors. Our earnings release, most recent annual report on Form 10-K, and other filings with the SEC provide more information on specific risk factors that could cause actual results to differ materially from our expectations. They also provide additional information on our non-GAAP financial measures, including reconciliations where appropriate to our corresponding GAAP financial measures. With that, let me turn things over to Lip-Bu.
Thank you, John, and thank you all for joining us today. 2025 was a year of solid progress. Over the last 10 months, we established the foundation for New Intel, a more focused and execution-driven company. We simplify our organization and greatly reduce bureaucracy to improve efficiency and accelerate decision-making. We also recruited new leaders from the outside and empower key leaders from within. We strengthened our balance sheet, forged strong new partnership, and deepened relationship with existing as well as new customers. I'm encouraged by my conversation with our customers and partners around the world. I'm hearing a clear, consistent message. They see the progress we are making. They want Intel at the table as they navigate their own transformations. The opportunity in front of us is meaningful and significant. The era of artificial intelligence is driving unprecedented demand for semiconductors across the entire compute landscapes, from AI-accelerated and traditional data centers into the network and enterprise domains, all the way out to client and edge devices. Rapid deployment of AI workloads across this diverse environment will require heterogeneous silicon solutions leveraging CPU, embedded NPUs, discrete and integrated GPU, ASICs, and XPUs. In addition, we will need to see innovations in the software stack along with new emerging technologies like photonics, memory interfaces, interconnect, and quantum, to name just a few. The breadth of our IP and know-how across silicon design, system-level integration, wafer manufacturing, and advanced packaging uniquely position us to capitalize on these AI-driven trends, capture sustainable, profitable growth. This will not happen overnight, and our executions needs to continue to improve. But we will stay humble as we address the work ahead, and we will never be satisfied. Our Q4 was another positive step forward. Revenue, gross margin, and EPS were all above our guidance. We delivered these results despite supply constraints, which meaningfully limited our ability to capture all of the strengths in our underwriting markets. We are working aggressively to address this and better support our customers' needs going forward. Looking ahead for 2026, we will continue to position Intel to capture the significant growth opportunity AI presents across all our businesses. We will do this by strengthening our client franchise, advancing our data center, AI accelerator, and ASICs strategies, and continue to build trusted U.S. foundry. Let me start with our core x86 franchise, which remains the most widely deployed compute architecture in the world. The deployments of AI is only amplifying the importance of x86, from orchestration and control planes to inference edge workloads and agentic AI. In our client computing group, we strengthen our position in both consumer and enterprise notebooks with our Core Ultra Series 3 lineup, formerly known as Panther Lake, and built on our most advanced Intel 18A manufacturing process. We committed to deliver our first Series 3 SKU by the end of 2025, and we exceeded that commitment by delivering our first 3 SKUs. While we still have work to do, I'm encouraged by the steady progress on our Intel 18A yields, and Naga and his team remain laser-focused on additional improvements as they ramp Series 3 into the high volume needed to meet strong customer demand. Our client momentum was on full display at CES earlier this month, where we formally launched Series 3 with our OEM partners, powering over 200 notebooks designs. Series 3 will be the most broadly adopted and globally available AI PC platform we have ever delivered. Along with our next generation Nova Lake coming at the end of 2026, we now have a client roadmap that combines best-in-class performance with cost-optimized solutions, giving me confidence that we are on the path of fortify market share and profitability in both notebooks and desktops over the next several years. In addition, PC become an important part of the AI infrastructure. The surge in AI workloads is driving massive demand for data centers, but cloud capacity alone cannot meet the scale of inference needed, especially in the power-constrained environment. This accelerating the push toward hybrid AI, splitting workloads between cloud and client, which offers clear advantages in performance, cost, and control. We are working closely with ecosystem partners to seamlessly enable hybrid AI, and we are encouraged by the opportunity to grow the install base and accelerate the refresh rates over time. Let me now turn to DCAI. To support our AI objectives, I believe that our traditional server and accelerator roadmaps must advance together. To reinforce the alignment, I centralize our data center and AI businesses under Covoke, ensuring tight coordination across CPUs, GPUs, and platform strategy. Demand for traditional servers continues to be very strong, and we are focused on ramping available capacity to support the meaningful uptick we are seeing, including partnering with key customers to support their needs beyond 2026. The continuing proliferation and diversification of AI workloads is placing significant capacity constraints on traditional and new hardware infrastructure, reinforcing the growing and essential role CPUs play in the AI era. This is and will continue to benefit the ongoing ramp of Granite Rapids, as well as our mainstream products, Sapphire and Emerald Rapids. We have also made decisive changes to simplify our server roadmap, focusing resources on the 16-channel Diamond Rapids and areas to accelerate the introduction of Coral Rapids where we can. With Coral Rapids, we will also reintroduce multi-threading back into our data center roadmap. We also continue to work closely with NVIDIA to build a custom Xeon fully integrated with their NVLink technology to bring best-in-class x86 performance to AI host nodes. Over the last several quarters, we have been developing a broad AI and accelerator strategy that we plan to refine in the coming months. This will include innovative options to integrate our x86 CPU with fixed function and programmable accelerator IP. Our focus is on the emerging wave of AI workloads, reasoning models, agentic and physical AI, and inference at scale, where we believe Intel can truly disrupt and differentiate. Our long-term ambition is clear: to rebuild Intel as a compute platform of choice for the next era of AI-driven computing, grounded in world-class engineering and accelerated roadmap and a renewed culture of execution. We are also building momentum in ASICs as customers seek purpose-built silicon for AI, networking, cloud workloads. Our combination of design services, IP building blocks, and manufacturing capabilities position Intel well to resolve specialized problems at scale. This is not a new area for us, although it is one that I'm committing significantly more focus, resources, and investment dollars, including leveraging my own experience at Cadence Design, supporting and growing this market. Finally, we remain focused on the long-term objective of building a world-class wafer and advanced packaging foundry, anchored in trust, consistency, and execution. As I have said before, building a foundry business will take time and considerable effort and resources. While still early in our journey, we have hit some earlier important milestones worth highlighting. We are now shipping our first products built on Intel 18A, the most advanced semiconductor process developed and manufactured on US soil. As stated earlier, yields continue to improve steadily as we work to ramp the supply needed to meet strong customer demand. In addition, Intel 18AP continues to progress well, and we are engaging with internal and external customers on this node delivering our 1.0 PDK at the end of the last year. Intel 14A development remains on track. We have taken meaningful steps to simplify our process flow and improve our rate of performance and yield improvement. We are developing a comprehensive IP portfolio
That's facts, Edgar.
on Intel
That's
14A,
facts.
and we continue to improve our design enablement approach. Importantly, our PDK are now viewed by customers as industry standard. Engagements with potential external customers on Intel 14A are active. We believe customers will begin to make firm supplier decisions starting in the second half of this year and extending into the first half of 2027. We also have the opportunity to provide strong differentiation in advanced packaging, particularly with EMIB and EMIB-T. We are focusing on improving quality and yield to support customer desire for ramps beginning in second half of 2026. In closing, I'm reflect on 2025. I'm proud of the resilient commitment our team has demonstrated. We exit the year with a stronger foundation and clearer roadmap for 2026 and beyond. The opportunity ahead is meaningful and significant as AI-driven computing expands all the markets we serve. But I'm also mindful of the challenges ahead of us and transparent about the areas that we are doing well and areas we need to improve. In the short term, I'm disappointed that we are not able to fully meet the demand in our markets. My team and I are working tirelessly to drive efficiency and more output from our fabs. While yields are in line with our internal plans, they are still below what I want them to be. Accelerating yield improvement will be important lever in 2026 as we look to better support our customers. As I said earlier, we are on the multi-year journey. It will take time and resolve, but my team and I are committed to rebuilding this iconic American company and increasing the long-term value for our shareholders. I would like to thank my team for their hard work over the course of the last 10 months. I look forward to updating you on our progress as we continue this journey together, including hosting an Investor Day in the second half of this year at our headquarters in Santa Clara. Let me now turn it over to Dave to walk through our financials and business trends in more detail.
Thank you, Lip-Bu. We remain encouraged by the fundamental drivers of demand across our core markets. Fourth quarter revenue was $13.7 billion at the high end of the range we provided in October. We experienced strong growth across all our businesses, benefiting from the AI infrastructure build-out, with AI PC, traditional server, and networking revenue all up double digits sequentially and year-over-year. Q4 marks the fifth consecutive quarter of revenue above our guidance, even as we navigate industry-wide supply constraints for our key products. Non-GAAP gross margin came in at 37.9%, approximately 140 basis points ahead of guidance on higher revenue and lower inventory reserves, partially offset by increased mix of outsourced client products and the early ramp of Intel 18A to support the launch of Core Ultra Series 3 codenamed Panther Lake. We delivered fourth quarter non-GAAP earnings per share of 15 cents versus our guidance of 8 cents, driven by higher revenue, stronger gross margins, and continued spending discipline. Q4 operating cash flow was $4.3 billion, with gross CapEx of $4 billion in the quarter and positive adjusted free cash flow of $2.2 billion. NVIDIA's $5 billion investment closed in Q4 as expected. For the full year, revenue was $52.9 billion, down slightly year over year due to constraints across our own manufacturing network and with external suppliers, which limited growth, especially in the second half. Full year non-GAAP gross margin was 36.7%, up 70 basis points on reduced period charges. Full year non-GAAP EPS was 42 cents, up 55 cents year over year on lower period charges and improved operating leverage. Specifically, non-GAAP OpEx of $16.5 billion was down 15% versus 2024 as we executed actions to reduce complexity and bureaucracy in the business and drive improved execution. For the full year, we generated $9.7 billion in cash from operations and made $17.7 billion of gross capital investments, with capital offsets of approximately $6.5 billion. Although adjusted free cash flow was minus $1.6 billion in 2025, we produced $3.1 billion in the second half as cash from operations more than doubled half on half. We exit 2025 with $37.4 billion of cash and short-term investments, bolstered by further monetization of Mobileye, the completion of our stake sale of Altera to Silver Lake, accelerated funding from the U.S. government, and investments by the SoftBank Group and NVIDIA. In addition, we repaid $3.7 billion of debt. Looking back, 2025 marked an important year of progress against our key priorities, even as we know we have more work ahead. Internally, we reorganized and right-sized the team to become customer-centric and engineering-focused while shoring up our balance sheet to give us more flexibility to pursue our goals. We've navigated a market that has shifted from tariff-driven uncertainty in the first half to an intense AI-driven demand environment constrained by supply in the second half. 2025 demonstrated the staying power of the x86 ecosystem across client and data center, and the importance of our manufacturing assets as we launched Core Ultra Series 3 on Intel 18A, the most advanced process fully developed and manufactured in the United States. Both create a firm foundation on which to build the new Intel. Moving to segment results. Intel Products Q4 revenue was $12.9 billion, up 2% sequentially. CCG revenue was down 4% quarter over quarter, even as AI PC units grew 16%, and DCAI was up 15%, reflecting strong demand for traditional server compute. These results reflect our efforts to balance our constrained supply with strong data center demand while maintaining support for our client OEM partners. Where possible, we're prioritizing our internal wafer supply to data center and leveraging an increased mix of externally sourced wafers in client. CCG revenue was $8.2 billion and in line with our expectations. We estimate the client consumption TAM was greater than 290 million units in 2025, marking 2 straight years of growth off the post-COVID bottom in 2023, and the fastest TAM growth since 2021. Within the quarter, CCG launched 3 SKUs of Series 3 ahead of our expectations of 1. Performance reviews have been extremely favorable, with up to 27 hours of battery life, a 70% gen-on-gen improvement in graphics, and performance on industry-standard benchmarks that is 50 to 100% better than peers. DCAI revenue was $4.7 billion, up 15% sequentially, above expectations, and the fastest sequential growth this decade. Revenue would have been meaningfully higher if we had more supply. While the market continues to benefit from more power-efficient CPUs, stimulating a refresh cycle, all indicators point to the growing and essential role CPUs will play within hyperscale and enterprise AI data centers as inference-driven AI usage expands. The world is shifting from human-prompted requests to persistent and recursive commands driven by computer-to-computer interactions. The CPU's central function coordinating this traffic will drive not only traditional server refresh, but new demand that grows the installed base. In addition, due to the networking demand for the AI infrastructure build-out, our custom ASIC business grew more than 50% in 2025, 26% sequentially, and reached an annualized revenue run rate greater than $1 billion in Q4. This strength provides our ASIC team a solid base to pursue a $100 billion TAM opportunity. Operating profit for Intel products was $3.5 billion, 27% of revenue, and down approximately $200 million quarter over quarter on an increased mix of outsourced products and seasonally higher operating expenses. Intel Foundry delivered revenue of $4.5 billion, up 6.4% sequentially on increased EUV wafer mix. EUV wafer revenue grew from less than 1% of wafers out in 2023 to greater than 10% in 2025. External foundry revenue was $222 million in the quarter, driven by projects with the U.S. government and the deconsolidation of Altera. Intel Foundry operating loss in Q4 was $2.5 billion and $188 million worse quarter over quarter, driven by the early ramp of Intel 18A. Within the quarter, Intel Foundry met key 18A and 14A milestones. With the official launch of Core Ultra Series 3, Intel Foundry is the only semiconductor manufacturer in the world shipping gate-all-around transistors with backside power for revenue. These advanced wafers are rolling off our production lines in Oregon and Arizona, here in the United States. Finally, our continued progress on Intel 14A demonstrates our commitment to research and develop the world's most important technology on U.S. soil. Turning to all other, revenue came in at $574 million and was down 42% sequentially due to the Q3 25 deconsolidation of Altera. The primary components of all other in Q4 were Mobileye and IMS. Collectively, the category delivered an operating loss of $8 million. I'm pleased with the early momentum at Altera as an independent company with a new leadership team. Their industry-leading programmable fabric, developer productivity-driven software tools, and a large installed base positions them well to drive long-term value creation. Now turning to guidance. During the second half of 2025, we supported strong demand for our products with interquarter wafer production and inventory on hand. As we enter 2026, our buffer inventory is depleted, and the mix shift in wafers towards servers, which began in Q3, will not come out of fab until late Q1 26. As a result, and as we stated last quarter, our internal supply constraints are most acute in Q1. In light of these dynamics, we are forecasting a Q1 revenue range of $11.7 to $12.7 billion. The midpoint of $12.2 billion reflects a lower end of seasonal Q1. Within Intel products, we forecast a more pronounced revenue decline in CCG than in DCAI as we continue to prioritize internal supply to our server end markets. We expect Intel Foundry revenue up double digits quarter over quarter, helped by continued mix shift to EUV wafers and Intel 18A pricing. At the midpoint of $12.2 billion, we forecast a gross margin of approximately 34.5% with a tax rate of 11% and break-even EPS, all on a non-GAAP basis. Gross margin is down sequentially due to lower revenue, increased 18A volumes, and product mix. Let me take a few moments to provide some color for your full year 2026 model. First, from a revenue perspective, we expect our factory network to improve available supply beginning in Q2 and for each of the remaining quarters in 2026. Within the server market, customer feedback and our own market intelligence points to the likelihood of a strong year of growth for DCAI. Finally, client CPU inventory is lean, and there is excitement for Series 3. In contrast, over the last several months, industry-wide supply for key components like DRAM, NAND, and substrates has come under increasing pressure due to intense demand to support the rapid expansion of AI infrastructure. Rising component pricing is a dynamic we continue to watch closely, especially relative to the client market, and could limit our revenue opportunity this year. For OpEx, we target 2026 operating expenses of $16 billion. We expect non-controlling interest, or NCI, to net to approximately $325 million in Q1 and be approximately $1.2 billion for the year on a GAAP basis. NCI is expected to grow meaningfully again in fiscal 2027. Our share count is forecast to be 5.1 billion shares in Q1 and grow in line with our stock-based compensation going forward. As we think about our capital expenditures for 2026, we're working to balance our ability to derive capital efficiencies with our need to respond to the demand signals we're receiving. Previously, we said CapEx would be down, but are now planning for a range of flat to down slightly and for expenditures to be more weighted to the first half. As a reminder, CapEx in 2026 would be to support demand in 2027 and beyond. We expect to generate positive adjusted free cash flow for the full year, and we're planning to retire all $2.5 billion of maturities as they come due this year. I'll wrap up by saying that Q4 was another solid quarter to mark our 5th consecutive quarter of over-delivering to our guide. We exit 2025 increasingly confident in the long-term sustainability of the end markets we serve. We believe our improved balance sheet, thanks in part to the trust of our strategic partners, combined with the strong talent we have, will enable us to meaningfully participate in the next wave of computing as the industry pushes for returns on their AI investments. I look forward to providing you, our shareholders, an update on what this future means to you at our Analyst Day later this year. With that, I'll turn it over to John to start the Q&A.
Thank you, Dave. We will now transition to the Q&A portion of our call. As a reminder, we would ask each of you to ask one question and a brief follow-up to allow us to accommodate as many of you as possible. With that, Jonathan, can we please take the first question?
Certainly. And our first question for today comes from the line of Ross Seymour from Deutsche Bank. Your question, please.
Hi, guys. Thanks for me asking a question. I guess the first one is two quick parts. It's both on supply. In the short term, are the yield improvements and the other actions you're taking sufficient to address just typical seasonality throughout the year, given that usually the first quarter would be the low point on revenues? And then perhaps more importantly, longer term on the supply side, you guys seem more confident in your 14A, your 18A, the customer engagements, your internal roadmap. When would you decide to loosen up the reins on the CapEx side of things so that you could address structurally higher demand going forward with more internal supply?
Thanks, Ross, for the question. So on the short-term supply, certainly improving yields and throughput are a great driver of supply increases. In fact, it's got a great ROI to it because it doesn't require any incremental capital. So that's what Lip-Bu and I are actively working on to improve, and we're reasonably confident that there's a good trajectory there. That said, when you look at CapEx, it's a little bit more nuanced than just it's going to be flat to slightly down. It's actually down significantly in space. So we're spending a lot less in space. We think we have a good footprint in terms of clean room. And what we're devoting more of our dollars to is tools. So we are ramping up tool spending quite a bit in 26 relative to 25 to address this supply shortfall as well. And in fact, every quarter, we're seeing kind of wafer start increases pretty much across the board, across Intel 7, Intel 3, and 18A. So all three of them every quarter improve and get better to address the supply. And like I said, we think things will certainly improve in 2Q, but we won't be completely out of the woods here. But as we progress through the year, we think things will get better and better. Do we take a 14A thing? Yeah. On 14A, Lip-Bu's been very direct with us on all of this. He does not want to spend on capacity on 14A, only spend on the kind of TD spend or R&D spend associated with 14A, even in the fab, until we have customers secured. We've talked about the likelihood is our customers on 14A, their window to secure or for us to secure them will be in the back half of this year and in the first half of next year. And so once visibility improves there, we'll start to unlock the spend on 14A.
I can just add a little bit more. I think on the yield improvement, we see 7%, 8% yield improvement per month. I think it's more in focus in the variation, make sure that we can be more consistent delivery and also the defect density, at the end, so that we can ship quality, wafer to the customer. So I think all those are very important for our PC client, Panther Lake, and then also, for the 18A and 14A development. So I think all in all, I see improvement, but still not quite to the industry leading standard yet.
Ross, do you have a quick follow-up?
Yeah, I do. The gross margin side, Dave, you gave some puts and takes for the full year on a bunch of different metrics, but you didn't mention gross margin. How should we think about that? And forgive me, it's a 40 to 60% incremental. I know you guys give you can drive a truck through. So anything with perhaps just a little more precision directionally would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure the math is that good on this this time around. When you look at Q1, the gross margin decline in Q1, there's two main components. Obviously, revenue coming down with a largely fixed cost business is going to affect gross margins. But the other piece of this is Panther Lake, while the cost structure improves from Q4 to Q1, it's still dilutive to the corporate average, and it's a bigger percentage of the mix. So it actually has a relatively negative impact on gross margin. So that's partly why we're guiding down. There's some mixed things going on as well. I think as we progress through the year, the two things should benefit us. One, we improve our supply, ergo that should improve our revenue picture. On top of that, Panther Lake's cost structure gets better and better. Lip-Bu talked about the incremental improvement every month we're going to see in yields. We're working on the throughput as well. So those two things combined, that should help in terms of cost structure and make this more of an accretive product to us as opposed to a dilutive product. And that, I think that will be a lot of what is the story around gross margins for the year. There's still mix, and mix can go any different direction depending on how things play out. But what we're largely focused on for the kind of the next 12 months is driving the cost structure of these products that we're building to improve the margins. We know that 34.5% is by no means an acceptable level of gross margins. We're actively working at first to get it to 40, and then once we get it there, we'll move to a new target.
Jonathan, can we have the next question, please?
Certainly. And our next question comes from the line of Tim McCurry from UBS. Your question, please.
Thanks a lot. Dave, I'm wondering, in the guidance, you're guiding to 12.2, but I'm wondering if you can kind of pro forma that for us. Like, if you could meet all the demand, what would the kind of unconstrained guidance be for March?
Yeah, it's a squishy figure to figure out, Tim, but I would tell you that, if you look at kind of that 12.2 relative to the 13.7 we posted in the fourth quarter and look at normal seasonality, it's in the range of seasonal, but it's at the low end of that range of seasonal. We'd be well above seasonal if we had all the revenue or supply, I should say, to hit the revenue.
Tim, do you have a follow-up?
I do, thanks. Lip-Bu, there's obviously a lot of excitement about your foundry business. Sounds like we might get a few customer announcements maybe in the second half. But I just wanted to ask you, what do you define as success in that business? I think prior to you arriving, the mantra was sort of to be number two foundry player by 2030. If you look at most of the forecasts for that number two player, it's somewhere in the range of like $30 billion in revenue up by that time. Is this still kind of a reasonable bogey that you're shooting for? And like, what do you consider as a successful outcome for that? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. Good question. So I think we are determined committed to drive the world-class foundry business. So I think, first of all, on the 14A, I think we clearly development's on track. We like what we see, and we simplify the whole process flow. Most important is kind of building up the IP portfolio so that we can serve the customer. Some of the IP is very critical in order to serve the customer. The other part is on the yield and improvement. We see trend of improvement, and we also see the variations getting better. I think in the long run, I think clearly we are kind of anticipating we have heavy engaging in some of the key customers. We think that the second half of this year, they're going to indicate to us what kind of capacity firm commitment so that we can deploy the capacity capex to really build that. So I think all in all, I think it's a service business. We really build the trust and the consistency we're able to deliver. And then we have the PDK on the 14A first quarter, 0.5. And then we're starting to engage with customer with the key products that they want to run with us. So I think all in process, I think the second half of this year, we were able to have the commitment that we can really drive the scale of the operation.
Another early indicator, I think, of success in the foundry is going to be advanced packaging. And we'll start to see that revenue come in even before we start to see meaningful wafer revenue. And I think as I was talking to investors over the past kind of 12 to 18 months, I was thinking that those opportunities would be measured in hundreds of millions of dollars, and wafer opportunities would be measured in billions. I'd say some of the early customer engagements suggest that we'll be well north of $1 billion on many of these opportunities for advanced packaging. So they're way more exciting than even I had expected. And it's because we have really good technology there that's very differentiated and supports AI in a way that is particularly special.
Yeah, I think the EMIB T, I think is a very big differentiator for us. And then clearly, we have a couple of customers willing to even prepay the subscript because subscript is very big supply shortage. And then they're willing to share with us. That means that show the commitment they are working with us.
Jonathan, can we have the next question, please?
Certainly. And our next question comes from the line of Joe Moore from Morgan Stanley. Your question, please.
Yes, thank you. I wonder if you could talk about server prospects. You've sort of talked about some of the challenges of Diamond Rapids not having symmetric multi-threading, and Copper Rapids is going to be important. Can you give us a time frame on Copper Rapids and sort of what's your expectation for the potential for market share puts and takes, as you wait for that to come?
Yeah, good question. So I think first of all, I would centralize the data center and AI under Kovok that I hire in to help us to build that. He already built the team and then recruit some of the talents on board. I think the more important right now, we are laser focused in a 16-channel Diamond Rapids, and we simplify the product roadmap. And then the other part is accelerate the introduction of Coral Rapids. And Coral Rapids will have we introduce the multi-thread into our data center workforce. So I think overall we are very positive. The team is in place now. The roadmap is very clear, and we are very decisive of doing that. And then laser focus on the Diamond Rapids 16-channel, and also accelerate the Coral Rapids introduction.
Joe, do you have a quick follow-up?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for that. And just in terms of the mix for the rest of the year, are you able to move wafers towards data center away from PC? Is that something that you're thinking about? And just, it seems like the constraints are at their worst point in Q1 and get better, but I assume you're still constrained beyond that. Are you able to move the mix, towards data center?
We're absolutely constrained, Joe. So what we're doing within client, we're focusing on the mid and high end, and not as focused on the low end. And then, to the extent we have excess, we're pushing all of that into the data center space to meet that customer demand. And I think you'll see some share adjustments based on that because our primary focus is to our main customers, and obviously we have important customers in the data center side. We have important OEM customers on both data center and client, and that needs to be our priority to get the limited supply we have to those customers.
Jonathan, can we have the next question, please?
Certainly, and our next question comes from the line of Ben Reitzes from Melius. Your question, please.
Hey, guys. Thanks a lot. My first question is about seasonality throughout the year. So, Dave and Lip-Bu, I mean, you're sub-seasonal in the first quarter. You said you'd be well above seasonal if you had the supply. So what does that imply for 2Q to 4Q? Should we model that above seasonal, or are the constraints in PC so much that we shouldn't? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, we would expect to be better than seasonal through the year if we can, get the supply to where we think we can as we get into 2Q. So that's correct.
Ben, do you have a follow-up question?
Sure. I wanted to ask about, with regard to, the hyperscaler situation in servers. It's in terms of your momentum there, is this mostly driven by hyperscaler, or do you feel like the shortage is mostly impacting them, making you sub-seasonal, or is the enterprise demand also, are you seeing it there? Thanks.
Yeah, I think let me answer that question. I think the hyperscaler is very important for us to scale the business, and I spend a lot of time with the hyperscalers. I think a couple of things. One, clearly, message from them is the CPU actually is driving a lot of their business in terms of the different workloads they're driving. So I think it's very encouraging to see that they are willing to commit long-term agreement to really prioritize their CPU deployment. So that's something that's very positive. And then secondly, I think they are very excited about working with us in terms of, besides working on the silicon, the software, and the system level engagement. And that's something that's also very exciting. So all in all, I think they are very strong. Their workload, they share with us what they're looking at and what can we helping them. And also the ASIC design also is opportunity for us. They also want to build some of the purpose-built silicon with the Xeon CPU included. And also they are very interested about overall, how do you use the advanced packaging and then to make it more complete. I think overall, I think it's a great opportunity for us to work with them.
Jonathan, can we have the next question, please?
Certainly. And our next question comes from the line of Stacy Raskin from Bernstein Research. Your question, please.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my questions. For my first question, I wanted to dig a little bit into the segments. So, I mean, if I sort of run the math, like Mobileye is going to be up and, the Altera Foundry revenues maybe, close to $200 million. I mean, I need both DCIA and client to be down pretty meaningfully. And if client's down more, maybe DCIA is down high single digits and client's down like mid-teens. But I guess, number one, is that true? And number two, like, why should data center be down so much given where the demand is and given where you're prioritizing? Like why would I expect data center units to be down? Seems like they have to be down pretty meaningfully in Q1.
Yeah, I mean, both will be down, as a function of supply. Obviously, we're shifting as much as we can over to data center to meet the high demand. But we can't completely vacate the client market. So we're trying to support both as best we can. And obviously work our way out of this supply issue. I do believe that, the first quarter is the trough. We will improve supply in the second quarter. And, part of the challenge is that in the third and fourth quarter of 25, we lived off of supply, but we also had a reasonable chunk of finished goods inventory to also work through. Unfortunately, that is now down to, kind of 40% of what it was at peak levels. So we don't have that to rely on. So it's just literally hand to mouth, what we can get out of the fab and what we can get to customers is how we're managing it.
Stacy, do you have a follow-up question?
I do, thanks. I mean, just to push on that a little bit, I mean, you guys have your own factories. Like, why are you in the inventory situation that you're in? And then, like, I mean, even if you look at it, I get the whole idea about finished goods versus other stuff. But I mean, like, you have $11.6 billion of inventory, and yet it's not in the right place at the right time to ship. Like, how does that happen?
Yeah, it's largely. I'll tell you, Stacy, I think the biggest thing is that if you go back 6 months or so ago and looked at what the outlook was, core count was absolutely looking like it would increase. But the units were not expected to increase. And that every hyperscaler customer we talked to was signaling that. And obviously, it has rapidly increased over the third and fourth quarter. And in talking to a few of them right before this call, got the feeling like it was going to be a story we'd feel for several years. And yes, the advantage we have is we do have our own fab, so we can squeeze out supply as much as possible, which is what we're working on. But we directionally weren't managing the supply to an expectation that there would be unit increase that significantly in data center.
Jonathan, can we have the next question, please?
Certainly. Our next question comes from the line of Vivek Arya from Bank of America Securities. Your question, please.
Thanks for taking my question. For the first one, Lip-Bu, I'm curious, when do you think Intel should start getting any credit for external foundry efforts? Because you mentioned that you might hear of awards in the second half of this year. I assume that you start building the capacity for that right sometime late this year or next year. So when do you actually start to get a decent amount of revenue from those customers? And I think you mentioned that building this business will take incremental amount of resources. So what level of external foundry revenue does Intel need to call this business a success? And when do you get that? Is it 27? Is it 28? Is it later?
Yeah, good question. I think, first of all, I think the engagement with our potential external customer on the 14A are very active right now. A couple of key customers are working with us. We expect them to really go through the milestone basis on 0.5 PTK, and then starting to look at the test chip and look at how is our yield performance. And it's going to be a process to work with them. And then I think the second half of the year, then they're starting to satisfy. Then they're going to asking us, okay, now this is the particular product we're going to run with your foundry and the productions. And then with the indication to us, and there's a time, my discipline is until they have a commitment to the volume, then I'm starting to really build and then the foundry expansion so that we can meet their requirement. And then the other part, parallelly, they also give us a list of IP. If it's a mobile related, it has to be a low power IP that we need to have. If it's data center related, it clearly will be the performance, the connectivity, all these things that we need to really get it ready so that we can serve their as a service as a customer to meet their requirements. So it's parallelly on the IP readiness and also our yield readiness. Then they're starting satisfied. Okay, now this product, this is the volume we're going to run with you, and that's how you're starting to build. So in terms of 14A, realistically, in terms of I call it the risk production in the later part of 2027. And real production, volume production is 2028. That is similar to the same time frame as a leading foundry.
And I'd just say, we probably will be able to give you a lot more color around all of these things at the Analyst Day that Lip-Bu mentioned we'll have in the back half of the year.
Vivek, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you, John. For my follow-up, I'm curious, what do you think is the server CPU TAM in 2026? How much of that is x86? How much of that is ARM? I mean, if you are supply constrained, is the entire industry supply constrained? Do you think that whatever you can supply, all that market share is going to go to your x86 competitor and to everyone in the AI community that is building ARM-based servers? So when do you think your supply, how much does the market grow? And when do you think your server CPU supply constraints come off? Thank you.
Okay, maybe I'll start and you. So I think this demand, what we're seeing is largely an x86 phenomenon because it's an upgrade cycle in a lot of ways around older networks that have to talk in some way to the AI systems, and the performance is not where it needs to be. So I really view this as x86. Of course, we do have another competitor in the space, and we'll be jockeying for position from a market share perspective. I think we will make great strides on the supply as we progress through the year. So I wouldn't envision that to be the fundamental driver, ultimately, of market share. And it's really about products. And Lip-Bu talked about getting 16-channel Diamond Rapids out, accelerating the introduction of Coral Rapids. Those will be the things that are most important for us as we look at market share dynamics in the coming years.
Yeah, I think from my side, I think clearly hyperscale and the high-end ODM is critical for us on the server side. And then we're basically working with them. Their first choice is a CPU from Intel. And that is a very clear message from them. They will try to get as much as we can give them. And then I think that's a key home driver.
Jonathan, can we have the next question, please?
Certainly. Our next question comes from the line of C.J. Muse from Cantor Fitzgerald. Your question, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for taking the question. I guess follow on Stacy's question around on supply. Considering your bullish commentary on AI-led demand and how you're supply constrained, and your peers TSMC and Samsung Taylor are aggressively slotting for equipment delivery. Do you worry that if you wait for late 2026 to place orders, that the lead times then might be longer than you thought? And as part of that, why wouldn't you look to be more aggressive today?
Yeah, maybe I don't know if this is the answer to your question, but I mean, we are aggressively getting tools on Intel 710, Intel 3, 18A. That is happening. And we will be increasing our wafer starts as aggressively as possible on those nodes. What we're holding back on is 14A, because 14A is really linked to foundry customers, and it does not make sense to build out significant capacity there until we know that we have the customers that will accept that demand. And so that's just the discipline we're going to have. I'd say the other thing with regard to a lot of this around supply is, Lip-Bu's first focus and our short-term focus is we think we can get a lot of supply just by doing things better with our existing tools and footprint, getting yields improved, getting cycle times improved. And we're aggressively working on that. And we think there's lots of opportunity to improve our supply just on those two things that don't require CapEx, quite honestly. And that's something that's probably more unique to us right now than to other foundries.
CJ, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, John, and thanks, Dave, for the answer. Just to hit on the press release, you talked about demonstrating technical feasibility on high-NA for future HBM. And so just curious, is that something you're still contemplating for 14A, or is that more of a 10A adoption? Thank you.
It will be part of our 14A process. Of course, there'll be different variants of 14A, but high-NA is targeted at 14A.
Jonathan, can we have the next question, please?
Certainly. And our next question comes from the line of Harlan Sur from JP Morgan. Your question, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for taking my question. Lip-Bu, as you look forward to 14A, you talked about engineering engagements with customers, and typically the largest fabless semiconductor companies in the world want to run their own test chips to assess a new foundry node. And they typically wait for PDK 0.4, 0.5 before they start their test chip designs. It looks like they can get started now on test chip design with the release of your PDK 0.5. So I guess the question is, have customers commenced test chip designs, or are they maybe even further along than that and customers are already running their own 14A test chips now? I mean, in order for them to make decisions on 14A in the second half, they need to be running their test chips fairly soon. So if you give us an update there.
Yeah, good question. So I think you're absolutely correct. Couple of customers, we are already engaging about the PDK 0.5, and they are looking at the test chip. And also more important is a specific product they're going to run to our foundry. And that one, we are working with them. And then, of course, they want to know the capacity, the pricing. Those are all in the discussion right now. So, that's why I mentioned the second half of this year, they're starting to satisfy, then they can starting to say, okay, now we need this volume and we need particular fab from yours to do it. And then also the other part is, do we have all the right IP to serve them? And so those are the things that we are parallelly process with their supply chain and also their design team to work with them. So this is a very complex steps, and that we are very familiar. We are working in the right way.
Harlan, do you have a follow-up question, please?
Yeah, thank you. On your server portfolio, I apologize if I missed this earlier, but Clearwater Forest, right, your E-core sort of cloud workload optimized server platform, it was targeted to be the first server platform to use your 18A manufacturing and ramp first half of this year. But Lip-Bu, you talked about server roadmap changes to focus on more performance-focused products. So is the team still supporting Clearwater Forest, or just focusing now on Diamond Rapids? And has the team taped out or taped in your next-gen Xeon 7 Diamond Rapids products, and any preliminary views on ramp timing of Diamond Rapids?
Yeah, so answer your question is yes, we continue to do this and support that. And what I mentioned about focus on the 16 channel of Diamond Rapids is kind of a focus on the high end of the Diamond Rapids, so that we can really laser focus, really providing a differentiating competitive products. And then the other part is, as I mentioned in the past, this multi-threading is very important in terms of driving the performance. And the one that we can really come out with, it takes time to have that. And we're going to have that in the Coral Rapid. Now the question mark is how much can we accelerate that? The pull in earlier, because customer is really excited about that. So Lip-Bu, can you pull it up earlier? That's why I work with Kavok and his team, see what are the way we can really drive that acceleration to bring the market, to bring the customer earlier.
Jonathan, we have time for one more question, please.
Certainly, and our final question for today then comes from the line of Aaron Rakers from Wells Fargo. Your question, please.
Yeah, thanks for taking the question, and I have two if I can fit them in. But on the memory side and what we're seeing in the market, I'm curious of how you guys, are seeing customers react to memory. Is there the potential demand destruction in the PC market? Just any kind of curiosity on what you're seeing in that, and how impactful is memory pricing to the gross margin, given obviously I think stronger for longer Lunar Lake demand.
Yeah, good question. So I think in the industry facing a very big challenge is the memory constraint and also the pricing. So I think we also listen to our customer, some of the bigger player and in the OEM and the bigger player in the hyperscale, they have more access into the memory allocations. So we kind of hear from them. And then secondly, I think some of the smaller ones, they are really challenging to scramble to get the memory. So I think that will be very important for us, Dave and I, how to allocate, and also our sales, Greg, in how to allocate to the right customer. No, we don't want to have the CPU we send to them, but they are missing the memory. They cannot complete the products. So we try to do it correctly. And then that is very important to have that intelligence and then also feedback from the customer to work with us and so that we can fulfill their requirement. Dave?
Yeah, I think on the Lunar Lake side, I think we've got what we need based on the current forecast. Of course, that could always tick up, and then we would need more memory, which would, kind of impact gross margins. But we were relatively aggressive in terms of getting the memory early, so I feel like we're in a relatively good place there. Now, that said, those margins are low because the memory is in package, so that is an impact to our gross margins as well. But I think we're largely in the place we thought we would be a quarter or two ago.
Aaron, do you have a quick follow-up?
I do, and I'll be really quick. I'm curious on the custom ASIC side. You talked about hitting $1 billion of run rate business. How do we think about the progression of that, and how broad is the customer base within that opportunity set? Thank you.
Yeah, good question. I think Dave mentioned earlier is a $100 billion TAM market opportunity, and we are delighted. We are already in the run rate of $1 billion. It's a robust demand, and customer really excited about what we have in terms of the CPU, Xeon, and also the AI-related momentum. So they're more building a purpose-built silicon for AI and network and cloud. And that part, I think, we continue to work on that. And also more important for them is also the advanced packaging, make that more compelling. And that's the advantage of Intel, that we can do both to provide the customer delight. And so that, I think, is a good opportunity for us. With that, thank you again for joining us today. As we move forward, I remain focused on disciplined execution and deep collaboration with our customers to seize the meaningful opportunity created by AI era. While we have a lot more to do, we are confident in the foundation that we built and the progress underway. We're looking forward to provide you another update in April.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your participation in today's conference. This does conclude the program. You may now disconnect. Good day.
Good day. That guy's always on the earnings calls. I wonder who that is. He's always on the earnings calls. Like every single earnings call we do, he's the operator guy. What a call. What a chat, bro. What a chat, bro. The chat is fucking ridiculous, bro. I gained a new respect for GameStop investors today because the investors of other companies are fucking whack, bro. They're fucking weird, bro. Bunch of racist Intel investors. Bunch of racist Trump supporters investing in Intel. Like, what the fuck, bro? Some fucking weirdos, bro. Some weirdos out there. That's fucking funny, bro. Quite funny. That was fun, though. That was a good time. Make sure you guys hit the like button on your way out. And hopefully we see you again. Hopefully, I mean, yeah. Hopefully we see some of you again. There's a lot of weirdos in this chat today. A lot of weirdos in this chat today. Hey, much love, Def Not Josh. Much love, bro. You have a good rest of your day. Yeah, I saw they dropped the Form 4, but it's just for the buys of the last 2 days. Good night, Lobster. Have a good night, bro. Appreciate you stopping in. Hopefully we'll see you again. Hopefully we'll see you again. US government lost money on stock today. I mean Intel's up over 100% the past few months, so I doubt they care. Tesla earnings chat would probably be worse. Probably not. Probably not. I don't think so. Shout out to the Intel gang. Racist Trump supporters. Dude, you're about as weird as they come. Go out and get some sun. I'm probably more athletic than you, my friend. So, pretty weird thing to say. Obviously, you weren't reading the chat. If, yeah. I don't have a position just like you. That's nice. That's chill, bro. That's chill, bro. I guess we'll find out on the 28th. Yeah, I guess so. I might not do those streams, though. Everyone streams the Mag 7. But maybe. We'll see. I mean, Netflix was a really successful stream, and I didn't think that was going to be a successful stream, so... But I care about the sector. Obviously, I care about the sector, too. I probably listened to the earnings call and read more about this stock than a lot of Intel investors today. I care about this stuff, too, but I don't really get your point, bro. I don't really get your point. Holding since 22 a share. Nice, bro. Nice. Congrats. GameStop investors are soft? Okay. Okay. Trump's friends with Mr. T and was Gary. I didn't say Trump was racist. I said the investors here today are racist. Were you not reading the chat? Obviously you weren't reading the chat. You were just sniffing your own farts. Maybe you don't know how to read? I don't know. Seemed like a lot of racism in my chat earlier. You don't care though, you said at the start video. Yeah, I don't care, but I still listen to this stuff and I'm still interested in it. But do I care? No. I don't. I'm interested in learning about other businesses and seeing the investors of other businesses, which Intel investors might be the worst ones so far. I think APLD investors are better than Intel investors. Intel investors are fucking weird, bro. Intel investors are hella weird. GME investors have seen more volatility than most stocks. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I've literally seen GameStop go down or up more than a lot of people have ever seen in their life in like one day. I don't know. To say GameStop investors are soft, like you're a fucking idiot, bro. GameStop investors are savage, bro. We sit through 30-40% down days. You guys are fucking mad about a 13% down day. Like, get over your fucking self, bro. 13% ain't shit. You would fucking cry if you sat through a 30% down day. You'd go punch a hole in a wall. Greetings from Poland. Welcome, Bart Bart. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Bag holding? Yeah, I'm bag holding, all right. Say that to all the money I made the past week. I'm bag holding, yep. I've made more money than your whole portfolio in the past 2 days, so you can talk all the shit you want. You can talk all the shit you want, boy. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. What's my 1 month price outlook for Intel? I don't know. I don't do that. I'm not someone who pretends like they know all this nonsense about trading. The reality is nobody knows where this stock is going to go. That's the reality. Anyone who tries to act or pretend like they know where it's going to go, they have no fucking clue. I'm actually in both GME and Intel. Nice. I don't mind Intel, but today's chat was fucking weird, bro. This is the weirdest chat I've ever seen. We do these streams often. I see a lot. I see a lot of the market doing these earning streams, and Intel investors might be the worst so far. Maybe it's because the stock's down 14%, you know, maybe. But Oracle investors weren't this bad. Oracle investors, the stock was down like 15% or something, and it wasn't this bad. And I was talking way more shit on Oracle, if I remember correctly. I haven't even really said anything bad about Intel, because I don't really have anything bad to say about it. I didn't really have anything bad to say about Oracle either, but it is fun to talk shit. It is fun to talk shit. There's a lot of sensitive people out there. They're scared to lose their, like, grand or two they put in a stock. It's like, bruh, come on. Come on. Go to work, make another grand or two. It's fine. You'll be okay. You'll be fine, I promise. Intel's worthless? I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. Intel investors have always been a special breed. GME's the hardest. I was praying for this 13%. Well, good for you, buddy. Did you short it? I hope so. Found this because the Intel live earnings call and loved it. Happened to put down the nice short on Intel yesterday. What a pie in the sky, dumb pick. Nice, bro. Nice. Play options. They'll know what volatility is. I guarantee most of the people here are trading options, realistically. There's not very many real investors out there in the world anymore. It's mostly just gambling degenerates. For sure bear on Intel. That's funny. Why, you mad? I'm not mad. I'm just living my life, bro. I just think it's funny. Why are you mad? Why are you mad? Greetings from China. What's up? Welcome. Welcome. If I had more money, I'd buy more long-term calls. Puts cooking. I mean, realistically, the stock's not even down that much. Like, the option market was pricing in like a $5 move. You barely move past a $5 move, so it's really not down that much when you think about it, what the market was pricing in. You know, it's slowly selling off more and more as the minutes go by, but for now, it's not really down that much. The option market, like I said, was pricing in $5. And you already had a massive run today on Intel, so I don't know. Doesn't seem that bad from my perspective, but it seems like there's a lot of butthurt people out there. He's mad? Sure. Yeah, I'm mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad that my stock's up 7% today and yours is down 13. Yep, I'm pissed. 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 Furious. Palantir investors are up there too. I don't know if I've done a Palantir stream. You say that every earnings? I don't remember what did I say? What do I say every earnings? I don't know what I say. I say a lot of things. And if I say it every earnings, it must be true. I don't know. Intel snowflakes? Who buys Intel at 50 when no one bought it at 20? That's your common market participant. Most people only buy stocks that are going up. Last time I streamed Intel when the stock was at 20 bucks, there was nobody in this stream. You stream it at 50? Man, there's a lot of people in the stream today. People don't give a fuck about stocks that aren't moving. They only care when they start to go up. That's just the reality. Your average stock market participant is impatient. They're a degenerate gambler. Like, nobody's a real investor anymore. Who buys Intel at 50 when no one bought it at... Oh wait, I read that. I love me some gambling. Hey, at least you can admit it, bro. At least you can admit it. I'm cool with it if you can admit it. But some people act like they're investors and they act like they're smarter than they actually are, when realistically they're just gambling like degenerates. So if you can admit you're a gambling degenerate, you know, I'm cool with that. But if you're gonna act like you're smart and all you're doing is YOLOing, I don't know. I got a problem with that. I kind of got a problem with that. You're right, it's just a bunch of degenerates in the comments, no real investors. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And, you know, most of these people probably have like 50, 100 shares, you know. If you've been holding your 50 to 100 shares for a while, that's fair, but like from my perspective, you don't have enough in the stock to really have an opinion. You know, you're entitled to your opinion, but your opinion doesn't hold any value if you barely have any money on the line. What's the market pricing in on Intel? It's a shitty company. It was $5 before the earnings. You know, the option market will reprice tomorrow and next week. So, if you really want to know tomorrow, I can let you know, but options don't trade after hours, so you're not going to see the repricing until tomorrow. And the stock could go up tomorrow. You know, it could drop more, but the stock could bounce tomorrow. Like, I don't know. Is what it is. It's earnings. Calls got fucked. You're the king of saying one thing and then saying something different 2 minutes later. Okay. You're the king of typing in my chat and not putting any value in anything you're saying. Crazy, huh? I can do the same thing. I can say stuff too. Like, what the fuck does that mean? I'm a live streamer. I'm a YouTuber. I'm supposed to sit here and talk and entertain people. That's kind of the fucking job. Of course. Of course I'm gonna talk. Like, what? Are you okay, bro? You okay? 55 strike long puts. Let's go. Long puts. That's an interesting term. Long puts. Wouldn't it be short puts? Well, I guess shorting puts would be selling puts. So you're right. Long puts. You're right. I just unloaded long-term holdings. I'm up on. It's crashing too hard. We'll jump back in when it stabilizes. I guess you like paying taxes. That's fine, though. Hopefully it works out for you. Hopefully it works out for you. I bought Intel at 53.8. Should I sell? Why did you buy it? For a degenerate gamble? Or did you buy it for a long-term investment? You shouldn't ask other people what you should do with your money. You should already know before you even enter the trade. Nobody can decide for you. It's just a gamble. Yep, I'm here for the gambling as well, gang. Well, thank you. Thank you for admitting it. That's fine. Greetings from London. What's up, Los Polos? I feel like I've seen you in here before, Los Polos. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing good. All right, can we go back to a real stock? Can we go back to a real stock? Can we go back to talking about a real stock? A real man stock? A real man stock? A stock that actually has real value and real profitability? Can we go back to talking about GameStop? A real man stock? All right, good. You did get a Form 4 after hours by Ryan Cohen, but it's just for the last 2 buys. So, I guess he's done buying. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's really anything here of importance, but it is kind of cool. Nice Form 4. How much stock ownership does your CEO have? How much stock did your CEO buy this year? Just wondering. Since Intel's so good, how many shares did your CEO buy? Oh, right. All right. Never mind. Sorry. We won't talk about that. We won't talk about that. Oh, shit. Shit's funny. That shit's funny, boy. That shit funny. Check out Elf. Elf's okay, but I think it's unprofitable if I remember right. Elf Beauty. Yeah, that's been getting pounded, hasn't it? None of these snowflake stocks. Why buy stocks when you got 1 million shares for taking the job? To align your interests with the shareholders, the people that are investing in your business. I don't know. I'd rather invest in someone who only wins when I win, not some fucking weirdos. Not some weirdos. Just saying. I like the idea that the CEO only wins when I win. I'm not just paying for them to be there. He's got 1 million shares. Ryan Cohen has 42 million shares. 1 million? Pfft, 1 million's baby shit, bro. 1 million's baby shit. 1 million is pussy. Try 42 million. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. Your Intel will go back up, maybe. It's fine. It's fine. 42 million shares in what? Ah, so you're not an educated investor. I see, I see. That's okay. Maybe one day. Maybe one day you'll do the research. You'll be okay. You stick with your Intel, alright? You stick with your Intel where you're safe. A little research is too hard for you, apparently. A little research is too hard for you, apparently. Was he handed the 1 mil shares? Yeah, probably. Probably. That must be sick, though. That must be pretty cool, though. You know, they must enjoy paying for their CEO shares. They must enjoy it. Do we see GME 30 in February? I don't know. I don't think about that. I think about where can I go and make more money to buy more. I don't care where the stock price is going. Not even something I think about. It's not even relevant. I'd actually prefer the stock to be lower so I could buy more personally. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Intel's down 12%. Yeah, it was down like 13 at one point. You should have seen the chat in here. It was something to behold. Some hot takes. Some hot takes. Oh, Elf is actually profitable. Maybe it's a Cody I'm thinking of. Might have been thinking of Cody. The stock seems overvalued, though. Off of, 10 seconds of research. The stock seems potentially overvalued. They don't have debt, though, so that's actually pretty sick. But still. Seems kind of overvalued. But overvalued, undervalued, that's an opinion. Doesn't really mean anything. Doesn't mean the stock can't go up or down. Hold 1,300 shares, nice. Nice, bro. But still, I don't think about that. That'd be something, 30 in February. I imagine people were quite upset. What did they fail the most? I don't know, bro. I don't track the company, so I don't really know like why the market reacted the way it did. Probably just because it's up so much. But I think their revenue was down or something. I honestly don't remember. I honestly don't remember. I mostly do these streams just for the views, if I'm being honest. Like, I do listen a little bit, but I don't fucking pay attention to these things. Like, I'm not interested in buying Intel, so like, doesn't really matter to me. And I don't track the stock, so I don't even know the story. I don't even know what their revenue was last quarter or how much they made last quarter. Like, I don't fucking know, dude. Like, I don't pay attention to that stock. I thought you were an educated investor. I'm a GameStop investor, and I'm educated on that stock, and I track that stock. But I don't pay attention to other stocks. I don't really care about other stocks. Why are you trying to like? Why are you so weird, bro? Why are you so weird? Sell it to me? I don't give a fuck what you do, bro. I don't give a fuck what you do. Here, I'll sell you this. You can be banned from my stream. How about that? I'll sell you that. There you go. You can be banned from my stream. I don't have to do anything for you. Like, all you do is ask stupid questions. Crazy. Intel competes with AMD and NVIDIA. AMD, in my opinion, for gaming is coming from NVIDIA, but if Intel steps up their capabilities, it could be compelling from my perspective as a PC gamer. That's fair. That's fair. Another bullish indicator. God. I gained a new respect for GameStop investors today. I'll be straight up. I used to hate GameStop investors. I gained a new respect. Like, holy shit. I'm glad I'm not, like, in any of these other stocks. Like, good lord. I couldn't imagine being invested with these people. That was interesting. It was really annoying when they were all being like racist to the CEO. It literally just goes to show they're not like invested in Intel for Intel. They're invested because the chart is going up. Like, you're gonna sit and talk shit on the CEO just because they're fucking Malaysian or whatever. Like, you can go fuck yourself. You're not in that stock as a real investor. That shit's crazy. And you're a racist piece of shit if you're talking shit on the CEO of Intel. Like, you're for real just a racist piece of shit. That was pretty annoying. I'm new to the stock market. Can you share what parts of information you pay attention about GME? Well, I've been tracking the stock for a year and a half now, so that's a lot. There's been a lot of information the past year and a half. But just check the filings. I mean, if you just follow this stream, you'll be updated whenever something happens. But just check the filings. It's really the only tip I can give. Other than that, there's so much that's already happened and potentially so much that's going to happen in the future that, yeah. Just go research yourself, my friend. I'm not here to give the cliff notes. Yeah, that was a weird stream. That was a weird stream. I posted on Twitter like 15 times or some shit like that. That was kind of funny. I just kept like every 5 minutes I would just create a post about Intel. And it seemed like it worked. It seemed like it was working. So that was kind of funny. Obviously the first post, like right when the earnings came out, was the best, but that was still kind of interesting. So I guess Twitter does have a use. For now. For now. Check the balance sheet. It'll tell you everything you need to know. Numbers are universal. You should see the value. Yeah, check the balance sheet. I mean, that's what I meant by check the filing. I don't know if that's how he perceived what I was saying, but that's pretty much what I was saying. It's just there's more to the, there's more than just the balance sheet. There's, insider buys, there's the warrants, the bonds. So sure, check the balance sheet, but just follow the filings. But of course, you can't they don't talk about the store closures in the filings. So there are certain things that are outside of the filings that you kind of have to be creative to come up with your own conclusion. But yeah, for the most part, just follow the filings. If you're just following news and seeing all the news reports, you're probably not going to get the correct story. Oh, holy shit. A 6 hour and 30-minute stream. What the hell are we doing with our lives? A 6 hour and fucking 30-minute stream, bro. We're taking it back, bro. We're taking it back. 2025 all over again. Back on 7-hour streams. That's fucking nuts, dude. That's nuts. Go eat. I did eat. I ate some chicken nuggets during the earnings call. I did eat. But I just didn't notice how long we've been streaming until now. I'm like, god damn. No wonder I'm so tired. I've been talking for 5 hours straight. Been fucking talking for 5 hours straight. No wonder I'm so cooked. I finished working, got in an hour and a half workout. We still live waiting on Ryan Cohen. Yeah, I guess he's not buying again. Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it. I did see a funny tinfoil, though. I did see a funny tinfoil. If you go into the filings and you go to the last 13D, somebody was saying his CUSIP number is 36467W109, and now his share count is 420-82626. So they were just kind of like saying, 109, 420. That was the last like Roaring Kitty tweet or whatever, the time one. I saw that funny tinfoil. I thought that was kind of funny. I don't know how, I don't know how relevant it is, but I thought it was a funny tinfoil. I'll be curious to see Kevin's new Instagram post, if he's going to post another one. I can't even think. Last day tomorrow. Yeah, last day tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow's Friday. And then you got some massive earnings next week. You got all your big boys. Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, Meta. I think all of them. Actually, yeah, I mean, we'll look next or tomorrow or something. I don't really want to look right now, but yeah, all the big boys tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, next week. Only 5 hours away. If you had to guess what movie will his next post be, ooh. That's tough. I'm not a big movie buff, so I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, that's tough. I don't know. Maybe, what's that one? Forrest Gump? Could you imagine? Forrest Gump? That'd be a funny one. I'm locking it in. Forrest Gump. Lock it in. Lock it in. What movie do you think? What do you think? Is he only doing Roaring Kitty movies? I don't think so, because Fast and the Furious wasn't in there, would there? I don't think Fast and the Furious was in the Roaring Kitty memes, from what I remember. So it could be literally any movie. But I'm locking in Forrest Gump. Life's like a box of chocolates, you never know what you're gonna get. That my mama say. What's up, Roma Gut? What's up, Roma Gut? Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. That shit's funny. And I just ran. Oh, I'm chilling, bro. I'm chilling. About to end this fucking stream here in a little bit. Cheers from Monterrey, Mexico. Oh, interesting. I don't know if we've ever had someone from Mexico in the stream before. That's crazy, bro. Welcome, welcome. I don't think we've ever had anyone from Mexico in the stream. That's so cool. Worldwide Corey. We global, baby. We global. Terminal is a great movie. I don't think I've ever seen Terminal. Pani puree with water? Puree with water or Greek yogurt? I don't know what pani puree is. I don't know what that is. And I don't really like Greek yogurt, so I can't really answer that question. Thanks for the stream. Hey, thank you for being here, bro. Thank you for being here. Hopefully we see you again. We do these live streams every weekday. And, the earnings ones we do whenever there's earnings, but I live stream about GameStop and reading news and a lot of stuff throughout the week. So hopefully we see you again, my friend. Hopefully we see you again. Appreciate you stopping in. The Godfather. I don't think I've seen The Godfather either. That shit's too long if I remember right. Thanks for sharing. Hey, thank you, bro. Hopefully, I don't know your name because it's, you know, it's Chinese symbols, but hopefully we see you again, bro. Hopefully we see you again. Didn't we see yesterday or 2 days ago with Kevin Fast and the Furious meme? You compared it to that over headshot of cars departing. Oh yeah. You're right, huh? So it could be the Avengers next, right? That's a good point. That's a good point. I'm just saying Forrest Gump because, you know, that's like a I think that's one of the staples. That is a good point. I guess if you're trying to be memey about tinfoily about it, it could be the Avengers. But it also could be like this movie. I don't know what this movie's called. I forget. Nah, the Dumb Money was the first one he did. He already did Dumb Money. What if he did Pirates of the Caribbean? What's become of my ship? That'd be interesting. I'm still gonna lock in. Forrest Gump. That's still my answer. You got a good point there. It could be like any of these movies, but I'm gonna say Forrest Gump. What is this one though? I forget what this movie's called. It could be this one though. That'd be interesting. The one with like the hook man, and he has like bees in his stomach or some shit. Ooh, this would be a good one. No Country for Old Men. No Country for Old Men would be fire. He should do that one. That'd be fire. That would be a good one. Tombstone? I don't think I've seen Tombstone. This is Cholet. Yo Burry tweeted a video with about the B-Man. Yeah, I remember that. It's like that death metal song. That song was a banger. That song slapped. That song slapped. Oh, well, it would have been cool if we would have got another 13D. That would have been fun. But no 13D, I guess. You guys got anything else? I think I might get out of here. Avatar could be a good one. Put them in my lifting playlist. Goes hard. Yeah, music like that's good for lifting, for sure. Gym time? I already went to the gym. I went to the gym in the morning. Just did a little bit of cardio and hit the sauna. I usually hit the gym before I start the stream. Rocky. CS:GO time. Let's go. Let's go. I don't know what I'm about to go do. I'm pretty tired, bro. I'm kind of tired. But it's all good. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you for always supporting the stream, my OGs. I appreciate you guys. Shout out to the new people. Thank you guys for coming in, supporting the stream. Hopefully we see you again. Like I said, we do these streams every single day. Well, I don't do them on the weekends, but we do these streams basically every single day. So hopefully we'll see you again. I appreciate you guys. God bless you. Shout out to Roma Gut, the Chinese symbol guy. Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate you. Las Polos, much love, bro. Hopefully we see you again. RS5, hopefully we see you again, bro. God bless. Mooma, I love you, bro. I'll see you tomorrow, bro. Ruben, I'll see you tomorrow, bro. William, much love, William, bro. I'm glad you've been sticking around, William. Much love, bro. I hope we'll see you again tomorrow. Michael Anthony, I haven't seen that name in here in a minute. I hope you're doing good, Michael Anthony. God bless you, bro. God bless you, Michael Anthony. Appreciate you, bro. But I'm out of here. Much love, guys. God bless. I appreciate you guys supporting the stream. Lobster. Hopefully we see you again, Lobster. Much love, bro. Appreciate you stopping in. Hope you have a good rest of your day, bro. Hope you have a good rest of your day. All right. I'm out of here, guys. I'll catch you tomorrow. God bless ya. Peace.